This is an audiobook created by Relay Publishing, who own exclusive copyright to the story in all territories and formats. For more information, please go to our website, www.relaypub.com. We hope you enjoy. Snowed In with the Seal, by Katie Knight and Leslie North. Chapter 1. 3 years ago. There were worse ways to spend a June evening than watching a beautiful woman dance in the rain. Preston Lawson leaned one shoulder against the side of the cabin he'd rented for the week and stared across the yard at Lila Holden as she twirled and laughed while rain soaked her pretty auburn hair and her white t-shirt, plastering both to her body. What a fine body it was too. Curvy and soft, and seemingly made for him. She fit him perfectly, and not just physically, but emotionally too. And that was exactly why Preston had to say goodbye to her. She'd expect, and deserve, a more serious commitment if he stayed, and that was something he couldn't give her. His heart twisted a bit inside his chest, but damn it, leaving was for the best. Besides, it wasn't like he had a choice. He was being deployed again with his SEAL team in a couple of days and would be gone at least 6 months. Sure, he and Lila had been hot and heavy from their start 2 months ago, but it was best to end it now, on a high note and with a clean break. It wasn't easy, in fact, it was probably one of the hardest things he'd ever done, but it couldn't be helped. "You better come in soon, honey, before you catch your death," he called to her. Her response was to spin faster, throwing her arms out wide. For a gal who'd lost her entire family, she had more zest for life than anyone he'd ever met. Lila glanced over at him and laughed. "I have a better idea. How about you come out here and join me?" He snorted and shook his head, perfectly happy beneath the overhang of the porch, dry and warm. And yet, he couldn't take his eyes off of her, or ignore the potent draw he felt to hold her tight for just a little bit longer. He wasn't a trusting man by nature. Life had repeatedly taught him the unfortunate lesson that nothing lasted forever and most people were out for themselves. Which made the fact that somehow, some way, Lila had burrowed her way into his heart from day one that much more unbelievable. Yet, there she was, right there in his soul, as close to him as his SEAL teammates or the memory of his long-lost parents, gone nearly 24 years now. "So, what do you say, sugar?" Lila came up to him, peering up at him. She held a hand up and crooked her finger at him, her expression enticing. "Want to have a little fun?" Tamping down the pinch of melancholy inside him, Preston reached down and grabbed her hand, hauling her up on the porch beside him, pulling her close as she squealed in delight. "How about we go inside and have fun instead?" In response, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him long and deep. His body responded immediately, and he held her, pressing his hips to hers to allow her to feel the full extent of her effect on him. Man, he couldn't get enough of Lila. Odd, since he'd never been a guy driven by his emotions or desires. In fact, he normally did his best to suppress that side of himself and prided himself on self-control and strategic thinking, not sloppy feelings. Feelings could get a man killed in combat, reacting out of anger or frustration. No. Usually, Preston kept a tight lid on his emotions, but with Lila they all seemed to want to come pouring out. Another good reason to get out of town. One more night. He'd spend one more night holding her, touching her, hearing those soft little moans she made as she came apart in his arms, then he'd set her free. Leave for his mission and never look back. That was how it had to be. Preston bent slightly and swept Lila up into his arms, carrying her inside their cabin at the remote wilderness lodge, then kicked the door shut behind them. The sound of raindrops plinking on the tin roof above created a nice sense of intimacy as he tugged her wet t-shirt over her head, then ran his fingers down her damp skin, loving the way she shivered against him. "Cold?" he asked, nuzzling the side of her neck as he undid the clasp on her bra. "Not even a little," she said, stepping away from him, sliding the straps down her arms then tossing the bra away. Preston's pulse kicked up another notch and arred to imagine this would be his last night with her. During his 8-week leave, they'd been pretty much inseparable. He'd met her his first night here. She'd been waitressing in the restaurant attached to the lodge and he'd been a lonely sailor home between missions. He'd had his share of girlfriends in the past, but nothing long-term, and nothing like Lila. She made him feel happy and content and made him dream about a different future than the one he'd planned for himself. Made him think that a career in the Navy might not be all he wanted for himself. Those were dangerous dreams, since a military career was basically all he knew. He'd enlisted right after high school graduation, fresh out of his umpteenth foster home, and he'd never looked back. Until now. The final reason he needed to let Lila go. But not yet. Not tonight. He picked her up again, kissing her gently as he carried her over to the queen-size bed and placed her in the middle of it, stretching out beside her. He took his time with her body, etching every detail of it on his brain. Every curve, every freckle, he mapped it all out in his memories, knowing this would be their last time together. Lila traced her fingertips up his back to his shoulders, stroking the short hair at the nape of his neck, and he shuddered. Her throaty laugh damn near made him embarrass himself on the spot. "You are so beautiful, sugar," she said, her words husky with need. He smiled against her. "Men aren't beautiful. We're rugged, tough, sexy. And beautiful." She gazed down her body at him and smiled, and his whole world brightened. Bad. Was so bad. Yet it was also amazingly good. Ignoring the rush of confusing emotions inside him, need, want, desperation, sadness, hope, he wanted her to remember this night together same as he would, on all the long, lonely days ahead. Even on earth. Heaven in her arms. Heaven that would be gone all too soon, so he'd best savor it while he could. Hair from her flushed face. "I love you, Preston Lawson." His breath caught and he blinked at her, stunned and speechless. He cared about her, more than he'd cared about anyone in a long, long time. But love? He didn't do love. Didn't do commitment. Didn't do long-term because in his life, his situation, he never knew where he'd be from one day to the next, or if he'd survive. Instead of demanding he say the words back, however, she pulled him down and kissed him. Time slowed as sated on the bed, her fingers in his hair and his head resting on her chest, over her heart. The steady rhythm threatened to pull him under into sleep, but he fought to stay awake. He was painfully aware he'd not responded to her declaration of love and that he needed to say something. Not because he didn't care, but because he did. "Lila, about what you said. Shoo," she said, smiling down at him and placing a finger over his lips. "I know. You don't have to say it back. I don't expect you to. I just wanted you to know how I feel, since you're leaving again in a couple of days. Something nice to take with you overseas. Just do me a favor, okay?" He scooted up to lay beside her, then drew her into his arms, kissing the top of her head and inhaling the sweet floral scent of her shampoo. "If I can, I will." "Stay in touch with me?" she asked, her voice tentative. Preston closed his eyes, wincing internally. She'd told him about her past, about how she'd lost her parents in a car accident right after high school. About how her brother had enlisted in the army and gotten killed in Iraq, leaving poor Lila all alone. She still had some distant relatives in the area, but she didn't keep in touch with them. He knew how much her request meant to her and it damn near killed him to deny her. "I'm sorry, honey, but I can't. I wish I could. I really do. But I never know where I'm going to be or if I'll be allowed any contact at all with the outside world. I don't need a lot. Just a phone call every now and then, something to let me know you're okay." The words hung in the quiet room like a shroud until finally, he bit the bullet and manned up. "Honey, we went into this knowing we didn't have much time. Maybe it was sweeter because of that. More intense. No. The sweetness is because of what I feel for you, what I've never felt for anyone before. I said I love you, Preston, and I meant it." She sniffled and buried her face in the base of his neck. "I know I shouldn't, and I know it's stupid, but I can't help it. We don't know each other that well and you said up front you don't do relationships. I'm not asking you to give me any more than you're willing or able to, but I wanted you to know how I felt. Needed you to know. No matter what happens after you leave, no matter what the future holds, you'll always have a place in my heart." "That doesn't sound stupid at all," he said, tucking her words deep inside him. His chest squeezed and his heart ached, but he had to stay strong. Had to stay alone. Alone was easier, cleaner, less complicated. Then her soft sob gutted him and he couldn't stop himself. He tipped her chin up and kissed her gently, smoothing away her tears with his thumb. If I can, I'll come back to you one day. I promise I'll try. Chapter 2. 8 weeks later, Preston was flat on his back in a makeshift military hospital on the outskirts of Aleppo, trying to wrap his head around the fact that one of his teammates had paid the ultimate price for a disastrously failed mission. He'd spent the night here, the phantom sounds of war and the screams of the dying echoing in his head. Thankfully, the drugs they'd given him had knocked him out enough to give him some relief. This morning, though, his ears once again rang from the barrage of gunfire and exploding mortar shells on the battlefield, and his chest hurt like a SOB where he'd taken both a bullet and some stray shrapnel. Though the last few hours of chaos leading up to the extraction were a blur, he could still pinpoint the exact moment he'd known they'd been made. The bite of the hot desert wind smacking his face, the eerie silence before all hell broke loose. The shock in his teammates' gaze seconds before the IED had blown him to bits. Preston's stomach cramped and he barely had time to grab the plastic basin off the counter before he dry heaved his guts out. There wasn't anything in his stomach. He hadn't eaten since before the mission early yesterday morning. He never ate before ops. His nerves were too tightly strung, and he needed all his energy focused on finding their target, not digestion. Still, it didn't stop the nausea rolling over him, a sick sense of loss and betrayal. Those bastards had known his SEAL team was coming. Preston wasn't sure how, since it was a BlackOps mission, but somehow, the enemy had found out their plans and they'd been waiting. He needed to find out who was responsible for the information leak and why they'd done it. He needed justice for his team and for Randy, who'd died. Jesus. Randy. The guy had only been 25, newly married with a baby on the way. They all knew their number could come up at any time, but man, no one actually expected it to happen, especially to one of their own. Eyes drifting closed as the combat surgeon continued to check his wounds, an image of Lila the last time he'd seen her at the cabin drifted into his mind. He'd promised her he'd try to come back to her one day. Pain pinched his heart. Bet Randy had promised his wife the same thing. No guarantees in their world. All done, the doctor said, snapping off his gloves and tossing them into a portable hazmat bin nearby. I'm going to go ahead and discharge you. You'll need to keep the dressings clean and dry until we can recheck you in a couple of days, understand? Nodding, Preston winced when his sutures pulled. He'd no more than sat up when his CO walked into the tent, looking about as solemn as Preston had ever seen. Captain James Green was more than just Preston's commanding officer, he was also a friend. From the shadows under his eyes and the tightness at the corners of his eyes and mouth, he was taking Randy's death as hard as the rest of the SEAL team, maybe more, since their CO tended to shoulder the blame when things went wrong, regardless of whether it was his fault or not. How are you feeling? Captain Green asked him while Preston struggled to stand. The room swayed slightly, and he hung onto the bed for a moment to get his balance. His legs felt like they were filled with cement, he was so exhausted. Or maybe that was just the grief weighing him down. You look like hell, son. His commanding officer always called Preston son, even though he was only 40, making him just 10 years older than Preston. Preston snorted, then regretted it immediately when a twinge of pain shot through his torso from his wounds. Can always count on you to make the day brighter, Cap. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're going to be okay, Green said, his usual smile nowhere in sight. Wish I could say the same about Randy. Me too. Preston took a deep breath. You tell his family yet? No. Not yet. Have to follow protocol when a serviceman dies in combat. There are steps that have to be taken first, investigations to be done. Green exhaled slowly, his broad shoulders slumping beneath his flak jacket. I know Randy communicated with his wife every chance he got, and I hate that she might be worrying, wondering why she isn't hearing from him, but there's nothing to be done about it. This job isn't well suited to align with family life back home. That was a big old truth bomb right there, if Preston had ever heard one. That was part of the reason he'd not allowed himself to promise anything more to Lila than that he'd try to come home to her one day. His commitment issues aside, there was a real possibility he could end up just like poor Randy, leaving a war zone in pieces rather than as a whole, living man. In their brief time together, Lila had told him enough about her past for him to know she'd already lost more than enough in her life: her parents, her brother. He didn't want to be one more name on that list. Nope. If nothing else, yesterday's mess on the battlefield reinforced for him that he'd done the right thing with Lila. She was better off forgetting him and moving on. Finding a guy who'd be there for her whenever and wherever she needed him, not one who was off risking his life in parts unknown on a secret mission. Unknown to everyone except the enemy. He cursed and swiped a shaky hand through his hair. They knew we were coming, Captain. They were ready for us when we showed up. How the hell could they know? I don't know, son. Green did a quick check out the tent flap to make sure they were alone, then moved closer to where Preston was sitting. And that's not the only situation we have on our hands. I'm sorry to show you this, but... Green handed him a memo with the United States seal in one corner and the Pentagon logo in the other. Preston scanned the words typed there, blinked a few times, then read them again. Maybe that IED had knocked something seriously loose inside his head because this memo made no sense. I don't get it, he said, finally, frowning up at his CO. Is this some kind of a sick joke? No joke, Green said, his expression somber. Preston read the memo again. But it says here that I'm dead. That I was killed in the explosion along with Randy. That's correct. Green took a deep breath before continuing. Look, son. I know you've been through a lot the past 24 hours and I'm sorry to add to that burden, but there's a real opportunity here for you, if you're willing to take it. Opportunity? He handed the memo back to his CO and shook his head. Only opportunity 1C is to get whoever typed up that memo to correct it. You said yourself that the enemy had advance warning of our arrival yesterday. Don't you want to figure out how that happened? Hell yeah, I do, Preston said, pushing to his feet at last, grateful the room stayed put this time. But I don't see how some clerical error is going to help with that. Son, according to this paperwork, you're dead. A ghost. Don't you think it would be easier for a guy without an identity, without any ties to the outside world, to slip in and out of terrorist cells and figure out precisely what's going on in there? Preston crossed his arms, carefully, to avoid pulling his stitches again, and stared down his CO. Unless this is some action movie gone wild, you need to break this down for me because right now it sounds like a whole bunch of nonsense. Green checked outside the tent flap again, then gestured for Preston to stay put. We need your help, son, to hunt down whoever betrayed our team and to bring Randy's killer to justice. This isn't the first time sensitive information has been leaked about our unit, and it won't be the last, unless you agree to help us. You've got the perfect cover now. You don't exist. You can get inside the terrorist cells, become whoever you need to be in order to bring the responsible parties down, and stop this from ever happening to our team again. If you have the courage. If you agree. Cursing under his breath, Preston sank back down on the bed, the weak sunlight streaming in through the crack in the tent flap, highlighting the swirling dust motes in the air. If I do this, I have to give up everything. My identity, my past, my future. Flashes of Lila returned to his mind again, her beautiful smile, her soft touch, her sweet floral scent. No. He shoved those aside. He'd let her go. He had no right to cling to her now. But aside from her, what else did he have left back home? Not much, that was true. He was the perfect man for the job for the simple reason that he had nothing and no one to go home to. Being dead had its advantages, too. His work would protect the other men on his SEAL team. What would happen to them if he turned down this assignment and left them in ongoing danger of another info leak? He stopped near one of the windows and gazed out at the base. He had to consider doing this for them. I've been on BlackOps before, he said after a moment of silence, but this is beyond deep cover. True. The sound of a chair creaking resounded through the quiet space as his CO stood and walked over to him. I remember when you first joined the team. All gung-ho and ready to conquer the world for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Green chuckled. Like some kind of frigging superhero out of a comic book or something. Yeah. Preston sighed. Those days seemed a million miles away now. Pretty stupid, huh? No. Not stupid. A bit naive, maybe, but never stupid. His CO leaned forward, pressing his hands into the back of the chair he'd just vacated and narrowed his gaze on Preston. That's the thing though, son. You do this, and you'd be making those dreams a reality. This is your chance to make a real difference, to avenge the death of your friend and teammate, and ensure no other family ever needs to suffer the same kind of heartbreak in the future. It's a big sacrifice though. I get it. I do. And I hate to rush you, but this memo's going to the top brass this afternoon. Green pushed away from the chair and held out the memo again. Either we send it as is, or we make a correction. Your choice. Choice was a rarity in Preston's world. Randy'd had no choice. One minute he'd been joking with his buddies as they reconned what should have been a deserted village, and the next his ass was blown sky high by a homemade bomb probably planted by a school kid. Part of Preston wanted to scream to the heavens and punch a wall over the injustice of it all. The rest of him knew busting his knuckles wouldn't do anyone any good. Hadn't stopped his parents from dying when he was a kid, wouldn't bring Randy back now. Accepting this new assignment would cutting himself off from everyone he'd known, including Lila and his SEAL team, for good. Walking away, though, meant whoever had betrayed Randy and the rest of his team would walk free. In the end, there was really no choice at all. If I do this, I need to know the rest of the guys on my team will be safe, Preston said, putting his hands on his hips, ignoring the twinge of pain in his chest. Those guys were the only family he had, and he wanted to make sure they'd be okay. You know I can't guarantee that, but finding the leak would go a long way toward protecting them, Green said. Do we have a deal, son? Decision made, Preston nodded and shook his CO's hand. I'm in. Chapter 3. Are you sure? Lila said. Maybe that thing's wrong. It's not wrong, Miss Holden, the nurse said, giving her a kind smile. We've run the results twice. You're pregnant. Congratulations. Time seemed to slow as Lila's heart skipped a beat. A baby. Preston's baby. Preston, who'd been gone for months now without a single word to her. Preston, who'd left town and left Lila behind with only a vague promise about seeing her again someday. Oh God. Would you like some water, dear? The nurse said, her tone concerned. You're looking a bit green around the gills. Maybe some saltine crackers? Those help with morning sickness, too. Lila shook her head, not trusting her voice to speak. The nausea she felt had nothing to do with her pregnancy and everything to do with the fact she had no idea how she was going to deal with any of this. The lie emerged easier than she'd expected. I'm fine, thanks. Just tired. Sure. The nurse patted her hand, then handed her a bag filled with all sorts of pamphlets, free samples, and a prescription for prenatal vitamins. Okay then. Well, here are your new mother goodies and we'll stop at the front desk and get you set up for your first visit with the OB. Any other questions for me right now? No, Lila followed the woman out into the hall, her mind racing. Her first thought was to call Preston immediately and tell him about the baby. But she'd tried to get a hold of him once already, weeks ago before she'd known about any of this. She'd just been missing him and had thought she'd surprise him with a phone call, if she could. He'd said he went off the grid when he was overseas, but she'd taken that as a challenge. At least until she'd discovered the cell number Preston had given her was no longer in service. She'd ended up in robocall hell, stuck in an endless cycle of press 1 for X and say 2 for Y. In the end, she'd been connected to some operator at the Pentagon, of all places, who'd basically shut her down. But I just wanted to say hello, she'd told the man on the other end of the line. He's my boyfriend. Sorry, ma'am, the guy had said, his tone polite but firm. Unless you're an immediate family member, I can't give out any information. Have a nice day. The line had disconnected, and she'd sat there staring at the black screen of her cell phone for a long moment. She'd wanted to scream. She'd wanted to cry. She'd wanted to yell to the universe that Preston didn't have any family, immediate or otherwise. He'd only had her. Or at least she'd wanted him to have her to rely on, to think about on those long, lonely nights away in a foreign land. Now, though, she wasn't just lonely. She was pregnant with Preston's baby. If that didn't make her family, then Lila didn't know what did. She finished checking out at the front desk, then walked out to the parking lot. Once there, she climbed into her old beater of a Toyota and just sat behind the wheel, hand on her stomach, taking in the news for the first time. "Hi, baby," she said, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. "We're going to get a hold of your daddy. Don't worry. I'll find him, no matter what." She started the engine and cranked up the AC, then fished out her phone and pulled up the browser. It was 2 in the afternoon now and she didn't have another shift waitressing until 5. If she was quick, she could still stop at the local naval base and see if some in-person persuasion did the trick. 20 minutes later, she parked her car and walked up to the visitor's window at the gates of the Naval Amphibious Base in Coronado and pleaded with the man in the booth to let her inside. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't see your name on the roster," the sailor said to her, in between waving other people in and out of the base. "Are you a family member?" "Sort of," she said, not comfortable actually lying, especially with a huge poster staring her in the face that warned trespassers would face steep fines and possible jail time. She was ballsy, but she wasn't crazy. She also wasn't rich. She made decent tips at the restaurant, enough to support herself, but not enough to cover a steep fines. Of course, she'd have a new mouth to feed soon, too. She'd cross that bridge when she came to it, but first, she needed to talk to Preston. He needed to know that he was going to be a daddy. "Listen, I just have something I have to tell him, and it's important. Please." "I'm sorry, lady," the man in the booth said. "I can't help you." Damn. Lila's shoulders slumped and she pulled away, out of the line of people waiting to get in. How had her life come to this? They'd been careful. Preston had always worn condoms. She'd been on the pill, too. Nothing was 100%, but geez. The sun beat down and heat prickled her skin. Her stomach cramped and she leaned against a nearby tree. Overwhelmed with frustration, anxiety, and exhaustion, the situation got the better of her and her eyes welled with tears. For the first time since learning about the baby, she let herself fully process her situation. Pregnant and alone, a tough combination. "Excuse me, miss," a gentle voice said. "Are you all right?" Lila looked up to find an older man wearing a pastor's collar in front of her. "I'm the chaplain here at the base and I couldn't help overhearing your conversation at the gate." He gestured toward a small chapel half a block down. "If you'd like to get out of this heat for a moment, perhaps you could come in to sit and talk with me a bit?" Feeling awkward and out of place, she nodded and followed him into a quiet, dark room inside the chapel. A cool breeze wafted through, scented with wax from the candles burning on a small non-denominational altar near the front of the room. She took a seat on a pew a few spaces down from the chaplain and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Thank you. I needed a moment." "Of course. That's what I'm here for. To offer comfort and solace where it's needed." He smiled at her, his gray eyes kind behind his glasses. "You look quite upset, miss." "Holden. Lila Holden. And yeah. It's been a day." Lila took several deep breaths and rolled her tense shoulders. "I got some news this morning that was unexpected, and, well, she wasn't sure why she was telling this guy her problems. She'd never been particularly religious, and she didn't know him from Adam, but maybe that was why it felt safe to talk with him. And, like he said, it was his job. I found out I'm pregnant." "Oh, congratulations." The chaplain's smile slowly fell when she didn't respond. "This isn't good news?" "Yes. No. I don't know." She hung her head and sighed. "That's why I was trying to get onto the base. To get information about where the father is so I could get a message to him about this." She gestured toward her still flat stomach. "But we're not married, so they won't tell me anything." Lila glanced up at the chaplain through her lashes, embarrassment prickling her skin. "I know what the church says about pregnancy before marriage, but we love each other. At least I love him." He never said it back, but I know Preston cares. He's just gun-shy, you know? Because of his past and all. He would have said it eventually, but then his leave ended and he got sent to God knows where on a SEAL mission. He told me not to try to contact him, but this is pretty important, and I think he should know. And her breath hitched and she stopped herself before she started crying again. It's just an awful mess. The chaplain sat back in the pew and remained silent for several moments before saying, I don't usually offer to do this, and I can't guarantee anything, but if you give me his name, I can call the records office now and see what I can find out. Would you? For the first time since she'd approached the sour-looking sailor at the gate, her spirits rallied. That would be great. His name's Preston. Preston Lawson. Be right back, the chaplain said, pushing to his feet and walking through a doorway across the room. Doing her best not to fidget and failing, Lila studied the small chapel while she picked at her nails. The place was clean, if a bit drab for her tastes. She liked bright, sunny, active places. Basically, the opposite of here. She could hear the low murmur of the chaplain's voice as it drifted out of his office, but she couldn't make out his words. The longer the call went on, though, the more nervous she got. Was he getting the runaround, too, or had he actually gotten through to someone who would help? What would Preston say when he found out? Would he be happy? Sad? Upset? They hadn't talked about kids during their brief time together. She'd always wanted to have a family at some point in the future, once she'd gotten settled in life, had a good job and plenty of savings. Right now, she had neither, but somehow, she'd make this work. Even if she had to work 3 waitressing jobs, she'd do it. Or maybe Preston would come home after this mission and marry her, and they could be a real family. Maybe. Miss Holden? The chaplain's quiet voice broke through her racing thoughts. He stood in the doorway to his office, one hand gripping the door frame, his expression oddly stoic. Perhaps you should come into my office a moment. A cold shiver ran up her spine at his serious tone. I'm fine here. What did you find out? The older man returned to the pew and sat down opposite her once more, his gray eyes sad now. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, Miss Holden, but the only Preston Lawson listed in the naval ranks was killed in action a month ago in Aleppo, Syria. Low buzzing started in her ears and grew loud enough to drown out everything else. The chaplain's mouth was still moving, but Lila couldn't hear what he was saying. She blinked at him, her mind awash with images of Preston, laughing with him, walking with him, making love with him all summer. Gone. He was gone. Not just temporarily away on a mission but gone for good. Preston was dead and she was pregnant with his child. Oh God. Lila clutched her stomach and doubled over, not bothering to hide her sobs now. No. No, no, no. This can't be happening. He can't be dead. I never even got to say goodbye. The chaplain laid a gentle hand on her shoulder. I know it seems hopeless now, but please have faith. If you need help, I can put you in touch with some local charities who offer generous donations to women in need. There are a couple of churches in town who have weekly grief support groups as well. Free of charge. It might help you to talk about things, to work through them with other people. All of it struck far too deep for Lila. Brought back all of those horrible memories of the cops showing up on her doorstep when she'd been 18 to tell her and her brother that their parents were dead. Fast forward 3 years later and another knock came, this time an MP to let her know her brother, Tommy, had died too. Killed in the line of duty, just like Preston. Damn it. Why did this keep happening to her? Why? Why did everyone she ever loved die? Was she destined to be alone? She clutched her arms around her middle tighter and rocked slowly until her tears stopped and her resolve grew. Part of her wanted to give up. The other part of her knew she couldn't. Not now. Now she had another life depending on her, a small piece of Preston still alive that she intended to cherish with every bit of her tattered heart. Finally, she stood and glanced down at the poor chaplain, who was watching her with wary sorrow. I'm good. Thank you for finding out the truth for me. I appreciate it. She started out of the small chapel only to have the chaplain call from behind her. Wait, Miss Holden. Let me get you that information on the charities. Lila stopped on the threshold and looked back at him, shoulders squared. No. I'm fine. We'll be fine. Thank you again. If I need help later, I know where to find you. As she walked out into the sunshine outside, she heard the chaplain call again, God bless you. Thank you. She headed back toward her car, hand over her abdomen and heart heavy. It was going to take a lot more than blessings to get her through the next few years, but she was determined to do everything in her power to try. Her heart was broken, but her resolve was intact. Chapter 4. Present day. Parker Holden, get over here this minute, she called, frowning at the errant toddler who seemed to be into everything these days. I mean it. This is not your playroom at home. This is a place of business. Get over here now. Lila gave the guy behind the counter an apologetic smile and took hold of her little boy's hand. The air inside the pawn shop smelled stale and musty, and the yellowing fluorescent bulbs overhead flickered and popped continuously. Coming into this place always gave her the creeps, and she usually tried to avoid having to bring Parker along. Couldn't be helped today, though. At least it would be her last visit to this god-awful place. She was happy about that. 2 years ago, Lila never would have imagined herself dealing with the underbelly of San Diego society, but then she'd had a difficult pregnancy, followed by an equally difficult delivery. Things had gone further downhill when Parker had needed surgery shortly after birth to repair a hernia. She'd had decent insurance from the Cedar Lodge, where she'd worked right up until the day she'd gone in to have Parker, but the costs of all the tests, treatments, and procedures had exceeded her policy's limits. Then she'd had to take additional time off for recovery, and she hadn't had enough in her savings to cover it all. They'd had to give her job to someone else, and she'd found herself unemployed. Thankfully, California was generous when it came to food stamps and WIC, but there were still bills to pay and no money coming in at the time. Late payments had tanked her credit score and banks wouldn't touch her. Payday loans hadn't covered enough, so she'd come to Sal, the owner of this place, for the rest. It had taken her 2 years of steady payments and the windfall of inheriting a house from an uncle she'd never met, a house that she'd turned right around and sold for a very lucrative price in the booming San Diego housing market, to pay off her loan, but today was the day she'd make her final payment. Sal should be right with you, the guy behind the counter said to Lila without looking at her. Seemed he was too engrossed by the movie on his cell phone to care much about anything else. Thanks, she said, bending to pick up Parker and carrying him over to a section of the store where they had a bunch of musical instruments on display. Hardly engrossing to a 2-year-old, but better than nothing under the circumstances. Honestly, she was so giddy about finally getting the monkey of this loan off her back, she wasn't even upset about Sal making her wait. She just pointed to a pretty blue electric guitar hanging on the wall when the bells above the front entrance jangled behind her. He in? A male voice thick with a Brooklyn accent asked from behind her. Lila turned to see a burly man who looked like he'd walked right off the set of The Sopranos head for the guy behind the counter. Tell him Dom's here. I brought Mr. Capaldi to see him. The skinny, grungy nerd behind the counter jumped into action faster than Lila would have thought he was capable of moving, and scurried into the back of the store like his butt was on fire. She had no idea who these new arrivals were, but they must be pretty important. More bells jangled as another man walked in. He was maybe in his late 50s, dressed in a nice suit, with piercing dark eyes. Mr. Capaldi, she assumed. He scanned the interior of the shabby store, then settled his gaze on Lila and Parker. Before she could turn around again, he approached them, his attention fixed on Parker. What an adorable little boy, the man said, his smile sharp as a scalpel. Your son. Lila nodded, feeling more uncomfortable than she ever had before and wishing she'd decided to spend the money to leave poor Parker with a sitter. Thank you. Ah. He reached out to take Parker's hand. He reminds me of my son, Dante. God rest his soul. Hard in her throat, Lila resisted the urge to yank Parker away from the man and bolt out the door. But she needed to pay off this debt, needed to put the whole thing behind her. Instead of letting her panic get the better of her, she focused on his words. I'm sorry for your loss. Mr. Capaldi inclined his head to her, then narrowed his gaze on Parker again. It was quite a blow. Family is very important to me. As it must be to you. You're a single mom? Lila's hackles rose even more. Being a waitress for years, she'd become a pretty good reader of people, and there was something about this guy that made her nervous. Still, his suit was expensive, and he was here to see Sal, the owner of this establishment, who had a reputation as the kind of man you didn't want to offend. Being rude seemed like a bad idea. She just nodded. Must be difficult, raising a young boy on your own. He gestured to the store around them. This is no place for a child. Defensiveness rose inside her at his comment. I don't bring him to places like this normally. Mr. Capaldi's dark eyes sparked with interest. And what brings you here today? Nothing bad, I hope. Dom, what the hell, Sal said, coming out from the back room. He stopped short as he spotted Lila and Mr. Capaldi. Short and balding, Sal resembled a taller, heavier Danny DeVito. Oh. Mr. Capaldi, sir. Sorry. I expected you to have waited in the car. He turned and gave the guy behind the counter a searing glare. And how many times have I told you, Mick? Don't keep customers waiting. Sal plastered on a smarmy, used car salesman grin and headed toward Lila. Here to make another payment? She raised her chin. Yes. Here to make a final payoff, actually. Payoff? Mr. Capaldi said. Please handle the lady's business first. I insist. Sal gave the other man a slightly confused look, but then gestured toward his office. Mr. Capaldi didn't strike Lila as the sort of man one argued with. Right. Come on then. Lila sidled around Mr. Capaldi, who still seemed weirdly enraptured with Parker, and followed Sal past Dom and the counter into a small, cluttered office in the rear of the store. The walls were covered with posters of the movie Wall Street and the carpet was water-stained. Sal cleared off a chair for her to sit and she kept Parker on her lap, afraid to let him play on the floor for fear the disgusting carpet might contaminate him. So, you're paying off your loan early? Sal asked, clasping his hands atop the desk. His dark suit strained at the seams and there was a brown spot on his tie of unknown origins. She decided that she didn't want to speculate what the source might be. I'm impressed. You win the lottery or something? Or something. She adjusted Parker on her lap and reached into the bag over her shoulder to pull out the cashier's check from the bank. She wasn't about to tell Sal about the house she'd inherited or the nearly $3 million its sale had netted her. Here. Sal took the check and scowled down at it. Guess this covers it then. Yes, it does. I'll need a receipt, please. Thanks. She snatched the slip from him when he handed it to her, then pushed to her feet and adjusted Parker's weight on her hip. He was being good at the moment, but she could tell from the way he was starting to squirm that he'd be demanding to get down in a minute. She wanted to be out the door before that happened. Goodbye, Sal. He didn't say anything, just watched her walk out of the office. She walked straight past Mick at the front counter, past Dom and Mr. Capaldi, and out the exit into the crisp, cool afternoon. 2 blocks later, she reached her old Toyota. It still ran fine, even if it did have more rust than paint these days. God, getting out of that place at last, and knowing she never had to return, felt like being freed from prison. Lila hadn't realized how much that debt had weighed on her until it was gone. She got Parker secured in his car seat in the back seat, then climbed in behind the wheel and started the engine. As if on cue, Parker started acting up. She reached into her bag on the passenger seat for his toy dinosaur. He was a good kid and rarely cried, but she was sure he'd picked up on her discomfort back there in the pawn shop. Even now, when she thought of creepy Mr. Capaldi staring at Parker like he was a rare jewel he wanted to possess, she shuddered. Sure, she felt bad for the guy when he'd told her about losing his son, but that didn't give him free rein to be weird. She'd lost people too, a lot of important people, but she'd found a way to move on. Downtown San Diego blurred past the windows as she headed home to her small apartment near the naval base in Coronado. Lila rolled her tense shoulders, finally allowing herself to relax. Things were looking up at last. Christmas was just a few weeks away, and for the first time in years, she could enjoy it. There was plenty of money to buy Parker all the gifts a toddler his age could want, and they were getting out of the city for a while, too. She'd booked them a cabin to stay in up at Cedar Lodge, north of Sacramento, where she'd once worked as a waitress. She hadn't been back there since before she'd had Parker, since she'd had the most romantic summer of her life with Preston. It would be bittersweet. Sweet because this was the first vacation she'd taken since her parents died, not to mention her first trip with Parker. She couldn't wait to experience a real Christmas through her child's eyes. Bitter because it was also the last place she and Preston had spent time together. Lila knew it was silly to still be hung up on the guy after all this time, but he'd been her first real love, and people said you never forgot your first. The fact he was frozen in time, always young, always perfect, probably didn't help either. In truth, that was another reason why she'd chosen to go back to Cedar Lodge for the holidays. If things went well, it would be a chance for her to say her final goodbyes to the man she'd loved and lost, and hopefully move forward with her life. It wasn't like she was a nun or anything. She'd dated a bit after having Parker, but what with her financial worries and the stress of the few part-time jobs she'd managed to scrape together, dating had been difficult. All of it took a lot of energy out of her and made her less than appealing to the average guy who was either looking for a good time with no strings attached, or else wanted wife material. Lila wasn't into flings, and she had enough on her hands at the moment without worrying about settling down. Maybe that would change now though, with money in the bank and a whole new future ahead of her and Parker. With a sigh, she slowed for a red light, then glanced at all the Christmas decorations out the window. A huge Christmas tree made out of poinsettia plants sat on the corner of a business in Little Italy, and Lila pointed it out to Parker, who clapped and squealed excitedly. "Wait until you see snow, buddy," she whispered, smiling at him in the rearview mirror. He had Preston's dark eyes. Had his daddy's smile too. Her heart tugged at the memories. "Pretty soon we'll be out of here and on our way to the mountains. Won't that be fun?" Parker laughed, the sound muffled by the horns of his dinosaur, which he was still chewing on. "I'm excited too, baby," she said. The light turned green, and she pressed the accelerator. "We're going to have the best Christmas ever, I promise." Chapter 5. Preston loaded the last of his perishable groceries, milk and eggs and such, into the back of his rented Range Rover, then thanked the guy who'd helped him carry them all out of the general store. The lodge provided pretty much everything except groceries for the cabin. Not that he planned to cook much, since the food at the main restaurant was delicious from what he remembered, but he liked to have a few basics around, especially during this time of year. If the snow got bad, he might not be able to make it up to the restaurant. He'd been on the road for nearly 12 hours now and was looking forward to a nice hot shower and a nice long nap once he reached his destination. "Have a safe trip, Mr. Fleischer," the store owner said, tipping the brim of his baseball hat at Preston. "Should be a pretty drive this time of year." "I hope so." "Thanks again," Preston said, climbing into the SUV and pulling out of the parking lot and turning onto Interstate 80. The Sierra Nevada mountains loomed larger in the distance, and with every breath, Preston could feel some of his tension drift away. Man, he'd missed this, being free, being out in nature with nothing to worry about and no fears of getting his head blown off by a sniper. Traffic was lighter than he'd expected this close to the holidays, and he relaxed back into his seat, enjoying the Christmas carols playing on the radio. Hard to believe last week he was baking his butt off in the Sahara, wading through what was left of a terrorist bunker near Damascus and following the latest lead on the mole inside the Navy's intelligence community. Too bad there hadn't been more to go on once he got there. Just some busted computer equipment, laptops and a couple external hard drives that looked like someone had squashed them with a tank. Per his CO's orders, Preston had gathered them up anyway and sent them off for analysis. Those guys in IT were geniuses. If anyone could pull data off those busted drives, it would be them. Afterward, Preston and the rest of the men in his BlackOps unit had been put on mandatory leave. Just as well, he supposed, since he felt more burned out and exhausted than he'd ever been, and that was saying something. He had nothing but free time until post-New Year's. To be honest, he wasn't really sure what to do with himself. This was the first vacation time he'd had since before his final SEAL mission in Syria, the one that had ended in his supposed death. After that, he'd gone deep undercover and changed his identity, changed everything about himself, including his name. He'd been on the move ever since. There really wasn't anything left of the old Preston Lawson anymore. Once he'd agreed to the bogus death, Preston had shed his old life like a second skin and never looked back. He had no real home, no family, no friends, other than Captain Green and the guys he routinely worked with on his secret fact-finding missions. No possessions except what fit in a small, locked storage unit in Coronado. It had been 3 years since he'd set foot back in California, and the first thing he'd thought of had been Lila. He wondered where she was, if she was happy. Maybe he didn't have much, but the memories of Lila, he'd never let go of those. He'd tried, of course, but forgetting about her had been close to impossible. He shook his head as his brain insisted on replaying those lazy nights and mornings they'd shared in bed, and his fingers tightened around the steering wheel. He prided himself on the short leash he kept on his emotions. He was a soldier, after all, but when it came to Lila. With a sigh, Preston steered with one hand and fiddled with the radio with the other until Bing Crosby came on, crooning about a white Christmas. There was something about the song that always got him right in the feels. Poignant and bittersweet, it reminded him of all the things he'd never had. As he wound his way through the twisting mountain roads and the elevation rose, snowflakes began to fall. It really was gorgeous up here. He'd forgotten how much until just now. Not that he'd ever been here in the winter. The time he'd spent with Lila at Cedar Lodge had been in the middle of summer, when everything was warm and green and lush with life. Now, everything was blanketed in white and dormant, waiting for spring. Cedar Lodge. Hard to believe he was back here again, yet when he'd stepped off the plane at the naval base with no plans for the next 3 weeks, this was the first place he'd thought to visit. So he'd called and made a reservation, rented the Rover, and here he was. When he'd called, they'd said he was lucky, getting the last cabin available for the holidays. The woman had warned him that it was the remotest one, but that was fine with Preston. The more solitude the better, as far as he was concerned. He passed a large sign and signaled to turn left down the long drive leading up to the lodge. The landscape was pristine and untouched, a godsend after the carnage he'd left behind. Moments later, he arrived outside the main lodge. The whole place looked like Christmas had exploded on it, decorations and lights and trees everywhere. Preston pulled up to the curb, cut the engine and got out, walking inside to check in and get the keys to his cabin. "Welcome to Cedar Lodge," a plump woman behind the reservation desk said. She was dressed like Mrs. Claus, complete with a cap on her head and little wire-rimmed glasses. "And happy holidays to you, sir." "Same," Preston said, gazing around at the numerous candles everywhere and the Victorian-themed displays. There must have been 50 Christmas trees in the lobby alone, and twinkling white lights seemed to cover every conceivable surface. Wasn't necessarily to his taste, but more power to them, he supposed. "I have a cabin reservation for Fleischer, please." "Certainly, Mr. Fleischer," the woman said, taking his credit card. "I hope your trip here was pleasant." "It was fine, thanks." "Good." She handed him back his card, then typed a few things into her computer. "Okay, Mr. Fleischer. We've got you all set up in cabin 12. You'll head straight down the road here, then make a right at the giant Santa display. Keep going until you hit the end of the road, and that's you on the right. Clean bedding, towels, and firewood are all provided in the cabin, as is bottled water. There's also a flat-screen TV, though we don't get very good reception up here, especially this time of year. Wi-Fi is spotty out there too, though it's pretty good here in the main lodge." "That's fine. I plan to spend most of my time outdoors anyway." "Good man." She handed him a key to the cabin and a brochure of the events at the lodge. 3 meals a day are served here in the lodge restaurant, or there's cookware, plates, and silverware in the cabins as well, if you prefer to cook yourself. We'll be having a Christmas Eve party here in the main lodge also, if you're interested. Details are in the brochure. Anything else I can do for you, Mr. Fleischer?" "No, thank you." He smiled at her, then headed back out to the Rover again. The snow was picking up now, and he wouldn't be surprised if the roads got slick later. His mood darkened a bit. He might have grown up in Coronado, where you could surf pretty much every day, but he'd spent more than his share of time in the snow the past 3 years. Tracking terrorists through Siberia and beyond was like a crash course in polar survival. He'd done it, though, to bring Randy's killers to justice and protect others who served. During the rough moments, he kept that in mind and kept going. Now, though, he could relax, so he did his best to push the memories away. Following the woman's directions, he turned right at the behemoth inflatable Santa grinning down at him from the side of the road and headed for his cabin. An odd ache started in his chest, and it took him a moment to realize it was nostalgia. He remembered driving down these same roads with Lila that long ago summer, laughing, kissing, and cuddling. "No, don't go there," a voice whispered inside his head. "Let the past be." She probably didn't even remember him now. He hoped she was happy wherever she was. His heart pinched at the thought of her, but it was for the best that he'd let her go. His life had taken a very different path than he'd ever expected. One he couldn't have asked her to walk with him. Preston stopped the Rover at the end of the road and looked over at the log cabin to his right. He got out and opened the back of the SUV to start unloading his stuff, then glanced at his surroundings, a sense of déjà vu hitting hard. No wonder this all seemed so familiar. Cabin 12 was right next door to the cabin he'd shared with Lila 3 years ago. Fine. It was fine. He wouldn't be around the cabin much anyway, so no sense getting all maudlin about it. As a ghost, a man with no past or future, he'd learned quick not to become too attached to anything, including his emotions. Best to keep those under lock and key. He pulled out his duffel and carried it up to the cabin porch. Unlocked the door and went inside. Housekeeping must have turned the heat up and left a few lights on for him because the place was toasty warm and the pine floor and walls all but glowed beneath the overhead lights. The cabin felt homey and inviting, just what a world-weary guy like him needed. After putting his stuff in the master bedroom, he went back out to the Rover to get his skis and boots from the back, then returned a third time for the groceries he'd bought. He'd just unloaded the last of the bags when the sound of a child laughing echoed through the air. The snow was falling a bit harder now and creating a sort of mist around the place, making it hard to see across the 100 or so feet between his cabin and the next. Preston slammed the back hatch of the Rover closed and started back toward his cabin for the final time, only to stop short as a figure emerged around the corner of the next cabin. For a moment, he thought he must be imagining that the woman had the same long auburn hair and curves as Lila. She had on a pink down jacket and held the hand of a small boy who looked maybe 3. The child laughed again, and Preston couldn't help smiling. Nothing like a kid to bring home the true joy of the season. The woman bent to say something to the boy, then straightened and looked over to where Preston stood halfway between the Rover and his cabin. His pulse stuttered and time seemed to slow. No way. There was no way he'd traveled all this way, been through so much, only to come face to face again with the one woman he'd never forgotten. His fingers twitched, as if his own body was remembering how it felt to have her naked skin under his fingertips. He remembered it all. The stolen kisses, the warmth of her body, the sound of her moans. She swung the boy to her hip and strode toward him until she was just feet away. His heart turned into a war drum and, as she drew close, he had to make a conscious effort to remain calm. He was on a first-name basis with the Grim Reaper, had seen and done it all, but nothing could have prepared him for this. Nothing. Her blue eyes were wide with shock, and the little boy was looking up at him too, big brown eyes blinking. "You," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "You can't be here." Training over how to deal with anyone who recognized him from his past had taught him to play off any resemblance as coincidence, but his heart had other ideas. He'd been alone for so long, too long. And he and Lila had always had such a strong connection. That invisible thread between them pulled tighter now, vibrant as ever, urging him to tell her the truth and to hell with the consequences. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. No. He couldn't tell her the truth. Too many lives were at stake. Besides, he looked different now. Longer hair, scruff on his jaw. Different enough to pass himself off as a stranger. He turned away and walked toward his cabin, hoping she'd let it drop. No such luck. "Wait," Lila said from behind him. "Preston." His heart clenched at the sound of her saying his name, just as sweet as he remembered. He closed his eyes and forced himself to continue up the steps to his porch. He lowered his voice, made it rougher. "Sorry, lady. You've got the wrong guy." Preston walked into his cabin and locked the door behind him, the weight of her stare still tingling on the back of his neck. He carried the bags into the open kitchen area, then set about putting the groceries away. He did it mechanically, hoping that doing something, anything, would be enough to stop the memories of Lila from flooding his brain. No such luck. Even so, he didn't dare to look out the window again until he was finished. Through the gathering dusk, he could see the warm glow of lights on in her cabin, but the image that haunted him was of her standing in the snow, staring back at him with her face pale and her eyes huge, looking like she'd just seen a ghost. In his case, she had. From her expression, she'd obviously heard about his death and was shocked and confused to see him again. What she didn't understand was that the Preston she'd known truly was dead and gone. He'd have to make sure she understood that, no matter how difficult the next 3 weeks might be. Chapter 6. Lila stood for a long moment staring after the stranger she could have sworn was the man she'd loved and lost. But that wasn't possible, was it? Preston Lawson was dead. The chaplain had told her that. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling she'd just seen a ghost. And not just any ghost, but the ghost of the man who'd stolen her heart and given her a son. The ghost of the only man she'd ever loved. She lowered Parker to the ground, and he started running around in the snow behind her, squealing and having a great time, oblivious to her inner turmoil. He was 27 months old now and was more of a handful every day. While it was sometimes a struggle to handle things alone when Parker was throwing the veggies he didn't like on the floor or demanding that she read to him the same book about 5 dolphins swimming in the sea over and over again, the wonderful moments with her sweet, sunshiny baby definitely outweighed the harder ones. Parker was what she loved most in the world, and the fact that he'd be ready to start preschool in a few months made these days more precious than ever. She wouldn't change what she had for anything in the world. No, that wasn't true. There was one thing she would change, if she could. She glanced one last time at the rocking chair on the porch of the cabin next door to hers, creaking as it wobbled in the wind, then at the closed door beside it before turning her attention to where Parker made a snow angel. Having Preston by her side through all this would have made life perfect. But perfect wasn't real. Real was the bite of chilly air on her cheeks, the squeals of delight from Parker as he played in the snow, the certainty that no matter what happened now, things would get better. Better because she'd worked hard to make sure they would. She had repaid her loan, gotten Sal off her back, and she now had enough money in her savings to live comfortably for the next few years, if she was frugal and smart. Long enough to figure out what career to pursue, what kind of life to build with her boy as a little family of 2. "Hey, buddy," she said to Parker, dusting the snow off her gloves. "What do you say we go inside and have some hot chocolate?" The little boy nodded, the red puffy balls hanging at the ends of the earmuffs attached to his hat flopping around his face. "Grilled cheese, too?" Lila laughed. His language skills consisted mainly of 3-word sentences, and he still had trouble with his D-S sometimes, having them come out more like T-S, but overall his repertoire of words was growing every day. She had to watch herself sometimes because he picked up most everything she said, even the bad stuff. She reached over and brushed a few stray flakes off his cheek. "Yep, grilled cheese too." After a kiss on his nose, she straightened and took his hand to lead him back inside. Once she'd gotten them both out of their winter gear and had Parker occupied in the living room with toy trucks, she went into the open kitchen to start the cocoa and dinner. Through the window above the sink, she had a view of the cabin next door. The lights were on inside, and the golden squares of light reflecting through the snowy evening reminded her of all those old cheesy Christmas card scenes. As she took out a pan and began getting the sandwiches ready to go onto the stove, she caught a shadow moving around inside the other cabin, and her mind was drawn back to what had happened earlier. The guy wasn't Preston. Couldn't be, no matter how uncanny the resemblance was. And yet, while the grilled cheese sandwiches sizzled away and the milk for the cocoa boiled on another burner, Lila imagined what it might have been like if the man had been Preston. What would she have done? How would she have reacted? She leaned against the counter, stirring the milk absently as she pictured herself straightening slowly on shaky legs as he walked toward her, his hands out now, palms up and open, welcoming. Would she have grabbed Parker and run away, or would she have stood her ground, waiting? Her chest tightened with phantom anger. No. If there had been some mistake, if Preston wasn't really dead and had shown up here, out of the blue, without any warning, after letting her mourn for 3 years, she would have been pissed. Even now, knowing it was all a fantasy, furious tears stung the backs of her eyes. Things had been hell after the day she'd learned he'd died. She'd struggled, big time, just to keep her head above water. She'd had nothing and no one as she dealt with a difficult pregnancy, and then later, she'd had a baby to take care of. For him to have shown up now, with no explanation, would have been a slap in the face. She took a deep breath and flipped the grilled cheese over to brown the other side and moved the milk off the burner so it wouldn't scald. No. The reality was Preston was gone. It was time she accepted that. She sighed and measured cocoa mix into 2 mugs, a plastic one for Parker and a regular one for her, then added the warm milk. "Mommy?" Parker said, wandering into the kitchen. "Me hungry." Her toddler's voice jarred her from her thoughts and Lila grabbed 2 plates from the cupboard by the sink to serve up the grilled cheese sandwiches. "Dinner's ready, buddy. Have a seat at the table and Mommy will bring it right over, okay?" "Okay." The little boy wrangled one of the heavy pine chairs out from the table and scrabbled up on top of it. She had a booster seat for him in the car, but most nights Parker preferred to sit on his knees to eat, like a big boy. Another battle she chose not to fight these days. Before taking his food over to him, she let it sit out a minute to cool. She also managed to sneak a few baby carrots on the plate amongst the pretzels. Veggies were a necessary evil for a growing kid and carrots seemed to be the least offensive to Parker right now. "Here you go, buddy," she said, setting down his plate and sippy cup of cooling cocoa in front of him, then tucking a napkin into the collar of his long-sleeved striped cotton shirt. "Dig in." Parker put a chunk of bread and melted cheese in his mouth. Lila sipped her cocoa and glanced through the window one more time, spotting a glimpse of the man next door through the window. His gaze met hers and that spark of recognition inside her flared brighter before he lowered the blinds in the window, shutting her out once more. She was being silly. Or maybe she was going stir-crazy. After her hectic life in San Diego, being out here in the middle of nowhere had been fine for the first week, but now there was just a whole lot of quiet. She'd read through the books she'd brought in 3 days. There was TV, but there was nothing on worth watching, and her satellite radio was spotty up here in the mountains. There was a good possibility her brain was just making all this up to give her something to think about. Lila nibbled on her sandwich and stared out the window again at the snow falling while Parker moved his food around on his plate, sorting pretzels from carrots. She should insist he eat the veggies, but her attention was divided. The lights in the other cabin went off and she assumed the guy was going to bed. It was still early. Not even 7. Not that it was any of her business. He was a stranger. He could do what he pleased. And if he just happened to look exactly like the man she'd loved and lost, well then that was her problem, not his. The sooner she got that through her head, the better off she'd be. Chapter 7. Exhausted as Preston was after the long drive to the cabin, sleep eluded him that night. He tossed and turned, unable to get the unexpected reunion with Lila out of his mind. Jesus. Of all the places to run into her again after all this time. Just the sight of her had made him want to pull her into his arms and... No. He rolled over onto his side and punched his pillow with way more force than was necessary. He'd done the right thing by walking away. She'd obviously done fine without him all this time and crashing back into her life now wasn't an option. Not with his BlackOps missions and secret identity. And not with a child in the mix either. A child. My child. His heart tripped as he pictured the little boy playing in the snow, a kid with his dark hair and big brown eyes. He was no expert on kids, but the boy seemed the right age to be his son. Preston had never imagined having a family of his own, not now certainly. Maybe after he retired, if he ever retired. Until then, the job required everything he had. But now, with a groan, he flopped over onto his back again and stared up at the ceiling in the pre-dawn gloom. He'd thought going to bed early the night before might make all this turmoil go away. He'd been wrong. All it did was give him more time to think, more time to stew over his past mistakes and his uncertain future. How could he ignore his own son? And yet what right did he have to reach out? He never knew where he'd be from one week to the next, these days, or if he'd even be alive at all. He was a man with no past, no name, no future. He had nothing to offer Lila or his child. And yet, a yearning stronger than any he'd ever known welled up inside him. He'd lost his own parents when he was just a child and had been raised in a series of foster homes that had offered him precious little love or affection. Those scars still lingered inside him, even after all this time. He'd always carry with him that neglect, that rejection. To put his own child through that same awful emotional torture of not knowing his father was unthinkable. Damn it. Preston tossed the covers aside and strode naked to the bathroom, taking a quick shower, then shaving and brushing his teeth before returning to the bedroom to pull on a pair of clean jeans and a black sweater. He'd been in sticky situations before, but this one topped them all. On the one hand, he could go against his orders and tell Lila the truth about who he was. She'd already sort of guessed the day before, and it wasn't like she'd tell anyone. He padded out to the kitchen in his bare feet to start a pot of coffee. On the other hand, though, he wasn't sure how she'd react to finding out he was still alive. Once the coffee maker beeped and he'd filled a mug, Preston leaned his hips back against the edge of the counter and stared across the living room to the windows in the far wall of the cabin. Her place was just across the way, maybe 100 feet. The other cabin was still dark from what he could see. She was probably still in bed. So was his son. The words rattled inside his head over and over again, his son. His chest ached and he rubbed the spot over his heart. His son. Preston couldn't suppress a small smile at that. He had a kid. Wow. But he also had Lila. Lila, who would probably be pissed as hell when she found out the truth, especially after he'd lied to her yesterday. And he'd never contacted her. He couldn't, of course. Did she even know that he'd been declared dead? If she did, was that better somehow? He raked a hand over his face and accepted what he had to do. Ignoring the 1,000 thoughts and possible courses of action racing through his brain, he made peace with the truth. In the end, his honor wouldn't let him keep silent. After all, what was a soldier without honor? Green might skin him alive for even thinking it, but damn it, Preston owed Lila an explanation. Owed his son a chance to meet his father, if only briefly. Owed the kid the knowledge that his dad loved him and cared for him, even if he wasn't around. He downed the rest of his coffee, then grabbed his phone from the charger and walked around the cabin until he found a spot where he had decent reception. He hit the speed dial button for his CO, then waited, his throat tight with adrenaline and anticipation. "Green," his CO said, answering on the second ring. "Hey, it's me." Preston leaned his shoulder against the wall and watched Lila's cabin through the window beside him. A light was on now. She must be up. "Listen, I've got a bit of a problem." "Problem? You're on vacation." There was humor in his CO's voice. What the hell kind of problem could there be? Too much sleep? Too much downtime? Funny. No. Preston sighed. "I ran into someone here who recognized me." Crap. Are we talking former next-door neighbor or something more? Preston played with the blinds, images of Lila dancing in the rain running through his head. His fingernails dug into his palm. Something more. Something, much more, and there's two of them now. He made a pause, as if aware that saying it out loud would make it real. "It's looking like I have a son." Something like a muted sigh came from the other side of the line, and Preston then spent the next few minutes filling Green in about Lila. From the noise echoing through the phone line behind his CO, it sounded like he was in some kind of bazaar or restaurant or something. All right then. Stay put and wait for orders. You know how to deal with these situations. Before Preston could tell him that this time it was different, that he needed it to be different, the call ended. Stay put. Those words echoed through his mind on endless loop. Normally, if he encountered someone who might recognize him from his past, he'd hole up in his quarters, lock down, and keep out of sight. But this wasn't some random person. This was Lila. The woman he'd shared an unbelievable summer with. The woman he'd come as close to falling in love with as a man like him could. The woman who'd had his child. He was in the bedroom, pulling on his socks and boots before he'd even realized what he was doing. Preston was an orders kind of guy. He followed the rules, obeyed commands. That was what made him so good at his job. But this time, just this once, he needed to follow the demands of his own heart. He tugged on his jacket and gloves, then headed out the door and over to Lila's cabin across the way. She might not want to see him, but they needed to talk. As he neared her place, he saw her puttering around inside her kitchen, probably making coffee like he had. It was just a bit after 7 now, and the first hints of dawn were tinging the sky. Morning came late this far into December. After a deep breath for courage, he walked up the wooden steps to the porch and knocked on the door. From the other side, he heard childish squeals of laughter followed by the quieter tones of Lila's voice. His heart felt like it was going to pound through his ribcage and his palms were sweating. He'd been with this woman for 2 short months and had felt closer to her than pretty much anyone else on earth. Then he'd abandoned her to raise their child alone when she'd needed him most. Granted, he'd not known she was pregnant, but still. His mind continued to race as he waited. Finally, the door opened a crack and there she was. The porch light flickered on above him and Preston squinted under the brightness, not sure what to say now that he was here. Funny, since one of the skills he used most on his terrorist hunting missions was his ability to blend in, to get people to like him and feel comfortable around him, so they opened up and shared their secrets. He spoke 5 languages, plus several regional dialects specific to the areas in Syria and Afghanistan where the rebels had strongholds, yet the minute he saw Lila again he was speechless. Then again, what did he expect? This was Lila, the only woman who had ever made him feel truly alive. He felt lightheaded, as if all memories of her were trying to make an appearance at once. Her arms wide open as she stared up to the sky, raindrops trickling down her face. The way her hand twitched, right before she fell asleep. The sound of her voice, the warmth of her skin. For a split second, he wondered what would happen if he said nothing and just kissed her. "It's you," she said, no small amount of annoyance in her tone. "What do you want?" Preston supposed he had that coming, considering how rude he'd been to her the day before. "I was wondering if I could come in," he managed to say at last. Considering the chaos going on inside his head, he was impressed he'd managed that many words. "Come in? Why?" She looked back over her shoulder where he assumed the little boy was playing. "We're busy and I don't know you." He swallowed hard and steeled himself for the worst. "Actually, you do know me, Lila. You were right yesterday. It's me, Preston." And there it was, the truth, laid bare. For a moment, she just blinked at him, the color draining from her cheeks, and he started to wonder if she'd heard him at all. Then she abruptly slammed the door in his face. Yep. She'd heard him all right. Cursing, he leaned back slightly to check that none of the occupants of the other cabins scattered around the place had gotten nosy. He knocked on the door again, more insistent this time. "Come on, Lila. Please. Let me explain. It's not what you think." What seemed like a small eternity passed. The snow continued to fall, and a chilly breeze worked its way past the collar of his jacket and down the neck of his sweater. He shivered and huddled down farther inside his coat. He'd heard on the weather forecast on the way up here that a storm was due in the next few days with temps below 0. Based on the frigid wind stirring now, he believed it. Finally, she yanked open the door again, wider this time, allowing him to see inside her cabin. It was basically a mirror of his, only in reverse. She'd been here longer, so hers looked a bit homier. The toys, trucks and blocks, scattered atop the coffee table in the living room helped too. His heart squeezed with unexpected sweetness at the sight. His son liked to build things, apparently, if the blocks were any indication. Preston had always liked doing that, too. "Come in," she said, waving him inside impatiently. before all the heat gets out. Sidling past her into the cabin, he noticed a glimmer of metal in her left hand and realized she had grabbed a knife. Good girl. His Lila had always been smart. That thought nearly had him tripping over his own feet. She wasn't his. Never had been. They'd shared one blissful summer together, that was it. And now you share a child, too. His breath caught at that, and his awkwardness returned tenfold. What the hell had he been thinking traipsing over here at the crack of dawn? From the angry expression on her face, this wasn't going to go well at all. He looked around but didn't see the kid anywhere. Where's your son? Somewhere safe. She shut the door then leaned back against it, crossing her arms so the knife was on full display. Start explaining. Right. He shuffled his boots on the hardwood floor, not sure where to start. I'm not supposed to be here. Why are you then? Her raised brow and abrasive words said she wasn't giving him an inch. Nor should she. He was the one who'd left. He ran a hand through his hair then exhaled slowly. When I saw you yesterday, outside playing with the kid, he searched for the correct words. I had no idea you were pregnant when I left. Would it have made a difference? She narrowed her gaze on him. How do you know he's yours anyway? That brought him up short. Well, he's the right age, I think. Besides, he looks just like me, Lila. He is mine, isn't he? Lila sighed and lowered her arms, her hands shaking. God, she was as unsettled as he was. Her stern expression crumbled, and tears flowed down her cheeks. I thought you were dead, Preston. They told me you were killed in action, on a mission. I grieved for you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he said, starting toward her, then stopping in his tracks when she held up a hand to keep him away. Deep down, he knew he shouldn't tell her anything. He shouldn't even be here, he should be packed up and on the road someplace else, but suddenly his mouth was open and the words were flowing out. Things he'd never been able to share with anyone else these past 3 years. I'd been injured in the blast that killed my teammate, but I was still alive. The official reports, though, got it wrong. They said I'd died along with Randy. Everything happened so fast and then they asked me to go undercover to catch the mole in the Defense Department who took out my team member and threatened the peace in the area. I had to do it, to avenge my friend's death and to keep other innocent people safe. It's my job. It's what I do, Lila. Preston began to pace back and forth across the span of the living room. I wanted to tell you, wanted to call and say goodbye, but they wouldn't let me. My CO said if I took the mission, they'd let the world think I was gone. I'd be a man without a name, without a past, without a home. I had to do it, Lila. I'm so sorry. I see, she said, staring down at the knife in her trembling hand. Did you catch them? Who? He scowled, his mind reeling from the abrupt shift in topic. The terrorists. Did you at least catch them? Was it worth it? The anger and bitterness had crept back into her tone again. I want to think your sacrifice had some greater purpose. Because it was hard on me. I was all alone, pregnant, working my ass off to survive, and missing you terribly. I hope what you did was important, that it made a difference in some bigger way. But where did your choice leave me and your son? She looked up at him then, a defiant lift to her chin. And yes, he's yours. But I won't share him. I won't let him get attached to you, just so you can disappear again. Her words were like a sucker punch in the gut, stealing his breath and his bravado. She was right. He didn't deserve to have contact with his son. Preston was untethered, unworthy, and yet, he was here. He had to try and see his kid, at least once, before he left. Surely, she wouldn't begrudge him that after what they'd once been to each other. Please, Lila. I just want to see him. Just once. Please. Mommy, a small voice called from behind the closed door of the bedroom. Me want out. Lila watched him for several long seconds, an odd mix of sadness, hope, and resignation in her pretty blue eyes. Then, she took a deep breath and pushed away from the door, her expression resolute. Fine. You can see him one time. She put the knife away and opened the door. "We have company, Parker." Her voice became sweet and caring. "Come say hello." She lifted the boy from a playpen, put him on the floor, and took his hand. The little boy walked out and stood before Preston, staring up at him with the same wide-eyed wonder he'd once seen on Lila's face. Back before he walked away and the world they'd known that summer had shattered into a million pieces. Parker. His son's name was Parker. Preston crouched before the kid and smiled, noticing his son's dark curly hair was just as unruly as his own. The two of them stared at each other a moment, while the weight of Lila's watchful stare prickled the nape of Preston's neck. If he screwed up now, this could be the end of it. Tentatively, Preston held out his hand to his son. He did the math in his head and realized that his son would be a little over 2. He had no idea about child development, but he seemed pretty on the ball for that age. "Hi there. I'm Preston. What's your name?" "Parker." The little boy gave him a wary look and took his hand. "Where you from?" Unsure what to say, Preston glanced over at Lila before answering. The cabin next door." "Huh." Apparently satisfied, Parker turned away and ran to his mother. "Hungry?" "Okay." She scooped the little boy up in her arms and carried him into the open kitchen. "Let's get you something to eat." Lila got Parker situated on his seat, then looked back over at Preston. "You can stay, if you want. Take off your jacket and have a seat at the table." He'd never been one for breakfast, but today he couldn't imagine anything better. Chapter 8. Lila whipped up some scrambled eggs and toast, grateful for something to do with herself besides stare at Preston. Even now, after all these years, the man had this magnetic pull she could barely resist. Somehow, it just felt right to be around him. Of course, her body didn't know what her brain did. Preston wasn't supposed to be here, or anywhere, really. She sighed. It was still hard to wrap her head around the fact that he was alive, that he was here, in her kitchen. Happiness and heartbreak warred inside her at the knowledge. She was happy he was still living and breathing and walking around on planet Earth. But she was heartbroken over everything they'd lost, everything she'd gone through all alone after he'd disappeared from her life. Those fantasies she'd had the night before replayed in her head and she snorted. Talk about life imitating dreams. Except this wasn't a dream. In fact, the last 2 years had been more like a nightmare, with Parker's need for surgery after birth and the loan from Sal. Not that she needed a man to survive. She was built from much stronger stuff than that. But having a partner, someone else there to trust and who'd support her through good times and bad, would have been a precious gift. While she cooked, she looked back over her shoulder every so often to make sure things were okay with her son and Preston. From the awkward way he was acting, it seemed that Preston didn't have much experience with kids. It would have been endearing, if the whole situation wasn't so sad. Still, she felt compelled to help the guy out. "Hey, Parker," she said as she stirred the eggs in a fry pan with her spatula. "Why don't you tell Preston about your favorite book?" That set her little boy off on an endless tangent about the 5 dolphins in a pod and the shark that was trying to eat them. After a couple of minutes, Lila glanced up and snorted at Preston's rather blank stare. She had that story seared into her brain after reading it aloud so many times. As she dished up the food onto 3 plates, Lila couldn't help but smile. This all felt so normal and right, the 3 of them eating together. Which was completely wrong, she reminded herself. Since Preston wouldn't be staying, she didn't want Parker getting attached to him either. She carried the food to the table and put the plates down, along with silverware and napkins, before sitting beside Parker. "Shouldn't he be in a high chair or something?" Preston asked. "Not necessarily." Lila bristled at his question. "He does well kneeling on the chair and Parker's a good boy. He's mature for his age. He sits still and eats his meals. Well, unless there are veggies involved, then look out. Those things fly through the air like rockets. Doubt a high chair would help with that, though." Preston laughed, then took a bite of his eggs. "No veggies, huh?" "Yuck," Parker said, around a mouthful of toast. Veggies yuck. I hear you, pal, Preston said. I'm not much of a greens guy myself. Lila ate her food and did her best not to ask all the questions swirling around in her head, until she gave up the fight entirely. Why'd you walk away when I recognized you yesterday? Why didn't you tell me the truth then? I mean, I get that you're not supposed to say anything, but that point's moot now anyway, so. Preston shrugged, the black sweater he wore stretching tight over his muscles. He was still in great shape, still as handsome as she remembered. Maybe even more so now. God, how many nights had she spent dreaming of his warmth? How many lonely nights had she wished to feel those strong arms wrapped around her again? But he was different too. There was an edge to him, a worldliness, that hadn't been there before. Shadows flickered in his dark eyes too, pain she'd not seen that summer they'd spent together. She wanted to ask him about that too, but didn't dare yet. I was shocked, I guess. Didn't expect to run into you here again, he said, watching Parker eat his eggs with his fingers. I wasn't sure what to say either. After all this time, it's not like a simple hello covers it, you know? Yeah. A spark of anger flared inside her again before she tamped it down. Being pissed off and screaming wouldn't help anything, even if that was her first instinct. He'd hurt her, deeply, and that wasn't something that would go away overnight. But she hoped they could at least be civil with each other from this point on, for Parker's sake. Still, it would have been nice to at least acknowledge me. I thought I'd seen a ghost or something. Almost called the main lodge to ask if you were staying here. How crazy is that? The main lodge wouldn't have been any help, he said, his expression sheepish. I don't exist anymore, remember? Well, not as the guy you knew me as anyway. I'm staying here under a false last name, Fleischer. He sighed and pushed his empty plate away. I wanted to reach out to you, Lila. I did. So many times I've lost count. But I couldn't break my cover. Still can't tell you a lot of details, for security reasons. I shouldn't even be talking to you. I'm undercover and I need to stay there until we get all the bad guys. Bad guys. Parker parroted, then grinned. He squirmed a bit and started to slide off his chair. Lila and Preston both reached out to steady him at the same time, their hands meeting behind the little boy's back. Awareness shimmered up her arm from their point of contact and time seemed to slow as she met Preston's gaze. The connection between them blazed vibrant as ever, even after all this time. Mommy, all done, Parker said, jarring her back to reality. Go play now? She nodded and helped him down off his seat. Yes, go play now. You were a good boy to eat all of your breakfast. He gave her a wide grin, showing off his baby teeth. Then the little boy raised his hand in a wave. Bye, Preston. Bye, Preston said, the look on his face hovering between wonder and woe as he watched Parker go into the living area and pick up a toy truck. He's pretty amazing. Yes, he is. Lila began clearing the plates away. I tried to reach you when I found out I was pregnant. She spoke in a low voice and kept an eye on Parker as she cleaned up. I went to the base in San Diego and everything, but they wouldn't let me in or tell me anything because we weren't married. Luckily the chaplain on base helped me out. Her chest still squeezed when she remembered that day, sitting in the chapel while he'd made that fateful phone call. He's the one who let me know about you being killed in action. I wish there'd been some other way to tell you, like I said, but I couldn't. He stood and carried the silverware to the sink, then lingered beside her. It really is good to see you again, even if the circumstances aren't great. And thank you for letting me meet Parker. He seems like a really wonderful kid. You've done an excellent job. Thanks. She nodded, feeling tears stinging her eyes once more. She wouldn't cry in front of him. She'd cried enough tears over him already to last a lifetime. Lila swallowed hard and nodded as she washed the dishes. So, what's next for you? You hanging around here or moving on or what? Not sure. I rang my CO this morning to let him know I'd been recognized. Now, I'm waiting for new orders. Right. Her throat constricted again. He was leaving again. She should have expected that, but it still hurt. Well, I need to get Parker ready and then we've got a full day ahead. Sure, of course, Preston said, stepping back. I should, go. It was really great seeing you again, even if it was for such a short time. Yeah. It was. She kept her head down so he wouldn't see her blinking hard to stave off the tears. Have a nice rest of your vacation. Thanks. He backed away, grabbing his coat from the back of the sofa. I'll just show myself out then. Bye, Parker. Bye, the little boy called from where he was playing in the living room. Lila waited until she heard the front door close behind him and saw him striding back to his cabin. She walked from the kitchen to the bathroom, leaving the door slightly ajar, then finally broke down and cried, for all she'd lost and for all that would never be again. Chapter 9. Preston went back to his cabin, his emotions churning worse than a cement mixer. He'd thought seeing the boy, meeting him, would get the yearning feeling out of his system, but it hadn't. In fact, it only made him want to spend more time with his son, which wasn't an option at all. He stopped in the middle of pacing his kitchen for the umpteenth time and just took that in for a minute. My son. Wow. He still hadn't quite wrapped his head around the fact that he was a dad. Then again, was he really a father if he'd had no contact with the boy or with Lila in 3 years? The thought made him feel even more like an ass than he already did. When his CO had asked him to ferret out the terrorist cells, he'd thought he'd made the right choice. He'd figured Lila was better off without him, figured he had nothing to lose by walking away from everything he'd been back then. But now. God, what a mess. Part of him wanted to run to Lila's place and beg her to allow him back into her life, into their son's life. But the other part of him knew that doing so would only hurt her more once his CO got back to him with new orders. If his CO got back to him. Restless, he grabbed his phone off the counter and checked the screen for what felt like the billionth time, only to find the same empty screen staring back at him. Crap. Maybe he shouldn't have said anything to Green about the kid. Maybe he should have just stayed away from Lila and their son altogether. Lord knew it would have been safer that way. If the mole he was tracking ever found out he had a family, even an estranged one, they'd sure as hell use that against him. Damn it. Maybe his CO hadn't called him back yet because they were going to pull him off the mission and cut him loose. And what the hell would Preston do then? He'd given up everything for this job. He had no life, no roots, no nothing without his mission. Forcing himself to take a deep breath, he strode back out to his living room and flopped down on the sofa. Tying himself in knots wasn't helping anything. From his years of strategizing for the military, he knew trying to make plans without all the facts was a dangerous business, and right now he only had half the intel. It was pointless to get riled up before he had the whole picture. Considering he'd slept like crap the night before, unable to get Lila and Parker off his mind, a nap might help clear his head. He laid down, then covered his eyes with his arm, but sleep still evaded him. Images of her kept flashing in his mind, Lila dancing in the rain, Lila curled up next to him in bed, Lila standing in the snow the day before with shocked, haunted blue eyes. He'd give everything to have her right there, with him. To feel those strawberry red lips dancing over his skin just one more time. He had felt thirst, hunger, and pain, but his need for Lila was something else entirely. Every fiber of his being craved and burned for her. And to know she was no more than a stone's throw away, well, that was torture, plain and simple. Then again, hadn't he brought that upon himself? Hadn't he made that choice? Man. He'd walked away 3 years ago because he knew he'd never be able to give her the kind of relationship she deserved, not as a SEAL, away for months at a time, unable to tell her about his classified missions when he was home. Secrets weren't good in relationships. He'd seen that firsthand with some of his SEAL teammates, how the stress had strained their families to the breaking point. After everything Lila had been through, losing her parents and her brother, the last thing he wanted to do was put her through that again. He shifted onto his side and closed his eyes again, this time seeing his son's face, that grin of his as he'd eaten breakfast earlier. Preston's heart yearned to know the little boy better, to be a part of his life, to see him as he grew up and teach him all the stuff dads should teach their sons, like how to fish and swim and be tough when it was warranted and soft when it wasn't, and how to treat women with respect. But would it really be fair to push his way back into their lives again when he could be on the next plane out of California by tonight? No. No, it wasn't. Preston slammed his fist into the couch cushion. One thing was certain. Lying there wasn't helping anything. With a sigh, he sat up and stared out the window across from him. Across the yard between cabins, he saw Lila and Parker emerging from their cabin. Both were bundled up and Lila had what looked like a plastic sled in one hand. She pointed to a clearing across the way that had a small hill at the center of it. Several other families were already there, enjoying the day. Sledding. They were going sledding. He had a few, faint memories of doing that with his dad when he'd been a kid. The yearning inside him grew stronger, to the point he could no longer deny the fact that while he was here, he wanted to see as much of Lila and Parker as he could, even if she didn't want to see him. Decision made, he pulled on his boots and coat again, then grabbed his phone and shoved it in his pocket. If his CO called, Preston could talk to him just as well outside as in, he figured. Then he pulled on a knit hat and gloves and headed over to the busy play area. Lila didn't seem to see him at first as he trudged up the small hill toward where they stood at the summit, but once she turned around and spotted him, her expression shifted from open and relaxed to wary immediately. "What are you doing here?" she asked him again. That seemed to be the question of the day where he was concerned. For good reason, he supposed. "I thought you'd be gone by now." "Still waiting for a phone call," he said, squinting slightly in the hazy gray sunshine of what was turning out to be an overcast day. The breeze had died down though, so the temps felt a tad warmer. He looked down to where Parker was staring up at him with that same adorable grin again. "Hey, Parker. How are you doing?" "We're going sledding," the little boy said, the D's sounding more like T's. "Wanna come?" "Oh, I'm sure he's too busy," Lila said, giving Preston a warning look. "He's got important stuff to do." "Actually, I've got some free time right now," Preston replied, ignoring her glare. "I'd love to sled with you guys." "Yay!" Parker clapped, then toddled off to the starting line. "Come on, Mommy." Preston felt the sting of Lila's annoyed stare on his face and bit back a smile. He'd forgotten just how expressive her pretty blue eyes could be. Whatever she was feeling was right there in her gaze. No poker face for her. It was one of the things he loved most about her. That thought stopped him short. No. Not love. He didn't do love. And yet, the warmth inside him at being here, with her and Parker, continued to spread like warm honey through his limbs, bringing him back to life again. Like the last few years hadn't happened, like he could be a normal guy again, a guy who played with his son. Lila stepped closer, her voice low as she poked an angry finger into his chest. "You listen to me, mister. You break his heart or hurt him in any way, you'll answer to me. You think terrorists are scary? Wait until you get a load of me. I will skin you alive and leave your guts for the bears, understand?" Preston gave a serious nod, his admiration for the strong woman growing by leaps and bounds. He liked this version of Lila. "I promise. I won't do anything to hurt either one of you. I'd just like to enjoy what time we have together while it lasts. Is that okay?" She stared at him for what seemed like a small eternity, then finally turned away. "Fine. But watch yourself." "I'd rather watch you," he thought before he could stop himself. Nope. Definitely not appropriate, even if it was true. He joined Lila and Parker at the summit and watched as they put the plastic sled down and she got their son situated on the front of it. "Looks like you've got experience doing this," he said. "We've been coming over here every day for the last week," she said, not looking up at him. "Best get out of the way if you don't want to get run over." "No," Parker said when his mom tried to climb on behind him. "I want Daddy." Time seemed to slow around Preston as he blinked down at the kid. Lila's face had gone white as a sheet too, except for those 2 splotches of red on her cheeks. It wasn't like he'd asked the kid to call him Daddy, but he had a feeling he'd be getting blamed for this anyway. Of course, it didn't help that the couples around them had noticed either. "Your son's adorable," one woman said to Preston. "He looks just like you." Thanks, he mumbled, avoiding Lila's angry stare. Ignoring her son's protests, she climbed on the back of the sled behind him, then shot Preston another death glare. Don't read anything into it. He calls every man he meets daddy. With that, she shoved off and they went sailing down the hill, leaving Preston behind in their snowy dust. He stood at the top of the hill, watching her auburn hair flying out behind her from beneath her pink fuzzy hat and hearing Parker's delighted squeals of joy, and wondered how in the world he'd ever leave all this behind, even as he knew he would have to. Chapter 10. That night, Lila and Parker sat in the restaurant at the main lodge, enjoying the special dinner with Santa festivities for the guests. After all the exercise they'd gotten this morning sledding, she'd expected to be exhausted, but instead she still buzzed with nervous energy, all thanks to Preston. She still couldn't believe he'd shown up on the hill. She'd figured after the way they'd left things at breakfast she wouldn't see him again. But no. He was like a bad rash, difficult to cure and showing up at the most inconvenient times. A handsome, endearing, exasperating rash. Finish your green beans, then you can go play with the other kids while we wait for your turn with Santa, she said, pointing to the small pile of veggies on Parker's plate. He'd actually eaten really well tonight, having built a good appetite today. The food served was all kid-friendly too: chicken fingers, juice, warm homemade biscuits with honey. Everything met with her son's approval except for the dreaded beans. They were Parker's kryptonite it seemed, but at least he hadn't hurled them across the room yet. She decided to try one more time. Please, just one bean, buddy. You should definitely eat your veggies, a familiar male voice said from behind her, and her skin prickled with awareness. She would recognize that voice anywhere. The way it filtered into her brain and coiled itself around her thoughts so seamlessly. Preston. Don't you want to grow up to be big and strong? Big like you? Parker said, flashing that grin of his again. The one that had been exclusively hers up until now. Not that Lila was jealous, but damn. Seemed all Preston had to do was show up and the world was brighter. At least for her anyway. Not that she planned to let him know that. That would put her heart at risk. She almost asked him what he was doing here again, but that question was getting old. Instead, she chose to make a joke out of it. You're in the wrong place. The Grinch convention is the next room over. Ouch. He moved around their small table to ruffle Parker's hair, much to her son's delight. But really, we Grinches aren't all that bad. He got redeemed in the end, remember? Sure. After he stole and lied and cheated his way through a whole village of unsuspecting people. She kept her tone light, so Parker wouldn't pick up on her real meaning. I didn't mean to hurt you, Preston said softly. No, she agreed. You never meant anything when it came to me, did you? Time to switch the subject. If you think you can get Parker to eat a green bean, be my guest. Preston raised a dark brow at her, then took a seat beside Parker. I always did love a challenge. So, kiddo, what's with the veggie hate? He gave Lila a side glance before continuing. Green beans are kind of a superfood, you know. All the best heroes eat them. The beans give them strength and power. Don't you want that too? Parker nodded, his expression rapt. Yeah. Wanna be like you. Lila's heart pinched at that. That lady earlier had been right. Her son did look just like his daddy. And the two of them together was almost sweeter than she could stand. But she had to keep reminding herself that this wasn't real. That Preston wasn't staying. That as soon as his orders came through, he'd be gone. And given that he seemed to live off the grid these days, she was under no illusions that he'd keep in touch. She and Parker would be on their own again. Well, Preston said, his voice a bit rough before he cleared his throat. If she didn't know any better, she'd think he was getting all choked up over being with his son. Truth be told, she was getting a little choked up herself. I'd think you'd want to be like your mommy. She's the strongest woman I know. Smartest, too. And just when she thought her poor heart couldn't take any more, he went in for the kill. If you want to be a real superhero, be like her. And she always eats her green beans. We both do. To prove his point, Preston picked up a bean from Parker's plate with his fingers and ate it. Yummy. Preston looked over at Lila and winked. She took the hint and reached over to grab a bean herself, then shoved it in her mouth. So good. Parker's eyes shifted between the two of them, then down at his plate. Finally, he picked up a green bean and ate it. Yummy. See, I told you, Preston said, ruffling the kid's hair again. Now finish those up so you can go talk to Santa. Within 5 minutes, all the beans were gone, and Parker was over playing with his new friends near the Santa display. If Lila hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Never one to withhold credit where it was due, she sat back as the waiter came to clear their plates. I have to admit, you are a miracle worker. Never thought I'd see Parker eat a green bean willingly, let alone a whole pile of them. I have my talents, Preston said, leaning forward to rest his forearms on the table once the server had left. He moved with precision, his movements slow and deliberate. There was a hidden strength about him, and it reminded her how the many ways her own body had felt that strength before. Not many of them, but they're there. Being alone with him again was a bit awkward, especially after the way she'd blown him off at the sledding hill earlier. It didn't help that her brain kept playing tricks on her, bringing to the surface the bittersweet memories of the nights they'd shared. She sipped her coffee and watched Parker playing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude, he said, starting to get up. I should go. No, she found herself saying before she could stop herself. Sit. Stay. It's fine. We're both adults. We should be able to have a civil conversation. Besides, it's nice to have someone to talk to who can speak in more than 3-word sentences. Preston snorted. Right. He watched Parker too before finally turning to her. Listen, Lila. I've been thinking about this all day and I'd really like to be involved in Parker's life for as long as I have here, if that's all right. She set her cup down and exhaled slowly. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I meant what I said earlier. I don't want Parker hurt. I know what it's like to lose someone you love, and I never want him to go through that if I can help it. At her reminders of her past, Preston winced. I know. And it's not my intention to hurt him, I swear. But don't you think he deserves to know his father, even if it's just for a short time? I know I wish I could have known my father better. He died when I was young. I'm sorry, she said, then swallowed hard. How long are you going to be around for, though, Preston? Honestly, I'm surprised you're still here. You made it sound like you were on the next plane out of town, so to speak. I don't know. He ran a hand through his messy dark curls, the same ones her son had. He looked as distraught as she felt. I still haven't heard back from my CO. Until he calls me, it's all up in the air. Look, I didn't plan for any of this to happen. To run into you and Parker. But now that I have, I don't want to walk away again. Not yet anyway. Before I came here, my job was everything. Now, I'm seeing all that I've missed out on. What I'll miss again after I'm gone. I just want to spend time with you, get to know Parker, learn about some of the things I've missed over the past 3 years. The earnest tone was what finally broke down her barriers a bit. She'd loved Preston once, still did in her heart. They might not ever get back what they'd once had, but perhaps they could build something new over the holidays. Something that was real, even if it was temporary. If nothing else, she could at least catch him up on some of the things that had happened to her and Parker. I can give you a quick recap of what you missed, she said, and then struggled with where to begin. She had no intention of sugarcoating it. My pregnancy was difficult. My blood pressure was high, and they ended up inducing labor early to make sure Parker was safe. Then he was born with a hernia, and they had to perform surgery to fix it. It was all super stressful and super expensive. She sighed and toyed with her coffee cup. I had no family to rely on for help, so I had to borrow money to cover all the bills. I didn't want to, but my wages from the restaurant only covered so much and I couldn't work for a while because of the preeclampsia before delivery and then Parker's surgery afterward, so. I'm sorry. Preston started to reach for her hand, then stopped when she pulled away. Getting all this out was hard enough. If he touched her again now, she might lose it, and Lila wanted to keep it together. He sat back and clasped his hands in his lap. Go on. Anyway, I had to count every penny. So, I borrowed the money to help cover my expenses. I went back to work as soon as I could. Some of my co-workers at the restaurant would take turns watching Parker while I waitressed. I don't know what I would have done without them. And Parker. He was a joy from the beginning. A happy baby? Preston asked. Happy and as easy as babies and toddlers get, she smiled at that, which was good because other things were hard, especially money. I was paying off the loan as quickly as I could. Then, an uncle of mine died and left me his house. We weren't close, so it came as a total shock. What was even more shocking was how much the property sold for. Way more than enough to pay off my loan and leave enough left over so I could quit the restaurant and take some time off to spend with Parker and figure out what to do next. I can even go to college, if I decide that's what I want. Wow. That's awesome, Lila. Preston smiled, his dark eyes warm with genuine happiness. Yeah. I'm kind of proud of myself, doing it all on my own. She shrugged. There wasn't anyone else I could depend on. I thought you were dead. He flinched at that, but she refused to take it back. It was the truth, after all. Ladies and gentlemen, visits with Santa will start shortly. Please form a line over here. Thanks. The owner of the lodge stepped down from behind the mic and Lila turned to Preston again. That's my cue to go, she said, pushing to her feet. Hey, he said. If you're not doing anything tomorrow and I'm still around, would you like to spend the day together? It would give you an extra set of hands and give me more time with Parker. Lila hesitated a moment. Part of her wanted to say yes and take whatever he wanted to offer them. But the other part of her was still unsure about all of this. Mommy. Parker ran toward her as fast as his toddler legs would take him. Come on. Santa's ready. Please? Preston asked, his gaze beseeching. Fine. She stepped back. Come over at 9 tomorrow, and we can go from there. Chapter 11. Preston arrived right on time at Lila's cabin the next morning, intent on making the day the best day ever, as long as no phone calls came through to ruin it. He was still waiting on an update from his CO. Once his new orders came in, he'd have to leave as soon as possible. But for now, he had this precious time with his son to enjoy. And, of course, there was Lila too. He stepped up onto the wooden porch and raised his hand to knock on the door, only to notice a dusting of wood filings on the floor. That was odd. He bent slightly to look closer and spotted gouges and scratches near the lock, like someone had tried to jimmy it. Preston frowned. As far as he knew, there was little to no crime in the area. Not that he was up on the California law enforcement statistics, but from his experience the lodge hardly seemed like a hotbed of criminal activity. Then again, he'd certainly learned that crime and violence were possible just about anywhere. He leaned in closer to inspect the strike plate, tested it. Yep, loose. His frown deepened to a scowl. Before he could check anything else, however, the door opened, and Lila stared down at him with a puzzled expression. Most people just knock, they don't pick the locks, she said with an arched brow. Funny. Preston straightened. Did you lose your key to the cabin? No, why? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Looks like someone's tampered with the door here. He pointed out what he'd found. Have you noticed any other signs of a break-in? Tampering with the windows or unfamiliar people lurking around? No one but you, she said before waving him inside. Come on, you're letting all the heat out. He exhaled, then walked inside, his instincts on high alert. She wasn't taking him seriously. He understood that she was still cautious about him because of their past, but still, she should take him seriously when it came to potential danger. Hey, buddy, he greeted Parker, who was sitting at the table, eating Cheerios from a bowl. Hi. Oh. He held one up for Preston. Love these. He popped it in his mouth. Delicious. He chatted with his son, but he was itching to look around and check the windows. While Parker finished up eating and Lila futzed around with picking up Parker's toys and cleaning up after his breakfast, he discreetly checked the windows in the living room for signs of tampering. This was what he did, who he was. A protector. It made him feel needed to take care of her and Parker for as long as he was here. "Mind if I use your bathroom?" he asked once he'd found the living room windows locked and clear. "Down the hall, second door on the left," she called from the kitchen, not looking up from where she was rinsing dishes in the sink. He inspected the bathroom and found everything okay. Checked the back door for signs of tampering or attempted forced entry but found none, then moved on to the bedrooms. Lila's was larger, with the bed made and neat as a pin. Parker's was smaller and had messy sheets and toys and stuffed animals strewn everywhere. Preston checked the windows in both and found the one in Parker's room closed but unlatched. His heart nosedived and a wave of paternal fear nearly knocked him to his knees. Then his years of military training automatically kicked in and he mentally retraced what he'd found so far. Hard to tell if anything had been disturbed in the kids' room, but based on the marks on the front door, if an intruder had broken in, they'd most likely entered from there, done whatever it was they'd come to do, then headed down the hall and exited through Parker's window. If Preston's instincts were correct, there should be signs of escape outside. But first, he needed to ask Lila if she'd noticed anything out of place or missing. From what he'd seen, she and Parker didn't have much that would be worth big dollars, but she had mentioned coming into some money from the sale of that property she'd inherited, so maybe she had more expensive items around he didn't know about. He locked the window and double-checked to make sure it was secure before leaving. "Hey, Lila," he said, emerging back into the living room. "Have you noticed?" "Ready to go?" she asked, cutting him off. She had a heavy tote over one shoulder and the plastic sled under her other arm. "Thought we could hit the hill again for a while." "Daddy." Parker came running over to him, arms outstretched. "Daddy. Pick me up." The little boy's slight lisp on the D in daddy was his undoing. So adorable. He wanted to keep them safe, but he also wanted to share a happy day with them. Besides, he wasn't even sure if there had been a break-in at all. Until he had more evidence, there was no sense scaring them. He bent to sweep his son up into his arms and grinned. Preston's heart tightened as he nestled the boy into his arms. It felt right to hold his son. Parker pointed at Lila. "Sledding." "Yeah, I see that," Preston said, following Lila to the door, taking the unwieldy sled from her to carry. "Be sure to lock up tight." "Always do," she said, giving him a look. "I didn't mean to imply you didn't." He sighed. He hadn't intended to get into this now, but she'd all but led him into it. "Did you know the window in Parker's room was unlocked?" Lila looked up at him after locking the front door, her expression surprised. "No. I check it every time I go in there and it was locked last night." She frowned at Parker and shook her head. "He can't reach it on his own." Preston followed her off the porch, then around the side of the house toward the hill where they'd been the day before. As he passed by Parker's window, he scanned the snow. They'd not gotten any new accumulation the previous night, so any tracks that were there would still be fresh. He prayed he wouldn't see anything, that it was all in his imagination, that things were fine. But sure enough, there were footprints leading away from Parker's window and toward the road. "Damn it." "What?" Lila asked, glancing at him as they walked onward. "You look concerned." "I'll tell you later." He was most definitely concerned but didn't want to alarm Parker and risk the tentative accord they'd reached, so he kept it to himself for the time being. When they got back, he'd do a full reconnaissance of the place and set up his own perimeter to guard. He might only be here temporarily, but no one messed with what was his. No one. Not even petty thieves. "Come on. Let's get to that hill before it's too crowded." They spent the rest of the morning sledding and laughing and having a good time. By the time they dropped the sled back off at Lila's cabin, then walked to the main lodge for lunch, they were all starving and in need of a rest. Preston got them a table in the dining room while Lila helped Parker get his coat and gloves off. "What can I get you folks today?" the waitress asked. They ordered their meals, then Preston added, "and a soda for me." I'll take a water, please, Lila said. And a hot cocoa for my son. Got it. 3 grilled cheese and tomato soups, a water, a soda, and a hot chocolate coming up. The waitress left and Preston shrugged out of his coat, rubbing his hands together to warm them. That was fun. Thanks for letting me tag along. It was fun. She fiddled with her silverware on the table, then watched Parker as he scribbled on his placemat with the crayons the server had left for him. Did you have fun, buddy? Yeah. Parker continued to color without looking up. Thanks, Mommy and Daddy. Warmth that had nothing to do with the flames crackling in the fireplace in the corner, spread outward from his chest to his extremities. You're welcome, son. Lila's eyes met his when he said that and his breath caught. For a moment, the years slipped away, all the old hurts and new problems, and just the 3 of them existed, like the family they always should have been. It was a gift he wouldn't soon forget. Then the waitress brought their drinks and the moment was gone. So, I know you like to sled, Preston said, tearing the wrapper off his paper straw before shoving it in his glass and taking a sip. Any other winter sports you plan to try out during your stay? If I remember right, there's skating and skiing here too. I do like to ski, Lila said, running her fingers up the sides of her water glass, the condensation there glistening under the lights above their table. His throat dried as he remembered her touching him that way, soft and smooth. When it had been skin under her fingers instead of glass, it had been so sensual. As if sensing the erotic turn of his thoughts, she cleared her throat and clasped her hands in her lap. But I'm not sure Parker's ready for that yet. Skating either. His motor skills are fine for his age, but I'd hate for him to get hurt on the ice. Well, you won't know until you try. He couldn't resist reaching over to ruffle the kid's hair while he frowned down at the purple horse he was trying to color in. Parker had a habit of sticking out his tongue when he concentrated. Preston did the same thing, as the guys on his SEAL team had pointed out on several occasions, mocking him for it. Just another connection with his son that made this time all the more precious. It still amazed him how quickly he'd come to care for the kid, how he'd lay down his life for the little guy right now if needed. He'd always heard that the bond between parent and child could be the strongest on earth, but he'd never experienced it before now. He'd only had that for a few short, barely remembered years when he was growing up himself, so to be so connected like this to Parker now was incredible. After lunch, they bundled up again and headed outside once more. Preston scanned the area and spotted the sign for the skating pond, which was located on the opposite side of the lodge from the sledding hill. What do you say? He asked Lila, keeping his voice low to avoid Parker overhearing. Want to try skating? I don't know, she hesitated. What if he can't do it? Then I'll carry him. Preston grinned. Seriously. Let him try. It'll build his confidence. I won't let him get hurt, I promise. After a deep breath, she nodded and they started toward the icy pond where lots of other guests were already milling about. They stopped by the booth and rented their skates, then sat down to put them on. It had been a long time since Preston had ice skated, but he used to play hockey in school and he figured it was like riding a bike, the muscle memory too entrenched for him to ever fully forget. Lila, it turned out, was pretty good. She'd taken lessons as a little girl, she said as she turned and twirled on the ice. Parker was a bit too wobbly and after a couple of near misses in the falling department, Preston swept the kid up to perch on his shoulders. Better that way, given the number of people out on the ice anyway. Lila gave them nervous looks every so often, but eventually she relaxed when she realized Preston would never let their son plummet to his death. After an hour or so, they were even holding hands as they circled the pond. He couldn't have asked for a better day. It was almost like he'd never left. They laughed, they talked, they bonded. Are you having fun, buddy? Lila asked Parker as she skated backward in front of them, her cheeks pink and her eyes sparkling with joy. Let's see if we can go a little faster, huh? Would you like that? Yeah. Parker called, his high-pitched voice filled with excitement. Go faster. Lila had gained a bit of ground on them. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a shimmering radiance over the snow. Her auburn hair whipped around her cheeks from beneath her hat and her giggles filled the air, spurring him on as she clapped to encourage him. "Come on, big guy," she called. "Put your back into it, Preston." It all seemed perfect. Too perfect. An ominous cracking sound filled the air and Lila's eyes widened with shock. Seconds later the ice in front of where she was standing gave way. More fissures opened, heading straight for her. She screamed, scaring a nearby flock of crows and sending them flying into the air, squawking and keening. A hush fell over the crowds on the side of the pond. Water rushed over the ice, covering her feet and lower legs. Preston skirted to the side, avoiding the cracks, but he had to reach her. Acting on pure adrenaline and years of training for dangerous scenarios, Preston gripped Parker's legs tight in one hand to keep the boy from toppling off his shoulders. "Lila. I'm coming." It all seemed to happen in slow motion. Preston skated as near to her as he could. He reached down and managed to grab her arm, hauling her away with him before she went under. She clung to him, shaking, whether from shock or injury he wasn't sure. All he knew was that hypothermia was nothing to mess with and he needed to get them to solid ground so he could make sure she was taken care of. What seemed like a small eternity later, they reached a bench. He put Parker down then helped Lila onto the seat. His heart raced with fear, but all that mattered was that Lila was safe. That the two people he cared for most in the world were safe. He crouched in front of her and cupped her chilled cheeks in his hands as the staff from the skate rental booth rushed over to place a warm blanket around her shoulders. "Are you okay, sweetheart? Are you injured at all?" I am fine," she stuttered, still trembling all over. "Sea cold though." Parker climbed up on the bench and hugged his mom tight. "Mommy. Don't cry." I am not," she said, sniffling. Just cold." "We need to get you back to the cabin and out of those wet clothes," Preston said, straightening. He turned to the guy from the rental booth and pointed at the small ATV cart parked behind the skate rental sign emblazoned with the lodge logo. "Can you take us back to her cabin?" "Sure thing, sir," the guy said. "Let me tell my coworker, then we'll get you all loaded up." Preston helped Lila stand then picked up Parker again before taking Lila's hand in his as they made their way over to the cart. The niggle of unease inside him grew stronger. After what he'd found at her cabin this morning, his first thoughts were that someone had done this deliberately. Which made no sense, since lots of other people had been skating on the pond before them without issue, and there was no reason for anyone to expect them to end up on that particular patch of ice at all. Unless someone in the crowd had been watching Lila and realized where she was headed. He tried to picture their fellow skaters, but the truth was that he'd been having too much fun to be on his guard. He would not make that mistake again. He couldn't get his head around why anyone be after Lila. But just in case someone was, he planned to look into things further, if for no other reason than to make sure nothing like this ever happened to her again. Chapter 12. Lila stood under the steaming hot shower an hour later, glad the cold was finally seeping from her system. She'd been lucky. She knew that. If Preston hadn't been there, she could have easily fallen all the way through the ice and then. She shuddered and rubbed her arms once more. Strange how the ice had chosen to break just then, but then she'd skated enough to know it wasn't impossible. Any time you were using natural ponds versus an indoor rink, you ran the risk of the ice not being thick enough or it succumbing to wear and tear. The latter had to have been what happened today, since a sign posted near the skate rental booth promised that the staff inspected the pond each morning for ice thickness before opening it up to the public. Still, even knowing it had been an accident, Lila was shaken. She finished soaping up then rinsing off before shutting off the shower and getting out to dry off. Thank goodness Parker had been with Preston and not with her at the time the ice had broken. If anything had happened to her boy, she didn't know what she'd do. He was her only family. It was just the two of them against the world. And if she'd fallen through and drowned? Well, then poor little Parker would be alone. Sure, she had friends, but none that she felt could raise her son properly if she was gone. If anything happened to her, he could end up an orphan. She squeezed her eyes shut and leaned back against the vanity, the damp towel wrapped around her tight. Parker could end up an orphan just like his father. Exhaling slowly, she left the bathroom and darted the short distance to her bedroom, the sounds of Preston playing with Parker in the living room echoing down the hall. As she pulled on fresh clothes, her mind kept churning over the problem. The easiest solution would be to name Preston as her child's guardian in the event anything should happen to her. He was Parker's biological father and wouldn't want his son to be all alone any more than she did. But the major, obvious, problem with that was Preston's dangerous and nomadic lifestyle. He never knew where he'd be from one day to the next. He traveled for months at a time. Hell, according to the world at large, he didn't even exist at all these days, at least not as the man she'd known and loved. There was no way they could make that arrangement work. Was there? By the time she was dressed and ready again, she still hadn't worked out a solution to the problem. She walked down the hall to the living room to find Preston on the sofa with Parker, reading his favorite book about dolphins. Preston would probably end up with it memorized too, if he stuck around long enough. Her heart pinched at the thought that he probably wouldn't, which meant she needed a reminder to keep her distance. Nice and cozy as things seemed now, with him back in their lives by miracle or happenstance, this wasn't permanent. Preston had said himself he was just killing time until he heard back from his CO with new orders. Best to keep things between them polite, but distant. Allow him time to get to know his son without allowing Parker to become too attached. Preston would be gone soon enough, and they'd be on their own again. Right, she said, heading for the kitchen. What's everyone want for dinner? Actually, I was thinking I'd treat you both to a meal at the lodge again tonight, Preston said, glancing up from the book they were reading. Figured after the eventful day, you might be tired. She was exhausted, truth be told. But over the past 3 years, she'd learned to live with tired. Tired was her way of life now. Whether it had been work, when she'd needed to work 2 jobs while heavily pregnant or in order to keep her and Parker afloat financially, or now, when she spent the time where she would have been working a 9-to-5 making sure her son was happy and well-adjusted, she was constantly on the go. It hadn't been until they'd come here that she'd allowed herself to slow down a tad and just enjoy the time together. In fact, she'd had more fun today than she could remember in a long, long time. Well, until the near-death thing at the pond. She leaned her elbows on the counter and winced slightly at her sore muscles, still a bit tense after the excitement earlier. It would be nice not to cook for a change. Great. Preston closed the book and set it aside before standing. I'll get my truck and pull it up outside. Lila waved him off. I'm not an invalid. I can walk just fine. Yes, but why should you when your carriage awaits? He gave her a wink and that sexy little grin that always made her toes curls, even all these years later. If only he hadn't ruined it by turning into a ghost. Seriously. It's gotten colder and it's slick out. Driving will be easier and quicker. Be right back. While he went to get his vehicle, she got her boots on then helped Parker bundle up before doing the same herself. After Preston's observations earlier, she walked through the cabin and made sure everything was locked up tight before heading out on the porch with Parker. She locked the front door behind them then went down the stoop and walked over to where his truck was idling on the road. The sun was setting and the sky was awash with brilliant streaks of purple and rose and gold. He was right about the temps, too. Where it had been nippy before, now it felt downright bone-chilling. She didn't have Parker's car seat handy, but it was just a short drive to the lodge and the speed limit here was only 10 miles per hour. Even if they hit something, it wouldn't hurt anyone. With her seatbelt fastened and Parker tucked on her lap, Lila sat back for the short ride. This would be nice. A quiet dinner in the lodge with just her son and Preston. Except once they were inside the dining room, it became apparent pretty quickly that she'd become the talk of the resort over the last few hours. She'd been there for a little over a week already and had greeted several of the other lodgers on a daily basis, but now people she'd never seen before came up and asked about her well-being. A few of the other residents even got nosier than that. One of them, a woman named Clara who was occupying a cabin not far from Lila's with her twins, stopped by the table with more than curiosity glinting in her brown eyes. "Hello there," she said to Preston, giving him an appreciative once-over. "I don't believe we've met yet. Clara Watson. I'm staying just down the road in cabin 6. And you are?" Only here a few days, he said, glancing at Lila before concentrating on his menu again. I was so sorry to hear about your accident earlier, Clara said, focusing on Lila instead. How scary for you. And for poor little Parker. I can't imagine what the twins would go through if they lost me too. Clara placed her hand atop Parker's head and smiled. Her twins were a few years older than Parker, but the kids played together sometimes. Clara had lost her husband, a firefighter, 2 years ago during the awful wildfires. Yeah, it was scary, that was for sure, but I'm fine now. Thanks. Lila sipped her water. So, how do you two know each other? Clara asked, then leaned closer. We used to know each other a few years back and ran into each other here at the resort, Lila said, not wanting to say too much. She was a private person by nature and all this attention made her itchy. On second thought, coming to the lodge's restaurant might not have been the wisest idea after all. How great. Clara continued to look between the two of them like she was searching for clues. I love a reunion. Listen, Lila. If you want to come over and hang out tomorrow, I'm in need of some adult conversation these days. She looked back over to where her twins were fighting over the crayons at their table. Or we could go for a walk. Or whatever you wanted, really. Just let me know, so I can get a sitter for the twins. Lila gave a sympathetic chuckle. Kids were awesome, but a gal needed space too sometimes. Okay. I hear you. I'll see how things go and call you, okay? Okay. Clara looked at Preston again and smiled. Nice to meet you. You too, Preston said. Thankfully, the server came over to take their order and Clara went back to her own table. Lila ordered for her and Parker, then sat back, hoping things would quiet down now that people had gotten a look at her and Preston. No such luck though. The waitress had no sooner left than Tom Coville, the lodge's owner, came over. He was an older man, maybe late 60s, with short gray hair and kind gray eyes hidden behind his glasses. He and his wife, Nancy, ran the place full-time and now since they'd both retired. MS. Holden, I wanted to personally apologize for what happened earlier at the pond. I assure you that I check that ice myself each day and it was fine this morning. Even with all the crowds today, it shouldn't have failed. I'm not sure what happened, but please know I'll make sure it doesn't occur again. His nervous gaze darted between her and Preston and back again. And your dinner is on the house. Whatever you'd like. How do you tend the pond each day? Preston asked, sitting back and crossing his arms. After I do a visual inspection and take measurements, we have a small Zamboni that smooths the surface. Why? That could be the culprit then, Preston said. I used to play ice hockey a lot growing up and drove a Zamboni a few times. Maybe have the maintenance guy check the undercarriage. Sometimes a part's defective and can actually cut or crack the ice instead of smoothing it. I'll be sure to let the new man know. He's still learning everything, so he might not have known to check. Thanks. Tom seemed to relax a tad once he realized neither Lila nor Preston would be calling their lawyers to sue him. Also, if there's anything I can do to make your stay here better, please let me know. Lila met Preston's gaze for a moment, remembering their conversation from this morning, then said, Actually, I wouldn't mind a couple of free ski passes, if you've got them. Sure thing. Tom smiled at her, then looked at Parker, who was playing with his toy action figures Lila had let him bring along in his pockets. And if you need someone to watch your son while you enjoy the slopes, please talk to my wife, Nancy. She runs a day care for the skiers with children too young for the sport. She raised our 5 kids and takes care of our 12 grandkids whenever they're here, so she's more than experienced. Great. Thank you. I'll definitely keep her in mind, Lila said. Or, Preston rested his forearms on the table after Tom left, you can go skiing, maybe with your friend Clara over there, and I can watch Parker. She'd never really thought about it, but maybe he was right. It would kind of be a win-win. She could have a girl's day out and he could spend more time with his son. The more she thought about the idea, the more it appealed. Sounds like a plan. Thanks, Preston. Any time, sweetheart, he said. That was the second time he'd used the endearment with her that day, and it sent a rush of awareness through her, same as it had earlier at the pond. Every time he said it, she was transported to a moment in time when things had been easier. Preston went back to playing with Parker like nothing had happened, but Lila sat there for a long moment. Somehow, Preston had managed to get inside her life again despite her intentions to the contrary. And now that he was back, she was finding it harder and harder to keep her barriers against him intact. But she would, because she had to. Nice as it was having a man in her life again, this man was far too dangerous to her heart. He was a phantom, here one day, gone the next. And if she wasn't careful, she'd end up more devastated when he disappeared again than she'd been the first time around, and that was unacceptable. Sure, her body cried for Parker, and he was all she could think every waking moment, but reality had beaten all naivety out of her. She was older now, a mother, and that had to mean something. Whether she liked it or not, she knew exactly what she had to do. She had to stay strong for Parker. And for herself. Chapter 13. After dinner, Preston drove them back to Lila's cabin and parked near the curb of the gravel road out front. Cutting the engine, he opened the door and got out, then leaned back inside. "Stay here and let me check something out first, okay?" Lila gave him a look. "Okay. Give me your keys." He straightened. "It won't take long. Sit tight." He walked the perimeter first, the military-grade tack flashlight attached to his keychain coming in handy. There were no signs of fresh footprints outside the cabin or under Parker's window, which helped to ease his lingering worry slightly. Then he went up on the porch and unlocked the front door. No new signs of forced entry that he could see. Good. Preston flipped on the lights and walked through each room, checking the windows and locks, then finally came back out on the porch and waved to Lila that it was all clear. She got Parker out of the car, then walked the little guy up to the cabin. "Thanks for the surveillance, Ranger Rick." Preston snorted. "Your sarcasm is always appreciated, ma'am." Rolling her eyes and grinning, Lila took Parker inside and helped him off with his coat before removing her own and hanging them on the hooks near the door. "I need to get Parker ready for bed, but if you want to hang out, you can," she said, picking up the tired boy and heading for the hallway. "We can talk about tomorrow." "Sure." He waited until she disappeared into the bathroom, then took off his jacket and slung it over the back of a chair. Stepping over several toys and wooden building blocks, he took a seat on the sofa to wait. Honestly, he was still a little surprised himself that he'd volunteered to watch Parker the next day. Sure, he'd helped care for his younger foster siblings growing up, but that had been a long time ago. From down the hall, he could hear the sounds of Lila and Parker talking and water splashing as she helped him with his bath and smiled. That smile, though, slowly faded to a frown as he wondered if he'd have to do that too. How often did kids need baths? And what about the toilet stuff? Was Parker potty trained or did he wear diapers, and how did that work? Then there was the issue of feeding. Sure, he'd sat through a couple of meals with the kid, but Lila had always been there and in charge. She'd made sure Parker ate what he was supposed to and didn't choke on his drinks and generally acted appropriately. What if something happened while Preston was watching him and he swallowed something he shouldn't? Preston's gaze dropped to the floor and the small plastic building blocks scattered there. Oh God. He'd been trained in basic first aid during his time in the SEALs, sure. But it was way different doing the Heimlich on a grown-ass man versus a tiny kid. His stomach churned and he clenched his fists reflexively, trying to work off some of his excess adrenaline. Maybe him watching Parker by himself tomorrow wasn't such a good idea. When he'd offered, Preston had only been thinking about the fact it would give him more time with his son, but now the doubt demons were attacking with a vengeance and his usual stalwart confidence was faltering. Yes, he hunted terrorists for a living. Yes, he was an excellent marksman and could defuse a bomb in under 30 seconds. Yes, he'd strategized the takedown of corrupt hostile regimes around the world and led men into war. But none of that seemed to have prepared him for the daunting prospect of a day alone with a 2-year-old. Preston swallowed hard and stood to pace the living room, needing to burn off his excess energy. Notes. He should take notes. Except he didn't have paper or a pen. He pulled out his phone and brought up a memo app. Okay. Good. Now, what to ask? Bathing. Pottying. Feeding. Playing. What were Parker's favorite games, toys, outdoor activities? Actually, he realized he knew some of the answers already. He typed in reading and sledding and coloring and felt a tiny bit better. The kid liked French fries and grilled cheese too, both of which Preston could make. So, he did know a few things. Maybe. Sort of. All done. Parker's in bed and already asleep. His eyes were closed before his head hit the pillow, Lila said, walking back into the room. What are you doing? Just trying to be prepared for tomorrow. He frowned down at his phone screen. How often does Parker get a bath? She glanced at him from the open kitchen. Every evening. Why? Making sure it doesn't need to be on my agenda. Agenda? Lila snorted. Pretty sure you offered to babysit tomorrow, not run a board meeting. She fixed herself a cup of tea and offered him one, which he declined. Then she joined him in the living room, taking a seat on the opposite end of the sofa from Preston. Look, if this is going to be a problem, I can just call Clara and cancel my plans and... No. It's fine. He nudged aside a superhero action figure with the toe of his boot and sat down again. I just want to make sure I'm prepared. I don't want anything to go wrong. Oh, things will definitely go wrong, I can guarantee it. Lila laughed, the lilting sound brightening the dark clouds of doubt around him slightly. But that's part of the fun of being a parent. Don't worry so much. Kids are far more resilient than people give them credit for. She tucked her feet beneath her, then winced. Ow. What's wrong? Preston frowned. Nothing. She took a deep breath then exhaled slowly. Still sore from falling through the ice earlier, I guess. I'm sure. Preston sat back and patted his lap. Give them here. What? She stopped mid-sip of tea and wrinkled her nose. Your feet. Put them over here on my lap. I'll give you a nice massage. He held his hands out. You always used to like that. She blinked at him a second before doing as he asked. Gently, he slipped off her thick wool socks and began rubbing her feet, surprised to feel how cold they were. You should turn the heat up in here. It's fine. Your toes are freezing. My toes are always freezing, you just never had to deal with them in winter before. Stop fussing over me. She shook her head and drank her tea while he worked on the arches of her feet. Oh, yeah. Right there. That feels amazing. Her words brought a smile to his lips, and this time it was Preston who chuckled. You know that sounds kind of dirty, right? Massaging her feet wasn't all that he wanted, but he had to admit it felt good. Lila grinned. What you're doing to me right now, mister, should be outlawed, it feels so good. Despite the stress still swirling inside him and the fact they were fully clothed and their son was asleep in a room right down the hallway, he couldn't stop the rush of heat that sizzled through his blood at her words or the memories of them together that they conjured. How was it even possible to want someone as much as he wanted her? He thought that the years they'd spent apart would have dimmed the heat, dulled the raw desire that had drawn them together in the first place, but it was just the opposite. Somehow, Preston wanted her even more now. And she was right there, wasn't she? How hard would it be to close the distance and press his lips against hers? To lay his hand on top of hers and pull her in? It all seemed so reasonable, so doable, but then, just as fast as the cloud of desire descended, it vanished, when she said, honestly, if you don't think you can handle a day alone with Parker, you need to tell me now. Do you really understand what you've agreed to? He's a good boy and not much trouble overall, but there are still things you need to know. Preston finished rubbing her toes, then set her feet aside to pick up his phone again. Go ahead. Are you taking notes? She raised a brow at him, then shook her head. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm not sure what the cell reception will be like on the slope, so it's better if you write this down just in case. First is mealtime. Parker doesn't have allergies, but he usually hates veggies. He likes fries, Preston said, looking up from his screen. Those are potatoes. Yeah, but I'm talking green ones. She sighed. Despite the magic you worked the other night, my guess is if you serve any more green beans, they're going to end up everywhere except in his stomach. He's got a mean throwing arm and he's not afraid to use it. You have been warned. Right. No green veggies. Preston gave a curt nod. What else? How often should I feed him? I'll make sure he has breakfast before I go in the morning, but you'll need to fix him lunch. I brought groceries on our way up here last week, so there's still plenty of food left. I'd say go with something simple. Soup and grilled cheese. That's his favorite. Okay. Cool. I had the grilled cheese down already. He smiled. What about snacks? I usually let him have one in the afternoon, especially if he's been running around a lot and playing outside. He likes animal crackers and goldfish. There are packages of each in the cupboard. Got it. Preston's thumbs flew across the phone screen as he hurried to get it all typed in. Speaking of playing outside. Anything he shouldn't be doing? Well, skating, obviously. I'm assuming they're going to shut that down anyway until Tom has a chance to inspect the pond and the Zamboni and make sure everything is okay. Other than that, not really. You already know he likes to sled. There's also snowman making. And, if he's bundled up enough against the cold, you could go to the swing set at the park just down the way. He plays there a lot with Clara's twins. Since Tom's wife, Nancy, is watching them tomorrow, maybe you and her can meet at the park and have a playdate with the kids. Got it. He finished typing that in, then looked up, finding that Lila had set her tea aside and scooted closer as they'd talked. Okay. What about the whole potty situation? She raised her brows. What about it? Well, is he toilet trained or in diapers? How does that work? He uses the toilet. Lila laughed at his sigh of relief. But he still wears pull-ups because accidents happen sometimes, especially when he's playing outside and doesn't want to come in. So, just keep an eye on him if you take him out. You can tell when he's got to go because he does this little dance thing. Kind of a quick shuffle, then a side to side, and a shiver. Great. Preston put his phone down. You just described my entire dance repertoire for parties and bars. Lila cracked up and eventually so did Preston. Even though it was true, it was still funny as hell. He couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed so hard or so long and, man, it felt great. By the time they calmed down, Lila had tears running down her cheeks and Preston's sides hurt. They were both flopped back into the cushions, close enough that her leg and arm rested against his. Wow. I missed that, she said, staring up at the ceiling. Me too. He rolled his head to the side to look at her. I missed you. The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. Her expression shifted from wry to wistful in seconds. She reached over, hesitantly, and laid her hand on his thigh. Preston, I missed you, too. He wasn't sure exactly which of them made the first move, but next thing Preston knew he was kissing her. Soft and sweet and slow, just like he remembered. Something hummed deep inside him, electricity rushing through his body as his pulse quickened. Then she shifted slightly toward him and he slipped his hand through her hair to cradle the back of her head and pull her closer. She moaned low and parted her lips and he deepened the kiss, stroking her tongue with his. She tasted like tea and strawberries from her dessert at the restaurant and he'd never wanted anyone more in his life. Lila. My Lila. Back in my life, back in my arms. Even if only for a little while. Then she pulled away, her breath panting along with his, and rested her forehead against his. I'm sorry, I can't do this. Not here. Not yet. Not with me, he whispered, hating the words even as he knew they were true. I'm sorry. No, she straightened and ran her hand down the front of her shirt. It's not that. It's just, she exhaled slowly and pushed back into her corner of the sofa again, increasing the distance between them. I have to think about Parker now. What about me? Preston asked, running a shaky hand through his hair and fighting to get his raging pulse back under control. He's my son, too. Yes, but you just met him, and you could be gone again at any moment. You never know where you'll be from one day to the next, Preston. You live in constant danger. Is Parker supposed to wait at home, always wondering if you'll make it back from the next mission? You don't want that for your son, do you? All that uncertainty? She shook her head and stared down at her hands in her lap. I know I don't. Look, I'm sorry. I know you love your career and the work you do is important to the world, but we need someone who will be here for us, no matter what. I'm just not sure that's you at the moment, Preston. I mean, you're taking notes on your phone on how to be a dad. Are you even ready to give up your life, your work, everything, to be a father to Parker? Damn it. Preston pushed to his feet, still too wired from their kiss to think clearly. I don't know. I want to be a part of his life, though. In whatever way I can, for as long as I can. Silence descended as he strode to the kitchen and got a drink of water, hoping for some clarity and getting none. He could feel her watching him, waiting. I don't know what to do. Have you thought about leaving the military? She asked, her tone quiet. No. I can't. Not until this mission is done and I've found the person who put my team in danger, who caused my friend's death. He turned and leaned his hips back against the counter. I gave up too much to accomplish that goal and I promised my CO to see it through, so, frustrated, he scrubbed his hands over his face, then pushed away from the counter. I should go. Yeah, she said, making no move to get up from the sofa. See you tomorrow then. I'll be here. Be sure to lock the door behind me. He pulled on his coat and let himself out the front door, grateful for the slap of chill against his cheeks as he walked out to climb into his truck. Considering he was just going next door, it seemed stupid to drive, but he didn't want to leave the rental truck out on the road all night. A minute later, he was at his cabin. Preston stood there by his door, in the dark, staring across the distance between his and Lila's place, the soft, warm glow from her windows so different from the cold darkness in his, and checked his messages once more. Still no word from his CO. Damn. He could really use some guidance right now, even if it was just a text to tell him to stand by. Chapter 14. Preston was up before dawn the next morning, going over the notes he'd taken the day before at Lila's. He showered and dressed and checked his messages and emails, then made sure he was well caffeinated and alert before setting out for Lila's cabin. Sleep had pretty much eluded him. When he had managed to drift off well after midnight, his dreams had been filled with the ill-advised kiss with Lila followed by visions of her shocked face as the ice had broken beneath her. He was no psychologist, but he had a pretty good idea what that meant. He was worried that if he got involved with her again, wormed his way back into her and Parker's lives any more than he already had, he'd only fail them again. Not exactly the confidence booster he needed going into today, but he'd promised Lila a day to herself and she deserved it, so he was going. He was a SEAL, damn it. They always got the job done. He could handle this, it wasn't even a full day. Parker was bound to need to sleep for at least part of it, right? He'd forgotten to ask Lila about naps, but figured if he took the kid out to play and kept him busy enough, eventually he'd conk out. He knocked on her door a little after 7 and did a cursory check of the porch again. No signs of another break-in, so that was good. If time allowed, he planned to search the place again today to make sure whoever the suspected intruder was hadn't gotten in again another way. Hey, Lila said, answering the door. She was dressed in jeans and a pink turtleneck sweater today, her hair pulled back into a ponytail and her eyes bright with energy. His fingertips itched to reach out and touch her again, but he shoved them in his jacket pockets instead. He had no business touching her again when he couldn't offer her and Parker the future they deserved. Come on in, she said, waving him inside. Clara's here, along with the twins and Nancy. I thought maybe it might be nice for you to meet everyone and get acquainted since you'll probably be spending time together today. Great. He took off his coat and laid it over the back of the chair in the living room again, then walked over to shake hands with Nancy and Clara, and meet the twins, Tally and Bex. They were 4 and fraternal, not identical. A girl and a boy, respectively. After the preliminaries were done, he turned back to Lila and Clara again. So, you ladies excited to hit the slopes? I am, Clara said. I haven't been skiing in ages. I used to be pretty good when I was younger. Competed regionally and everything. Wow. Preston smiled. What about you, Lila? Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not nearly as good as Clara, but it'll be nice to spend time with other adults for a change. Amen, sister. Clara laughed, then checked her watch. She was wearing a white scuba suit-looking deal with a bright red scarf around her neck and a black knit hat on her head. Preston wasn't really a skier himself, but from the looks of it, her outfit was expensive. We should get going if we want to make the shuttle at the lodge. Right. Lila brushed past Preston to get her coat off the hook by the door, and he caught a hint of her scent again, bright citrus and soap, and a fresh wave of awareness swamped his system before he could stop it. Well, we'll be back in a few hours. I've got my phone with me in case you need to get a hold of me. Reception could be spotty. Nancy can help you too, if you need it. She crouched down, and Parker, who'd been playing a game with the twins in the living room, came rushing over and threw his arms around her neck, holding on for dear life. Have fun, Mommy. Love you. Love you too, buddy. To the moon and back. To the moon. Parker said, kissing her on both cheeks before running back to his game. Okay, then. Lila straightened and waited while Clara said goodbye to her twins. Thanks again, Preston, for offering to take him today. All the kids have had their breakfast and should be good to go. Awesome. And my pleasure. He held the door for them. Be careful and have fun, and don't worry about a thing. He waved as they walked down the steps and out to the road, wishing he could take his own advice, at least about the worrying part. But once the door closed and he swiveled to find Parker and the twins watching him, he froze for a moment. Preston, come join us, Nancy said, breaking him out of his stress-induced rigor. Maybe with your military background you'll do better at this game than I have. I keep getting stuck in the chocolate bog. Sure. He sat on the floor between Parker and Bex and stared at the game board. Apparently, it was some kind of magical land filled with all sorts of candy and treats that you had to try and escape from. Yeah. Okay. He could do this. Breaking it down strategically, it was like a mission. Identify the target, plan out the most expedient route to get it, then execute the plan as best you can given the inherent variations. Now to explain that in a way young kids could understand. So, we want to get from here. He pointed to a gumdrop gate, then to a pink castle made from whipped cream, or maybe ice cream, it was hard to tell, and go to here, right? Right, Tally said, nodding her head. But you have to stay away from the witch that lives here. She put her finger on a black licorice shack at the center of the board. She'll eat you whole. Okay then. Let's roll. Parker, which one are you? His son pointed to a yellow game piece in the shape of a lemon slice. Sour drop. Are you now? He reached over to tickle Parker's sides and send him into a fit of giggles. The next 2 hours passed in a blur as they played and laughed, and even Nancy finally got out of the chocolate bog and made it to the strawberry cream castle. By the time they were done, the sun was up, and the clock read 9 a.m. Only 6 more hours to go. Who's ready for sledding? Me, all 3 kids yelled in unison. Preston helped Nancy up off the floor, then smiled down at the older woman. At her age, sitting down there couldn't have been comfortable, but she'd been a real trooper about it. If you need a break, I can take them to the hill myself. Are you sure? Nancy gave him a look. The twins can be a handful. I was there with Parker the other day and it went fine, so I think we'll be okay. Fine, if you want to then. Nancy smiled. My joints aren't what they used to be, I'm afraid. Plus, it will give me a chance to start making lunch for everyone. Unless you'd rather be alone with Parker for lunchtime. In that case, I can take the twins home with me and leave you in peace. He glanced over to where the twins were showing Parker how to put the game away and shook his head. Having them around seemed to be a good influence on his son and, frankly, He could use all the help he could get right now. No, it's fine. I'll take all three to go sledding. Wear them out a bit and build their appetites for later. Perfect. Nancy toddled off toward the kitchen. Tom's going to stop by for lunch as well, so he'll be here when you get back. I'm guessing you'll be the one who needs a break then. Probably. He chuckled and pulled on his coat, then helped Parker into his winter gear while Nancy got the twins into theirs. Once everyone was bundled up, he turned to grab Parker's sled, which was leaning against the wall by the door. Now, we'll have to take turns, so everyone be patient. No, we don't. Bex grinned and pointed outside. We brought our sled along too, so we can all go down the hill together. Awesome. Preston herded the kids out the door, then leaned back in to wave at Nancy. See you soon. Good luck, she called back from the kitchen. Luck was exactly what he needed more of as they crossed the street and headed up the hill to the summit. It was packed as usual, and they no sooner reached the top than the twins took off running toward the edge and started down the slope. Parker pulled at Preston's hand, wanting his dad to let go so he could run after them, but no way was Preston letting his kid out of his sight. If anything happened to Parker, he'd never forgive himself. Okay, buddy, he said, finding a spot for them at the edge of the slope and putting the sled down. You ready to conquer this hill together? Yes, Daddy. Parker yelled. Let's roll. The fact he'd used the same words Preston had earlier gave him a weird sense of pride. His son was paying attention and trying to emulate him. How cool was that? He got Parker situated on the front of the sled, then climbed on behind him. Ready? Yeah. Parker clapped his hands. Go, Daddy. Great kid you've got there, an older woman said from beside them. Thanks, Preston said, feeling on top of the world. Hold on, son. Here we go. Using his heels, he dug into the snow on either side of them and shoved off. The sled tipped downward over the summit, then whoosh. Parker squealed and Preston laughed as they sped down the hill at breakneck speed. Wind stung his cheeks and the sun made him squint, and Preston couldn't remember ever having more fun in his life. They spun out near the bottom, ending up facing the summit of the hill where they'd started. Preston stood first, brushing the snow off his jeans before taking Parker's hand to help him up. Okay, son. That was fun, huh? Yes, Daddy. Parker threw his arms around Preston's legs and squeezed tight. Go again. The twins were waiting near the bottom for them, and they all walked back up the hill together to slide down again, this time side by side. It turned into a race, and then a series of races with Tally keeping score of who reached the bottom first each time. Preston noticed some discrepancies in her numbers a couple of times but didn't say a word. Winning wasn't the point. Having fun was. Time flew by now, faster than the scenery whizzing past them as they tore down the hill. Before he knew it, it was lunchtime and they gathered their sleds and headed back to the cabin. Go again after lunch? Parker asked Preston as they waited to cross the road. Please? I'm not sure. Maybe. He patted his pocket to make sure his phone was still in there. Honestly, he hadn't thought about the stupid thing all morning, which was a nice change of pace after what seemed like days of endless waiting on his CO to call back. We'll see how you feel after your nap, eh? True to her word, Nancy had lunch ready for them when they got back to the cabin, and Tom was there too. They had the table set with hot dogs and buns and chips and drinks. All Preston and the kids had to do was clean themselves up a little, and then sit down. Preston said a grateful prayer for that too. One less thing he had to worry about. After bathroom breaks all around to wash up, the twins squeezed in around the too small table for four. Preston helped Parker up onto his seat as well, then he took a chair between his son and Tom while Nancy wedged herself between the twins and they all dug in. The food was simple, but after a morning of activity, it tasted like heaven on earth. As he munched on his chips, Tom kept the conversation going. So, Lila mentioned to us that you're in the military? Yes, sir, Preston confirmed. He didn't provide details beyond that. Well, thank you for your service. Tom sipped his soda. Are you near the end of your tour of duty or just starting? He shrugged. It's more of a career for me. I never really thought of doing anything else. Oh. Tom glanced from him to Parker, then back again. Must be hard, with a family back home. It is. Preston exhaled slow. Tom was easy to talk with, but it was better to stick to generalities and keep the details of his and Lila's relationship to himself. I never planned on having a family while I was serving, but things happen. Tell me about it, Tom said. Were you in the military too? He asked, looking over at the older man. No. But I used to drive a truck long haul in my younger days. Did cross-country routes every month to make ends meet. I was lucky if I was home more than 3 days in 6 months. Tom nodded toward Nancy across the table where she was busy helping Tally squirt ketchup on her hot dog. My wife was always understanding about it. I mean, we needed the money and work was scarce, so what else could we do? But it does take a special kind of woman to deal with being alone so much, especially after our kids came. She did the bulk of raising them on her own. Tom sighed and sat back, pushing away his empty plate. Then one day, I came home and realized I'd missed out on everything. Our kids were teenagers, and I hadn't been there for their childhoods, all those special moments. My real wake-up call came when Nancy had her cancer scare though. The results came back benign, thank goodness, but that was enough to wake me up and tell me that time's precious. Life's too short and I needed to stop and appreciate what I had before it was too late. A desk job came up at the trucking headquarters for a dispatcher and I took it. Kept it until the day I retired and never looked back. Nancy's my soul mate and our dream was always to have an inn like this of our own one day. Guess you lucked out then, huh? He said, finishing up the last of his chips. Guess we did. Tom grinned. We'd come up here on vacation a few years back and when we heard the owners had put it on the market, we jumped at the chance. We're so happy here, I only wish I'd stopped all the driving and grinding earlier and settled down. All done, Daddy. Parker said, smiling at Preston with a face full of ketchup and mustard streaks. Can I play? Wait a second, son. He grabbed a napkin to wipe the boy's face off. Okay, go have fun. Just for a little while though, then it's nap time. Parker climbed off his chair and took off for the living room where the twins were already coloring. Such a good boy, Tom said, watching them. Too bad you won't be able to spend more time with him once you're off on your next deployment, huh? With that he stood to help Nancy clear the dishes, leaving Preston alone at the table to think about everything the other man had said and deal with the weird yearning in his heart to stay where he was rather than return to his duty. He'd never doubted his path before. He was born to be a SEAL, born to serve his country. Everything else was a means to that end. Wasn't it? Chapter 15. This is great, Lila said, as she and Clara took a break at the bottom of the hill. They'd been up and down the slopes for the last few hours and while her muscles were tired, her spirit felt at peace for the first time in ages. I'm glad we decided to do this today. Me, too, Clara said leaning back, eyes closed, her face tipped up toward the sun. I can't tell you the last time I had a day all to myself without the twins. She glanced over at Lila. Not that I don't love them completely, it's just. I understand, believe me, Lila said, chuckling. Sometimes you just need some space. Yep. They sat for several minutes in silence as more skiers whooshed by them on their way to the warm chalet nearby. Finally, Clara sighed and straightened. So, what's up with you and Preston? Nothing. Why? Lila frowned. She'd been doing her best not to think about him today. Definitely not thinking about that kiss they'd shared or the fact that with each day that went by, it became more and more obvious to her what an awesome dad he'd be to Parker. We're just friends. Uh-huh. Clara snorted. Wish I had more friends who look at me the way he looks at you. He doesn't look at me any special way. Lila fiddled with her gloves. I mean, we were together for maybe 2 months, but that was a long time ago. Things are different now. Liar. Well, all I can say is that as a woman who was very happily married for 6 years, I know when a man wants a woman. And Preston definitely wants you. Clara nudged Lila with her shoulder. He seems to do well with Parker too. Yes, he does, Lila admitted. But he'll be leaving again soon with the military. I need a man who'll be around, who'll be there for me and my son all the time, not just when he's home on leave. Understandable. Clara poked a lump of snow with the toe of her boot. I never thought being a single mother could be so hard until I had to do it. My Matthew's job as a firefighter was dangerous and he worked long hours, but I always knew if I needed him, all it would take would be one call to the firehouse and he was on his way. I can't imagine what it must be like for military wives, knowing the man you love could be sent away at any time, or worse. It's not easy. Lila scooted on her seat. Well, I can't imagine it would be. I've never really had to deal with it. She'd not planned on telling anyone her secret past with Preston, but the weight of it all was getting to be too much, and if anyone would understand what she'd been through, it would be Clara. Can I tell you something? You can't share it with anyone else though. Sure. The other woman leaned in closer. I won't say a word. Promise. When I said the other night at the restaurant that we'd been friends before, that wasn't entirely accurate. We'd been a lot more than friends. We'd shared a steamy summer together right here at this resort, actually. I was working here as a waitress. The job included room and board, and it's so beautiful up here, I couldn't resist. Preston was home for a few months on leave and had come up here to relax. It was lust at first sight for us. Gradually, it became more. Her mind drifted back to those early days of romance. The walks in the rain, the nights of them tangled in the sheets. The long talks they'd had about the future and what they wanted out of life. Hope still flickered inside her like butterfly wings. Maybe, just maybe there was a chance. After all, Preston had turned out to be alive and well after all the years she'd thought she'd lost him. What other miracles might lie in store for them ahead? Wow. Clara smiled. Sounds like something out of a romance novel. Yeah, it was pretty special. Until it wasn't anymore. She exhaled and stared down at the snow beneath her feet. At the end of that summer, Preston left for another overseas mission and I continued on here at the lodge. After he'd gone, I found out I was pregnant with Parker. I tried to get a hold of Preston to let him know. That's when I was told he'd been killed in action. That's awful, Clara said, placing her gloved hand on Clara's arm. You must have been devastated. I was. For a while I was in shock. Then I grieved. Long and hard. Afterward, I realized I was completely on my own. I had to work hard to support myself and my baby, and the stress took its toll. Then Parker needed surgery right after delivery, and it was a big mess, financially and emotionally. Luckily, an uncle I barely knew died and left me his house in San Diego. With the housing market the way it is right now, I didn't even have to fix the place up for it to sell right away. Got way more than the asking price too. She shrugged. So, yeah. Parker and I are finally set money-wise for a while. For the first time in forever, I don't have to work. I can take time off and just enjoy being with my son and relax. Then Preston showed up here a few days ago and sent my world into a tailspin again. So, you can understand why I'm a bit apprehensive about all this, right? Damn straight. Clara laughed and shook her head. That story went from romance novel to Ripley's Believe It or Not in 2 seconds flat. How crazy for you. I thought being reunited after years apart was good. What you just told me is amazing. The amazing part remains to be seen, Lila said, just as Clara's phone buzzed in her pocket. Hang on. Sorry, it's Nancy. Clara frowned down at her screen. I need to take this. Lila nodded and Clara got up to take her call. It was such a pretty day, the snow sparkling in the sunshine and nothing but clear blue skies above. Christmas was less than a week away now and the energy of the season was buzzing. The whole lodge complex had been decorated to within an inch of its life for the holidays, and all any of the kids could talk about was Santa. Clara returned a moment later, her expression crestfallen. I'm so sorry, but I'm afraid I need to go back. According to Nancy, Bex is running a low-grade fever. He had a sinus infection before we came up here to the lodge, and I think with all the time outside and the activity, it's come back. Do you want to catch the shuttle with me, or are you going to hang around a bit more and do another run? I think I'll head up the mountain one more time, Lila said, pushing to her feet and picking up her skis. See you later? Yep. Clara waved as she walked away, her rental skis under her arm. Have fun and be careful. Always. Lila waved back, then headed toward the line for the ski lift. Sugar Tree wasn't a huge mountain, but it was fine for Lila. She was a competent skier, but not super confident. She just went for the scenery and the exercise, basically. Not to break any speed records. The line moved forward quickly, and soon she was slipping her feet into her skis and latching them on, then sliding onto the hard metal bars of the lift seat, her poles in one hand and the other clutching the vertical support bar. A man climbed onto the seat beside her and the lift jerked upward, creaking slowly toward the top of the slope. As the ground grew more distant beneath them, the wind grew a bit stronger. She held onto the support bar tighter and glanced at her lift companion. She couldn't see much of him, covered like he was from head to toe in a black snowsuit. The only part of his face that wasn't covered in fabric were his eyes, and those were covered with metallic reflective goggles. He looked over at her and she smiled politely, not sure if he returned the sentiment or not since his mouth was hidden behind the zipped neck of his snowsuit. Lila focused straight ahead again, the summit of the slope inching closer as they creaked higher. The lift seat swung a bit because of the wind. Then her companion shifted his weight and the whole thing wobbled a bit more, making her hyper-aware of how far off the ground they were. Yikes. It had to be at least 40 feet down and the snow was packed hard. She gripped the support bar tighter. The man beside her shifted again and stretched his arm out behind her. The seat tipped precariously and she gave an alarmed squeak. Be careful. His only response was a grunt before he moved again. This time the seat tipped so much he slid into her side, causing her to drop the ski poles under her arm. They drifted downward to land in the snow below. Her stomach nosedived, too, and she gripped the support bar with both hands. Get back on your own side. You're making the seat tip. Thankfully, the summit was getting close and the ground beneath them was rising. It was closer to 25 feet away now. Still a drop, but perhaps not lethal. Still, the last thing she needed was to break something up here. Seriously. Move it or I'm going to report you to the lodge staff. Whether the guy didn't hear her or didn't care, this time he shoved her forward. The next few seconds passed in a blur. One moment, she was seated on the lift, the next, she was dangling in the air, holding onto the support bar for dear life. The man beside her just watched. She couldn't see his face, but she'd swear he was wearing an evil grin. He deliberately pushed her off the lift. Why would anyone do that? Help! Lila cried, her desperation peaking as her shaking fingers began to slip slowly down the metal support bar, the material of her gloves hindering her ability to grip. Someone please help me. One hard shove from the man's snow boot was all it took to send her plummeting toward the ground. The fall seemed surreal, like it was happening to someone else. Lila's mind circled with images of Parker, Preston, the man from the lift. It seemed to take forever to hit the ground, and yet it all flashed before her eyes in an instant. The impact knocked the air from her lungs and left her dazed and confused. Her back took the brunt of the fall, but her head wasn't far behind. Cold hard snow bit into her flesh as she stared up at the sky above. Darkness crept into her peripheral vision and her eyelids felt too heavy to keep open. Vaguely she registered people shouting, warm hands trying to comfort her. Shadowy faces full of concern looming over her as a distant voice shouted for someone to call 911. Hang on, ma'am, someone said. Help's on the way. Help. Yes. She needed help. Sharp pain shot from her spine up through her head, and Lila's last conscious thoughts were of Parker and how glad she was he had his daddy to take care of him now. Chapter 16. Come on, honey. Let's get you home and in bed, Clara said after rushing into the cabin to find her son, Bex. Thanks so much for keeping an eye on him and his sister, Nancy. She grabbed her son's coat and helped him put it on. "Hey, Preston." "Hey." He stood off to the side with Parker watching. "Where's Lila?" "Oh, she decided to stay at Sugar Tree for one more run." Clara finished bundling up Beck's, then started on Tally's coat. "She should be back soon. Don't worry." Clara straightened and looked between him and Parker, and Preston placed a protective hand on his son's shoulder. Once Clara had left with the twins and he'd gotten Nancy packed off back to the lodge, Preston took the opportunity to do the premise check he'd been waiting for all day. He walked through each room, checking the windows and door locks, then went outside while Parker was napping to walk the perimeter of the cabin. All clear, which was good. Still, he couldn't shake the unease that had settled over him. He'd learned a long time ago to pay attention to his instincts. Just because he couldn't see a threat didn't mean it wasn't there. Before heading back inside, he stopped to examine the exterior of the windows more closely, especially the one in Parker's room. There were no new footprints, but the old ones still lingered since it hadn't warmed up enough for the snow to melt. He crouched beside them now, studying them for any clues, but found nothing beyond the size and shape. Male, based on the size, wearing boots. Damn. That was no help. He didn't like unfinished puzzles. Preston was the type of guy who wanted all of his ducks in a row all the time. Every T crossed and I dotted. He didn't believe in coincidence either. The fact that Lila's front lock had been tampered with had to mean something. What exactly, he wasn't sure yet. But it was something. And that incident at the ice skating pond. It seemed like an accident. But could there be more to it? Preston straightened and headed back toward the front of the cabin again. Maybe he was letting his stress and uncertainty over his relationship with Lila get the better of him. Could be all of this was just random and he was trying to make a case for danger where none existed. After all, he had been hunting terrorists for the past 2 years. Nothing made a guy more paranoid than tracking mass murderers for a living. Forcing himself to relax, he rolled his tense shoulders, then walked back into the cabin, feigning a calm he didn't quite feel. He found Parker just waking up. "Hey, buddy. Want to go over to the park for a bit?" Being cooped up inside right now made him feel itchy, as if his problems were pressing in on him all the more. If he was honest, that was reason number 5 gazillion why he wasn't prepared for a relationship with Lila. Yes, being with his son was great, and yes, kissing Lila the other night had been even better, but he wasn't ready. Might never be ready. He had so many things to take care of first: catch the mole responsible for his friend's death, adjust to civilian life, find a new career, put down roots. "Reedy," Parker said, coming up beside him. He had no coat and only one shoe on. Preston chuckled. "Not quite yet, you're not, little man." He reached down and ruffled the little boy's hair, then took him by the hand. "Let's get you dressed properly again. And what about the bathroom? When's the last time you went potty?" Surprisingly, handling the essentials by himself wasn't as difficult as Preston had imagined. Parker was almost 2.5 and surprisingly adept for his age. It helped that Lila kept things well organized too. There was even a tiny step stool close to the toilet so Parker could climb up when he needed, and then pull it over to the sink to wash his hands. 10 minutes later, both he and his son were bundled up and heading across the road to the park. They were messing around on the slide when a shout cut through the air. Preston turned to see Nancy waving her arms and running toward them. By the time she reached him, she was out of breath and doubled over. Preston helped her to sit on a nearby bench, afraid she'd pass out before she could tell him anything. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lila, the woman managed to get out before starting a coughing jag. Adrenaline rushed his system and his blood pounded. "What about Lila?" Nancy held up a finger and took a couple of deep breaths before continuing. "She was hurt falling from the ski lift." More coughing. "Tom told me when I got back to the lodge." "I'm sorry." "Hurt?" Hard in his throat, Preston took the older woman by the arms. His mind conjured 100 different scenarios, and none of them were good. How badly? What happened? Crap. He should have gone with her. He was no expert on the slopes himself, but maybe he could have done something to prevent this. Mommy? Parker came over, his eyes wide. Where's Mommy? She's okay, kiddo, Preston said, his bright tone sounding false to his own ears. He turned to Nancy and said, Where is she now? Hospital, she wheezed out. Tom said they transported her there about 40 minutes ago. He tried to call your cell phone but couldn't get an answer. There's more. She lowered her voice. Witnesses are saying there was something fishy about the way she fell. Damn it. Preston patted his pockets, searching for his phone, and realized he didn't have it with him. He'd been so preoccupied, he'd totally forgotten it. Crap. He'd missed Tom's calls. I need to get my phone and some other things from the cabin. He straightened and took Parker's hand. Which hospital is she at? Valley General, Nancy said. Take a right at the bottom of the hill and go down about 2 miles. It's on the left. Thanks. Rushed, he swooped Parker up into his arms and took off across the road at a brisk jog. I want Mommy, the little boy cried, tears welling. I know, son. I know. He balanced the kid on one hip while he unlocked the front door of Lila's cabin with the other. We're going to see her right now. Daddy just needs to grab a few things first. He walked through the living room, snatching up the diaper bag Lila kept stashed in the kitchen on his way, then headed into her bedroom to find her purse and phone charger before going outside and locking the door behind them. He found his phone on the end table where he'd set it down while they'd played the board game. Sure enough, when he clicked it on, the screen filled with numerous messages from Tom. None from his CO, thank God. Because there was no way he could leave now. Not until he was sure Lila was okay. Parker was squirming in his arms, crying and trying to get down. Preston took a deep breath and sat his son on the edge of the kitchen counter, putting them at eye level. Listen, buddy. Your mom's been in a little accident. She fell and hurt herself. She's in the hospital for a while so the doctors can look after her. I know you miss her and this is all weird, but I promise it's going to be okay. I'll make sure of it, all right? He had no idea how to make good on that vow, but damn it he'd sure as hell try for his son. It must have worked, because Parker stopped fussing and blinked at him, eyes sparkling with unshed tears and cheeks red and wet from crying. Daddy. I'm here, son. He pulled the little boy back into his arms, closing his eyes as Parker wrapped his arms around Preston's neck tight and held on for dear life. I'm here for you. Right. Time to put his money where his mouth was. He grabbed the keys to his truck then hauled ass out to the curb. Damn. He needed a car seat. Going a block down the road with Lila in the passenger seat, holding Parker on her lap, here at the lodge was one thing. Going out on the highway with an unrestrained child was quite another. Preston might be green when it came to parenting, but he wasn't stupid. He looked around and spotted the small red compact car parked alongside Lila's cabin he'd seen earlier during his perimeter check. He dropped the diaper bag off at his truck and sat Parker on the seat inside. Daddy needs to go get something from Mommy's car, okay? You stay right here until I get back and be a good boy. Parker nodded and Preston closed him inside the truck for warmth before taking off across the snowy lawn toward Lila's car. He had to get her keys from out of her cabin and wrestle to get the frozen door open on the car, but finally he managed to get the car seat out of the back of her vehicle. Parker had discovered the horn in his truck and was tooting it nonstop as Preston ran back and did his best to figure out how the hell to get the stupid car seat secured properly in his truck. He'd always laughed about people telling horror stories about needing an engineering degree to install one, but after doing it himself he understood the frustration. And yes, he was a bit stressed. Lila had been hurt. He had no idea how badly, but it was enough that she'd needed to be hospitalized. He had to see her to reassure himself and Parker that she was all right. At last, he got the car seat in and Parker situated inside it and started the engine. They took off down the hill at a moderate speed. Tom had put salt out, but there were still slick patches on the drive down. The last thing he needed was to get into an accident on the way to see Lila. They reached the bottom of the hill unscathed, and he turned out onto the highway. It was getting late in the afternoon and the sun was already setting. He flipped on the headlights and headed down the narrow 2-lane highway, following the directions Nancy had given him. A few miles ahead on the left. You can't miss it. But as the scenery flew past, the drive seemed to take far too long. Lila. His precious, wonderful Lila was injured and it was all his fault. He should have been there with her. He should have protected her. Images of the night the IED had gone off and blown Randy to bits flashed in his head. He should have protected him too. Should have been there for him, and instead, look what happened. Jesus. I'm sorry, Lila. I'm so sorry. Daddy. Parker cried from the back seat. I want Mommy. I know, son. We're getting there. He needed to keep it together, for Parker's sake. He was letting his emotions get the better of him, against his training. Focusing straight ahead, Preston concentrated on his breathing, slowing his heart rate and clearing his mind. Slowly, his thoughts centered on the here and now, on what he needed to deal with at this moment, then the next, then the next. Get to the hospital. Get to Lila. Get answers. Up ahead a brightly lit sign read emergency, and Preston heaved a sigh of relief. After parking, he climbed out of the truck, then walked around to the passenger side to get Parker out of his car seat. Stuffing her purse inside the diaper bag, he slung the thing over his chest like a crossbody messenger bag, then picked his son up and headed for the automatic doors at the front of the building. Inside, it resembled every other medical facility he'd ever been in: bright lights, squeaky linoleum floors, rows of chairs in the waiting areas. The air smelled of disinfectant and lemon floor cleaner. He rushed to the large desk facing the entrance and spoke to the nurse behind the counter. Hi. He realized he didn't know what to call Lila. She wasn't his wife. Wasn't really his girlfriend either. Crap. My son's mother was hurt in a skiing accident earlier today. I was told she was brought here. The nurse gave him a polite smile. Her name? Lila Holden. And are you immediate family, mister? The nurse asked, looking up from her computer screen. Fleischer. He'd had enough with lying to last him a lifetime, but right now he knew if he didn't say the right thing, they wouldn't let him in to see her. Yes. Lila's my fiancée. Right. The nurse nodded, her smile turning a tad warmer. He adjusted Parker in his arms. Can you tell me if she's okay? Looks like they're still examining her, but she appears to be holding her own. She's in radiology now, but if you'd like to have a seat, I'll let you know as soon as they get her moved to a room. I'll send the doctor over to you with any updates. Thank you. He took a seat in one of the uncomfortable chairs in the waiting area, away from the other people there, and fished into the diaper bag for the book he'd spotted in there earlier. Parker loved to be read to, and now seemed as good a time as any to start a story in the hopes that it would keep Parker calm and maybe ease him into a nap. Luckily, the book did the trick. Within a half hour, Parker was snuggled up against Preston's chest, snoozing away. Preston carefully set the story aside and closed his eyes, wishing he could nap so easily. It felt like a million years had passed since this morning. What was it about hospitals that made time stand still? He picked up an old magazine off the table beside him, then tossed it aside. Tried a newspaper next. It was from the day before. Apparently, there was a statewide manhunt out for some dude that used to work for the mob in Southern California. A brother-in-law of the head honcho. According to the report, the guy had violated his parole the week prior and disappeared off the radar. Sounded like an episode from a cop show. There was a grainy photo of the man that was so bad it could have been anyone. Preston snorted and tossed the paper aside as well, too restless to concentrate. Parker stirred on his chest but luckily didn't wake up. Heat radiated off the kid as he slept curled up in a tiny ball. He was sucking his thumb. Adorable. Sweetness squeezed Preston's heart. Finally, what seemed like a century later, the doors that led back into the ER proper opened and a doctor came out. He stopped by the desk and talked to the nurse, who pointed out Preston in the waiting room. His pulse notched higher once more as the doctor headed his way. He started to get up, but the doc motioned for him to stay seated. Mr. Fleischer, the doctor said as he approached, keeping his voice low. I'm Dr. Benson. Don't stand. Please. I've got a daughter at home about your son's age and I know how hard it can be to get them to sleep. Preston nodded. Okay. So, we've moved your fiancée upstairs to a private room. She's doing well. Some bumps and bruises and she'll be pretty sore when she wakes up from the pain medication, but she should be fine. Nothing's broken and there's only a mild concussion, which is the best news we could have hoped for in this scenario. Preston exhaled slow. Thank God. When can I see her? Soon. He glanced over the chart in his hands. Give the nurses a chance to get her settled in the room, then I'll have the desk notify you of her location. She's a lucky woman. Things could have been a lot worse. Thank you, Doc, Preston said, raising a hand as the doctor walked away. Then he sank back into his seat, saying a silent prayer of thanks that Lila would be fine and reaffirming his vow to make sure he protected her and Parker with everything he had from now on. Most of all, that meant finding out what had happened. Who would want to hurt Lila, and what would Preston need to do to keep her safe? Chapter 17. Lila slowly blinked her eyes open and squinted into the too bright light. Her head was pounding and her whole body felt like a mass of pain. Those constant beeps were driving her insane and something kept tightening on her right arm periodically, keeping her from returning to sleep. She turned her head slightly to the side, then moaned as the world went topsy-turvy and the dizziness made her stomach cramp. Jesus! At least she wasn't cold anymore. Closing her eyes and swallowing hard against the bile rising in her throat, she focused on figuring out where exactly she was. The biting wind was gone, as was the blue sky, so she wasn't outside. She remembered being on the ski lift, watching the people on the slope below, then lying on the snow, then nothing. It was disconcerting to not know what had happened to her, but there was one thing she would never forget. Parker. She managed to force the word out despite the cotton-like dryness in her mouth. Where's my son? Hey, a soothing male voice said from beside her, followed by the comforting warmth of a hand on hers. He's right here, asleep in the chair. Don't worry. I've done enough of that for the both of us. Preston. Her sore chest squeezed tighter with gratitude and affection. For a moment, she forgot all about the self-imposed distance she had to maintain. All that mattered was that he was there. Carefully, she turned toward him, slowly so as not to trigger the vertigo again. What happened? His grip tightened on her hand, and he brought it to his lips, kissing the back before stroking her hair out of her face with the other. His dark eyes were full of relief and concern. There was an accident on the ski lift. You fell about 20 feet and landed hard on your back, sweetheart. You don't remember? I remember our riding up. The sun was shining and the wind was cold. Anxiety made her heart thud harder. She couldn't remember falling. Why couldn't she remember? Did I hurt my head? You have a mild concussion. That can affect memory sometimes. The gentle touch of his fingers on her scalp felt heavenly. Don't push yourself at this point. It'll come back to you when you're ready. Lila nodded then frowned. Thirsty. Here. Preston let go of her hand then returned a moment later with a cup of water. He held the straw to her lips and she sucked down a few sips of liquid. Bet that tastes good, huh? Amazing, she said, sinking back into her pillows. Tell me more about how I fell. They're still looking into it. Interviewing witnesses. They're especially interested in the guy who was riding with you as at least one witness thought that he might have caused your accident, Preston said. Tom keeps texting me with updates and asking how you are. At the mention of someone riding with her on the ski life, an image flashed into her head, there then gone. A dark figure, all in black, with mirrored shades. Her pulse stumbled as terror flooded her system, but then it vanished before she could make sense of it, like smoke in fog. She wanted to ask Preston more about the man on the lift, but then the door to the room creaked open and in walked a woman she assumed was her doctor. How are you doing this morning, Miss Holden? The physician said, checking her records on the computer in the corner of the room. I'm Dr. Basmati, the hospitalist for this floor. I took over your care from the ER. How are you feeling? Lila gave a small shrug, then winced as her shoulder ached. Seemed every square inch of her body ached at the moment. I'm okay. Right. The doctor came over and checked Lila's blood pressure and monitors before leaning her hands on the bed rail. Can you tell me your birthday? March 5, 1992. Good. And what year is it now? She frowned. 2019. Correct. Dr. Basmati smiled. And what is the name of your son? Parker Riley Holden. Lila's head started to pound again and she closed her eyes. When can I check out? As long as there are no complications, you should be discharged tomorrow, the doctor said. We need to keep you under observation for one more night because of the concussion. Dr. Basmati then shined a light in Lila's eyes, which only made her headache worse, followed by having her track the doctor's finger. Things appear to be healing well and your memory is good. But I can't remember the accident, Lila said. Preston told me what happened, but it's like a big black hole in my mind. Nothing to be concerned about. Dr. Basmati patted her hand. It's not uncommon at all for people to block out certain situations that are traumatic for them in some way. Now that you're safe and sound and well taken care of, it's likely the memories will return in good time. She walked back to the computer in the corner and typed in more notes. Just rest while you're here and let us take care of you. I'll be back later to check on you again and hopefully we'll get you discharged in the next day or two, depending on how you feel. If you need anything before then or have questions, be sure to let the nurses know. They can get a hold of me. Dr. Basmati nodded to her and Preston again before leaving. You should listen to her, Preston said, once they were alone again. Rest. Recover. Let me take care of you. I'm not very good at that. At what? He asked. Letting other people take care of me. She shifted slightly in the bed, gritting her teeth at the shot of pain from her back. I've been on my own a long time. And I have to look after Parker. I've got Parker, he said, adjusting her pillows for her. And you're not alone anymore. You've got me. She wanted to believe him, more than anything else, but she couldn't. Do I though? The words escaped before she could stop them. Her filters seemed to be gone, whether because of the pain meds or sheer exhaustion, she wasn't sure. At his confused look, she continued. Do I have you, Preston? These past few days have been great, but you'll be leaving soon again, won't you? I can't depend on you, not really. No matter how much I might wish I could. This time, it was his turn to wince. I'm not going anywhere, Lila. At least not until you're out of here and back on your feet again. Parker and I will do fine until then. I'm taking him back to the cabin with me tonight and we're having a sleepover. She wanted to tell him not to forget Parker's favorite stuffed animal, a dinosaur named Bigfoot, or that he liked a night light or that he shouldn't have water before he went to bed or else he might have an accident, but all of that seemed clear as mud in her sore brain now, the words muddled and hard to get out. Shoo, Preston said, stroking her forehead again, lulling her closer to slumber. It's fine. We'll get through it, I promise. I'm not you, and it won't be perfect, but it'll do. Just rest. Get some sleep. We'll sit here with you for a while. Eyelids heavy, Lila could only nod as she drifted off again. Preston was there and Parker was safe. That was all that mattered for now. There'd be time to deal with the rest of it later, much later. Chapter 18. Preston returned the next morning with Parker in tow, feeling cranky and out of sorts. The sleepover hadn't gone as well as he'd hoped. After they'd left the hospital, he'd stopped at a fast food hamburger place to pick up dinner for him and his son on the way back to the cabin. After they'd eaten, and each had their baths, it had been time for bed. Except Parker had refused to sleep until Preston had turned on the hall light. Then the little boy had kept asking for something called Bigfoot. Preston had made numerous trips to Lila's cabin with Parker, trying to find the right toy, and finally managed to get the correct dinosaur. By then though, it had been well after midnight and his brain was still racing from the day's events. When he had finally managed to close his eyes, the alarm on his phone went off what felt like a few seconds later. Ugh. He'd always laughed when his buddies on the SEAL team had told him their bedtime parenting horror stories, but he supposed he'd gotten his just desserts. To make matters worse, Parker had had an accident last night and had been upset about it. On second thought, that soda with dinner followed by another glass of water before bedtime probably hadn't been the wisest choice. Live and learn. They walked into the hospital this morning and Preston nodded to the nurse at the front desk as they passed, knowing his way around a lot better now. Instead of taking the elevator up to Lila's room right away, they rode to the basement first. The doors opened and the smell of bacon and eggs wafted toward him from the cafeteria. He'd not had time to make breakfast this morning and Parker was starving. "Oatmeal, Daddy," the little boy said when they walked into the bustling space. Staff and patients' families crowded the area as people got coffees and sweet rolls and whatever else they needed to start their day. Preston got Parker's oatmeal and a side of toast, then ordered himself a plate of eggs and bacon before paying for it all and carrying the tray back out to the elevators, one-handed. Hopefully, Lila was feeling better this morning and would be discharged as soon as Dr. Basmati made her rounds again. "Mommy?" Parker said, attempting to push every button in the elevator. Thankfully he wasn't that tall and could only reach the first row. Still, it was a few more stops than they needed to make. At least they were alone in the elevator car, so no one else would be inconvenienced. "We see Mommy?" "Yep, that's where we're headed, buddy," Preston said, exhaling as they stopped on the second floor, then the third. Finally, the doors closed, and they headed up to 4, where Lila's room was located. Perhaps if her head was clearer today, she'd be able to remember more details about what had happened. He'd run into Tom on the way past the lodge this morning. Apparently, the investigation into what, or who, had caused the accident was still underway. They hadn't found much yet, according to Tom, though a few people said the guy who'd been riding with Lila had been acting suspiciously before boarding the chairlift, including pushing his way forward ahead of others to ride with her. Preston's gut tightened each time he thought of it. If only he'd been there, maybe he could have stopped it from happening. Maybe her fall was connected with what had happened at the ice rink or the tampering with her cabin door. Maybe whoever he'd been tracking had found out about him and was now coming after Preston through those he loved. Maybe his fatigue was making him paranoid. Ding! The elevator jolted to a stop and the doors opened. Preston led his son off the elevator and down the hall toward Lila's room. Several of the new nurses on shift nodded as they passed, smiling down at Parker. Then he looked up and spotted a man entering Lila's room. Dressed in a black jacket and dark jeans, it wasn't a nurse. Not a doctor either, or an orderly, or a janitor, or anyone who seemed to have any legitimate work-related reason to be there. His heart tripped as adrenaline rushed his system. "Hungry, Daddy?" Parker said, yanking on his hand. "Right." Preston stopped at the nurse's station and placed the tray on the counter. "Any way you guys could watch him for a minute? I want to check on my fiancé alone first." "Sure," one of the nurses said, smiling. "Happy to help. Which breakfast is his?" "The oatmeal." With his son in good hands, Preston briskly walked toward Lila's door. He automatically reached for the weapon he usually kept locked and loaded at his waist before remembering he didn't carry his firearm on leave. Damn it. Okay. Fine. If this man turned out to be a threat, then Preston would take him down using his bare hands. Probably safer that way anyway, given their surroundings. He had black belts in Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu. He'd handle this one way or another, if the guy meant to harm Lila. Seizing the element of surprise, Preston shoved open the door and spotted the man leaning over a sleeping Lila with a pillow in his hands. Something inside him snapped, unleashing the beast he only allowed on the battlefield. With his teeth gritted, Preston lunged forward at the man at the same time the stranger bolted for the door. They collided near the end of Lila's bed and tumbled to the ground. As Preston grappled with his attacker, Lila stirred and called out. "Preston? What happening? What's going on?" He landed a few solid punches into the stranger's torso, his fists turning into hammers, but the guy was tough. Preston was well trained as a fighter, had to be for his job. The fact that the guy was holding his own indicated that he must be a professional, sent here specifically to harm Lila, but why? Before Preston could contemplate that further, a loud crash outside the room distracted him and his thoughts went to Parker. The attacker took advantage of Preston's momentary hesitation and slammed Preston's head hard into the tile floor before scrambling away and out the door. The commotion of the nurses out in the hall merged with the squeak of the man's shoes as he fled. "Sir, are you all right?" one of the nurses asked, crouching beside him on the floor. "I'm fine," he said even though his head ached from the fight. "Check on her, please." Several more nurses entered to tend to Lila, who was now panicked. "Where's my son?" Lila screamed. "Parker?" "He's at the nurse's station, ma'am," a technician said. "They're keeping him busy eating his oatmeal." The nurse helped Preston to his feet and handed him an ice pack for what would surely be a bump on his head. He'd have a hell of a headache later, but he didn't care about that. All he cared about was keeping Lila safe. "We've called security, sir," the nurse said, checking his scalp for blood. "There don't appear to be any lacerations. How's your vision? Are you feeling nauseated at all?" "No," Preston winced slightly as he shook his head, not because of dizziness, but because it caused the knot forming on the back of his head to shoot pain down his neck. "I'm fine." "Really? Did anyone get a good look at the man's face?" "No, sir," a couple of the nurses said in unison. "He was fast, and we weren't expecting him. Hopefully the cameras in the hall caught something," the nurse who'd given him the ice pack said. Preston waited until they'd gotten Lila calmed down, then took the seat beside her bed as Parker came running in. "Mommy? You okay?" She held his hand through the bars of the bed rail, forcing a tremulous smile. "I'm fine, buddy. Can you go back out with the nurses for a minute? I need to talk to Preston about something. Think you can draw me a picture to make me happy again?" Parker nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, Mommy." He took off out of the room and Preston exhaled slowly. "Are you sure you're all right? When I came in here and saw that guy near your bed, I just lost it." "I'm okay." She reached for his hand this time and he twined his fingers with hers, grateful for the warmth of her soft skin against his. "Better than you at the moment, probably. How's your head?" "Fine." He set the ice pack aside and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I'm not sure why all these things are happening to you, honey, but I swear I'll find out and put a stop to it." "What do you think he was after?" Her voice trembled slightly, and Preston tightened his grip on her hand, hoping to reassure her. Her brave expression crumpled again and tears welled in her eyes. For that, he wished he'd punched the intruder twice as hard. "Oh, God. Parker. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to." "Shoo," Preston kissed her hand. "Nothing will happen to him because I won't let it. I promise, okay? Try to get some more rest if you can. I'll wake you when security gets here." "You promise?" "Parker is everything. He's..." "Shoo," I repeated. "I know that. I promise." This time, he intended to keep his promise. Come hell or high water. Chapter 19. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't see anything," Lila said an hour later to the uniformed police officer standing beside her hospital bed. She'd already gone over all of this with the hospital security guard, who then felt a call to the cops was warranted. "I don't know who the man was or what he was doing here in my room. I'm sorry." Across the room, she spotted Preston talking with another officer, this one dressed in a suit and overcoat. They kept glancing her way periodically and it was starting to annoy her. She didn't like feeling so helpless and out of the loop. Finally, the uniformed officer finished scribbling in his tiny notebook and moved out of the way. Preston brought the other man to her bedside. "Lila, this is Detective Morrison. I've been telling him about the other things that have happened the past couple of days." "Other things?" She tried to scoot up in her bed but failed as her body protested the movements. With a huff, she crossed her arms atop the covers. "All I did was fall through the ice while we were skating. I hardly think whoever broke in here had anything to do with that. And as for falling off the lift, I don't even remember what happened, so no help there either." Her head ached again at the mention of her lost memories, but she shoved it aside to focus on Preston and the detective. "I've already told the other officer everything I know." Preston lowered his head, his expression looking oddly remorseful. "What about the signs of tampering with the front door? The fact that the window in Parker's room had been unlocked? After today, I think those things are more significant than ever." She scowled. He'd not pushed the matter after she'd blown it off, but now, the sense of violation, coupled with the powerlessness growing inside her, pushed her over the edge. "Why didn't you make more of a fuss about it then if you were so concerned?" He at least had the decency to look sheepish. Not that it dampened her anger at all. "I should have, I realize now. At the time, I didn't harp on about it because I didn't want to worry you and I figured I could handle the problem myself. You already had so much on your plate. I should have been more insistent about calling the police." "You thought you could handle it yourself?" She leaned forward now, ignoring the sharp pains in her muscles as she geared up to let him have it. Deep down, she knew that she was overreacting, taking out her pent-up frustrations on him, but at that moment she didn't care. "First off, you don't get to make those decisions about what you can and can't handle for us. You showed up out of the blue a week ago, risen from the dead. Parker might be your son biologically, but he's my responsibility. Mine. No one else's. You don't even know if you'll be around next week, so you don't get a vote here in what I do or don't know when it comes to his safety." "I'm a trained SEAL, Lila," Preston said, his tone flat. "It's my job to take care of people. Like I said, I thought I could handle it." "Yes, because you did such a stellar job of it yesterday." Preston's tanned face paled a bit at her insult and Lila inwardly cringed. That had been a low blow, regardless of how angry she was. "Folks, if you could calm down and focus on the incident at hand, things would progress a lot more smoothly," Detective Morrison said, holding up his hands. "Fighting between yourselves won't help us catch this guy any sooner." Damn if the detective wasn't right. Lila's anger deflated, leaving her feeling hollow and embarrassed. Preston wouldn't look at her, but his jaw was set and rigid. "Tell me exactly what you saw that first day," she said, finally. "When you came over to my cabin." "The front lock had been tampered with, like I said. It looked to me like someone had tried to force it open," Preston said, exhaling slowly and looking out the doorway into the hall. "I showed you the sawdust on the porch and gouges and scratches on the wooden doorframe. Later, when I checked the rest of the house, I found the window in Parker's room closed but unlatched. I told you about that, too. When we left, I went back and looked around the area outside his window, and there were footprints outside leading away from the cabin. Male footprints. Those, I didn't mention to you." She scowled and he winced. "Anyway, I checked again each time I went to your place to make sure everything was secure and there were no new signs of a break-in. There weren't. That's when I started to think maybe it had been a one-time thing, a freak occurrence or just kids messing around. But then you fell through the ice." "And you think that's related?" "How?" she demanded. "There's no way anyone could have known I'd be over that exact spot when I was. I doubt that's related to anything." "It might not be," he conceded. "But it got me thinking again about the possible break-in at your cabin, and it raised my guard where you and Parker are concerned even higher." The fact he'd not told her everything about what he'd seen outside her cabin stung. She'd thought they were in a good place, that the lines of communication between them had been restored after his disappearance from her life all those years ago. Thought she might finally start to trust him again, but now. Ugh. Uncertainty clawed fresh wounds in her heart. How could she place her safety and that of Parker's in the hands of a man who couldn't be relied on, even during the rare occasion when he was there by her side? He cursed under his breath and turned away. "I talked to Tom on the phone a little while ago while you were being interviewed by the police. He said they took witness statements from the slopes around the time of your accident. More than one person reported seeing a man on the same lift chair as you. By their accounts, the man appears to have deliberately knocked you off the lift." The ground beneath her seemed to disappear, leaving Lila in free fall. "What? Someone pushed me off the lift?" "It appears so, ma'am," Detective Morrison said. "Do you have any enemies? Anyone who might want to harm you or your son?" "No. No one." She hugged her arm tighter around herself and shuddered. Someone had tried to kill her? Why? She'd always tried to be a good person, took care of her neighbors, paid her debts. At that last thought, an image of the day she'd gone in to pay off her balance to Sal flashed through her head. The sleazy pawn shop. The equally sleazy patrons and employees she'd encountered there. But Sal would have no reason to come after her. She'd paid him in full. No. There was no reason for him or anyone else to wish her ill. Maybe this man who came into my room here at the hospital was just a random weirdo. Except, even as she said the words, the unease inside her grew. That doesn't explain the lift accident, Preston said. The man people described from the slopes matches the attacker from today. Big, male, dressed all in black. He rubbed the back of his head where the guy had slammed it into the floor. I can attest he knows how to fight. He got the best of me, so make of that what you will. Right. Detective Morrison made a few more notes, then stepped back toward the door. I'm going over to the lodge now to speak with the owners and take a look at the cabin. I'll have a team of uniformed officers go over everything as well to make sure this man hasn't damaged or sabotaged the cabin further. If I have any additional questions for either of you, I'll let you know. Once he'd gone, Lila looked back at Preston, who was lingering near the end of her bed looking determined. I meant what I said. He met her gaze. About looking out for you and Parker. I'll stop this guy, by whatever means necessary. He got lucky because I was distracted earlier. I won't let it happen again. Don't worry. As soon as they discharge me, I'm getting out of here. I won't risk Parker's life over some Christmas card holiday experience. She shook her head. I want as much distance between us and Northern California as possible. Preston blinked at her a second, then frowned. What if he follows you? What? Lila stared at him, wide-eyed. God almighty, she'd never thought of that, and now her fear boiled over. It was like some nightmare horror film or something. She'd brought Parker here to celebrate, and now they might end up running for their lives. Do you think that could actually happen? I don't know. He shook his head and moved to the side of the bed again, taking her chilled hand in his. I'm sorry, Lila. I don't want to scare you. Just the opposite. But we have to be realistic. Until the cops catch whoever's responsible for these accidents of yours, I think it might be safest for you and Parker to stay put at the lodge. The cops are watching now, as am I. I'll move into your cabin with you and keep an eye on things. Maybe he'll make a mistake and then we'll catch him, once and for all. What do you say? He kissed her fingers again, his gaze beseeching. It means you'll have to trust me. That was a tough thing to ask, but deep in her heart, she believed him. Besides, until she got out of the hospital and back on her feet again, what choice did she have? She needed someone to look after her son, who better than a trained SEAL who also happened to be the boy's father. She nodded. Okay. I trust you, for now. But if you hide anything from me or lie to me, Preston Lawson or Fleischer or whatever it is you call yourself these days, you will never see me or your son again. Understood? He nodded. Good. She pushed her hair back and squared her shoulders. Now let's see what the doctor says about when I can get out of here. Chapter 20. Preston drove Lila home from the hospital the next morning. Dr. Basmati had recommended one more night under observation after the traumatic events of the day before, and also due to the lingering dizziness and nausea Lila was still experiencing when she tried to stand or walk. He'd left Parker with Clara and her twins at Lila's cabin, and the minute they pulled into the driveway, the little boy ran out onto the porch without his coat, jumping up and down and waving to his mother. Mommy. Lila gave him a tired smile and leaned against Preston's chest as he helped her inside. He'd have liked to keep her near him all day, but unfortunately, he'd finally gotten a message from his CO and needed to check in. He got Lila settled beneath a blanket on a chair in the living room before the crackling fireplace, then pulled Clara aside. Hey, can you stay with her a few minutes? Preston asked once they were alone in the hallway. I need to go next door and make a phone call. Sure, Clara said, glancing into the living room where the twins and Parker were busy showing Lila all the coloring book pages they'd colored for her while she'd been away. "She's in good hands with me." "Perfect. Thanks." He ducked out the back door of Lila's cabin and headed to his own place next door, his boots crunching loudly on the frozen snow. At least it would be a white Christmas, he supposed. With everything else going on, he might have all but forgotten about the holiday coming up if it weren't for the decorations crowding every corner. One more service Nancy and Tom provided to their guests, pre-decorated Christmas trees in each cabin, though he'd barely had time to enjoy his. As he ducked inside his own place and closed the door behind him, he couldn't help wondering if he should get gifts for Lila and Parker. When he'd come up here to the cabin, he hadn't expected to get close enough to anyone to buy them presents, but now. While he hit the speed dial for his CO, he contemplated ideas for the two people who'd suddenly become the center of his life. Parker would be easy enough to buy for. The kid loved books. Plus there were always toy trucks. Lila, though, was harder. Back during their summer of love, as he'd started thinking of it, she'd loved sparkly things, clothes, jewelry, and flowers. Now, though, perhaps circumstances had changed. He felt like he was beginning to get to know her again, but there were still so many things he didn't know about her, so many things that had changed between them. For a moment, yearning pinched his heart, yearning to go back to the way they'd been and hold that time still like the precious treasure it had been. But everything was different now and he needed to accept that. He'd promised to keep them safe and he would, no matter how difficult it would be to let them go afterward. He pulled off his jacket and headed for the bedroom. Captain Green picked up on the fourth ring. Still no word yet on a new mission. Even the military takes a holiday once in a while. Understood. Preston shook his head and opened the closet to rummage through his duffel. That's actually not why I'm calling. Problem? Yeah. There's been a development here. A development? Green sounded curious. What kind? The not good kind. He dug out his Glock 19 from the bottom of his bag where he'd stowed it for the trip up here and jammed a fresh magazine into the butt of the gun. If that asshole from the hospital tried to get to Lila again here at the lodge, Preston wanted to be ready this time. The person I told you about from my past, Lila, has suffered a couple of accidents since I've been here. At first, I didn't think too much about them. Ice breaking beneath her while we were skating, evidence of someone breaking into her cabin but not taking anything, making me think it might just be kids making trouble. Rotten luck or whatever. But then a few days ago, someone pushed her off the ski lift and she was injured. Jesus. That's awful. How's she doing now? Green asked. She's okay. Got discharged from the hospital this morning. Bumps and bruises and a pretty good knock to the head, but nothing broken, thank God. He slid into his shoulder holster and buckled it into place. But yesterday, when I got there in the morning to check on her, I found a guy in her room on the verge of smothering her. He attacked me when I tried to confront him and knocked me down. He got away before I could stop him. The memory of that still made Preston's blood boil. Now I'm thinking maybe all these things that have happened to Lila weren't accidents at all. Maybe someone's after her. After her? His CO sounded about as confused as Preston felt by it all. But why? You told me about her. She's a waitress with a kid, right? Who would want her gone? No idea. Yet. With his sidearm handy, Preston felt a bit more prepared for whatever might come at him. He added his toiletries from the bathroom to his still-packed duffel, a remnant from his SEAL days, always ready to move at a moment's notice, before carrying his bag back to the living room to get his jacket. I wondered if you could do some unofficial digging, see what you can find out that might give me a clue who that guy was from the hospital. I'd swear he had BlackOps training. Can you find out if anyone I've tangled with has recently gotten out or been court-martialed? Someone who might have a grudge against me and taking it out on Lila. He thought for a minute, not at all liking that she might be paying the price for something in his past. I'll check it out, his captain assured him. Anything else? It could somehow be tied to Lila's uncle who died. He'd stared at the ceiling during the night, reviewing every possibility. That's the only reason I could imagine someone might be after her. The guy might have thought he should have inherited that house her uncle left to her, and when he didn't, he was pissed. It's a long shot, I know, but it's all I've got at present. I'll text you everything I know about the uncle. Got it. You sit tight there until you hear from me. And take care of that woman of yours. Will do. And thanks again, Preston said before ending the call. After securing his own cabin, he walked back to Lila's place and set his duffel by the back door before rejoining the others in the living room. The sounds of laughter from the living room and the scent of toasted cheese and tomato soup from the kitchen helped take a bit of the chill away. It was a simple scene, but that just made him want to protect Lila and Parker even more. More than anything in the world, he needed them to be safe. You're back, Clara said when he walked in. Good. I need to get my kids home. Everything all right? Lila asked Preston, watching him over her mug of soup. I didn't know you'd left. I just had to run back to my place to get some stuff since I plan on sleeping here tonight, he said, feeling suddenly awkward. I mean, on the sofa or whatever. Sure. Clara stood and chuckled. Right. Well, Lila, I'm sure you'll be safe and sound with this strapping hunk around. She patted Preston's arm, then grabbed the twins' coats from the hooks by the front door and helped them into them. You kids be good tonight. And call me if you need anything. Lila's got my number. Parker, who was sitting on his knees by the coffee table eating, waved. Bye. Bye, sweetie, Clara said, ushering the twins out the door. Talk to you soon. There's soup and a sandwich for you in the kitchen, Lila said, once the others had left. Help yourself. Thanks. Preston grabbed food and took a seat on the sofa. They ate in peace for a few minutes. He realized he'd not had anything since this morning. That was probably why the toasted cheese tasted so amazing and the soup hit the spot. Or maybe it was the company. Or both. By the time he was done eating, Parker was finished too. Preston cleared their plates and took them to the kitchen, only to find upon his return that Lila had moved from the chair to the sofa by herself. She winced as she tried to get comfortable, and Preston rushed over to fluff the pillows behind her back and to make sure Parker had everything he needed to be happy and quiet for a while. Once they were both settled, he finished cleaning up from their meal, then returned to the living room. Taking a seat on the far end of the sofa, he placed Lila's feet in his lap and began massaging them through her thick wool socks. Dr. Basmati had advised him that keeping Lila's muscles relaxed would help with the stiffness and speed her healing. She sighed as he slowly worked his thumbs against her arch. That feels amazing, she said, closing her eyes and letting her head fall back against the cushions. I didn't realize how much the fall had taken out of me until I left the hospital and had to move on my own again. Yeah. It's always worse a few days after an accident, he said, finishing with one foot before starting on the other. I remember recovering from missions. Once the adrenaline wore off, I felt every ache and pain. How's your head? She asked, her words little more than a purr of satisfaction when he hit a particularly sensitive spot. The low sound went straight to his groin before he could stop it, and he shifted slightly in his seat, thinking maybe this massage hadn't been such a good idea after all. Still sore? He swallowed hard before answering, not trusting his voice. Fine. The word squeaked out higher than usual, like a hormonal teen. Preston cursed inwardly and tried again, deeper this time. Fine. You sure? She peeked one eye open to stare over at him. You sounded kind of funny there for a second. Yeah. I'm good. He set her feet aside and moved closer to her. If you can turn a little, I'll do your shoulders next. She did as he asked, moving a bit easier now. When he placed his hands on her body and began to work her muscles, Lila gave a small moan of pleasure that made his chest squeeze and his heart race. If he could freeze time right now and stay here like this forever, he would. With Lila so close and Parker playing contentedly nearby, this little corner of the world seemed perfect. Perfect and precious and his to protect. Mine. Tom's words from a few days prior rushed back to his head. I only wish I'd stopped all that driving and grinding earlier and settled down. Preston had never wanted to be anything but a SEAL, had never wanted to be anywhere but in the thick of the action. But now, for the first time, he started to imagine a different future, a different place for himself that didn't involve war and brutality and never staying in one place too long. A different world where he could put down roots and have his own version of happily ever after. But first, he needed to catch whoever was after Lila and keep Parker safe. Only then would he be able to really consider any of that seriously. Chapter 21. Lila behaved herself the first day back at the cabin, but by the second day, she was restless and bored and ready to climb the walls. Unfortunately, poor Preston took the brunt of it, keeping her company, being all helpful and adorable as he played with Parker, and just generally making her fall for him all over again when that was definitely the last thing she should be doing. She tried to fight it, but she was helpless around him. "Did the police call back yet?" she asked him, her tone more annoyed than she'd intended. "What's taking them so long?" "I'm not sure, but I bet they're busy and understaffed, with the holidays and all." He stood from where he was sitting on the living room floor playing with their son and grabbed his cell phone from the charger in the kitchen. "Let me call Detective Morrison and see if there are any updates." He walked down the hall, so all she could hear was his murmured voice, not loud enough to make anything out. When he returned a few minutes later, he looked as frustrated as she felt. "Well?" Lila asked. "Nothing yet." Preston exhaled slowly and tossed his phone back on the kitchen counter. Morrison said he's still working on his report and that he should have it finished soon. He rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I was right about the holidays slowing things down. He said we should try to enjoy our Christmas and not worry too much about this. They've got it under control." She crossed her arms, feeling more irritated than ever. "Well, I don't know about that, but I guess we don't have too much of a choice, do we?" "Mommy, look." Parker held up a drawing comprised of different colored scribbles. "It's us." Her heart pinched at the sweetness of it and she glanced up to see Preston smiling over at her. The tension inside her eased and Lila smiled back. If they were going to make the most of things, then upping her holiday cheer was a must. Luckily, she had just the activity in mind to do it, but first things first. "That's so great, Park. See if your daddy will put it up on the fridge for you." "Sure thing, bud," he said, coming over and sweeping Parker up into his arm and carrying him into the kitchen. From her vantage point before the fire in the living room, she saw them carefully place the drawing to the fridge with one of the magnets stuck to the front of it. "There. All done." "Thanks, Daddy." Parker hugged Preston. "You're welcome, buddy." He returned the kid's embrace then put him down. Parker ran off down the hall to his room to get more paper. "So, what do you want to do?" Preston asked Lila once they were alone. "The White Elephant Exchange at the lodge," she said. "It's this afternoon and should be a blast." "I don't know," Preston said, frowning. "That's probably not such a good idea. You're still recovering and all, and whoever attacked you at the hospital is still at large. Shouldn't you and Parker stay here where it's safe and where you can rest?" Lila scowled. Using her son to guilt her into staying in the cabin was a low blow, but darn it, it worked. "Fine. This Christmas is going to suck though, being stuck in here the whole time." "Hey, now." He came over and took a seat on the end of the sofa near her and took her hand. "I'm sure it's not the holiday you wanted, but we can still have fun. And maybe we can get out for a little bit. Not right now, but Christmas Eve's in a few days. The cops might have more information by then or even a suspect in custody. If so, we can go to the big party at the lodge. You'll be stronger by then. Parker would love it and I'll be there to keep you both safe either way. How's that sound?" He looked so eager that she couldn't help but smile. "Fine. I guess that would be fun." Parker returned with his paper and the three of them spent the next couple of hours coloring and drawing everything from their trip so far. The sledding, the ice skating, the skiing, the lodge. Lila stopped at one point because she was getting a cramp in her hand from overuse and just sat back, marveling at how well Preston and Parker were getting along. At first, she'd worried that her son might react badly to having his father just show up in his life, But kids were more resilient than people gave them credit for. Parker had not only seemed to accept Preston, he'd embraced him, literally and figuratively. A squeeze of sadness tightened her chest before she shrugged it away. Gone were the days where she was her son's whole world. Where it was just the two of them facing it all together. Now that Preston had re-entered their lives, he'd be there to stay, if not physically, then at least emotionally. Parker might only be 2, but Lila was pretty sure he'd remember these days for a long, long time. Parker's giggles roused her from her thoughts. "Daddy. What's that?" Preston scrunched his nose and held up his drawing. Lila tilted her head from one side to the other as she stared at the thing, trying to figure out what it was. The guy might be great at a lot of things, but drawing was not one of them, apparently. "It's a reindeer," he said. "See? This is its nose and these are the antlers and..." "Seriously?" This time it was Lila who chuckled. "I thought it was a gnarled log or something." "Do logs have legs?" he asked, giving her a look. "Right here." "Legs? Those are not legs. They look like..." "Well, I don't know what they look like but not legs." Parker was rolling on the floor laughing at them both, and Preston tossed his ugly drawing aside to tickle his son. Lila grinned at them from her chair, wishing she could get down there with them, but knowing she was still far too sore to even attempt it. Things seemed pretty perfect right about then, if she didn't count the whole, someone trying to kill her, deal. She still couldn't figure out why anyone would want her dead. She and Parker didn't really have anything, other than the money she'd gotten from selling her uncle's house. Preston had suggested the attacks could have something to do with her uncle, but she doubted that. Her uncle had made his money in stocks and had invested well over the years. There was nothing fraudulent or shady about him that she knew of, and no one had tried to dispute the will or argue about her inheritance. And even if someone had wanted the house for themselves, what good would killing her do? The house was already sold, and it wasn't like her killer would get her money. She kept going back to Sal and his pawn shop, but there'd been nothing that stood out about that either. Sure, the guy was crooked and more than likely involved with the mob, but then that was kind of par for the course with guys like Sal, right? And she'd never run afoul of Sal during her dealings with him, always paying on time and even paying off her loan early. He'd have no reason to come after her. None of it made any sense at all. Maybe it was just a random act. Maybe the cops would catch the guy responsible and find out he was mentally unstable or something, targeting her for no more reason than an accidental resemblance between her and his ex, or some other random reason. Maybe she should just stop worrying about it and enjoy this time they had together as a real family, like Preston had said. That would probably help the hint of a headache starting near her temples. "All right, buddy," she leaned forward slightly, wincing at the pull in the hip she'd fallen on. "Time for your bath." Lila started to get up, but Preston stopped her. "I got it." "Are you sure?" "I'm certain." Preston stood and pulled his son up by the hand. "Ready for bath time?" "Yes, Daddy." Parker chatted on as the two of them walked toward the hall. "Be back in a minute," Preston said to her over his shoulder. "Okay." She stood and made her way slowly toward the kitchen. "I'll start something for dinner then while you two get cleaned up." "Sounds good." He smiled and her whole world warmed. While sounds of the two of them in the bathroom drifted to her down the hall, she got busy heating up some canned chili and frozen garlic bread. By the time her two guys got back, the food was ready and on the table. Preston helped Parker up onto his chair, then took a seat across from Lila, with Parker in between them in his superhero PJs. As Lila served up her son some chili and bread, she looked over at Preston. "So, what are you going to do about your cabin? Seems silly to pay for 2 if we're both staying in this one." She felt better with him being there for a lot of reasons. "Does seem kind of wasteful to keep them both, doesn't it? I didn't bring much with me." He hiked his thumb toward the duffel bag sitting at the end of the sofa. "That's basically it. I've still got some stuff in the fridge over at the other place, but it would be easy enough to grab it and bring it here. And the sofa is comfy enough too. I'm fine sleeping out here, that way you and Parker can have your rooms to yourselves." "Well, if you're sure, then yeah." I'd say go ahead and cancel your reservation. She tucked her hair behind her ear and tied a napkin around Parker's neck before filling up her own bowl with chili and grabbing a piece of garlic bread from the basket. I mean, sharing my lodgings is the least I can do since you're stuck watching over us. Preston snorted. I wouldn't call it stuck. I had a great time today. At her incredulous look he grinned and shook his head. Really? I did. It's no bother at all. When I first came up here, I thought I wanted to be alone, but having the two of you around has shown me how much I miss companionship. His eyes met hers. Spending time with you too, it's been the best part of this whole vacation. They ate in silence for several minutes, Lila churning all of that over in her mind. Honestly, she felt the same way about Preston. She'd thought coming up here to the lodge would be a way of putting her past to rest and moving forward, but finding him here again, remembering what they'd had together, just made her yearn for him all the more. He'd not said that he felt the same way about her, but she caught glimpses of heat in his gaze and heard the hint of nostalgia in his tone when he talked about the summer they'd spent here, and deep down she knew that old connection between them was still there. Every touch, every look, every moment they spent together only made it stronger, deeper. It might be wrong. It might be crazy. It might be impossible. But for now, it was the most real, natural thing in the world to her, and she wasn't ready to give it all up and lose him once more without ever really having had him again. After dinner, Preston cleaned up in the kitchen while she put Parker to bed, then she took a shower herself and towel-dried her hair before returning to the living room. Preston had removed his sweater and holster, placing the sweater over the back of the sofa and the holster and gun on the side table nearby, leaving him in just a t-shirt and jeans. He was tending to the fire, his crouched position highlighting his muscled thighs and broad back. Her heart skipped a beat. He was so gorgeous. As she walked over to him, time seemed to slow. Snow was falling gently outside and Christmas carols were playing low on the stereo in the cabin. The light from the tree in the corner glittered and glistened, and for this one night, this one moment, everything felt at peace. He might not be around forever, but Preston was here now and she wasn't about to miss her chance. Hey, she said, placing her hand on his shoulder and relishing the electricity that buzzed up her body. He looked up at her and set the poker aside, straightening to stand before her. I just wanted to thank you again, for everything you've done so far for me and Parker. Not necessary, he said, his gaze wandering down the front of her plush white robe before returning to her eyes. She felt that slow appraisal like a physical caress, every nerve ending in her body standing at attention. No mistaking the heat in his eyes now, or the molten warmth spreading outward from her core to her extremities. She curled her bare toes in the rug beneath her feet. Though I'd say seeing you all fresh and pink from your shower is payment enough. Her pulse doubled and she couldn't resist placing her palm on his chest right over his heart, feeling it pound in time with her own. Same old feelings, same old attraction. Sex would surely complicate things, but Lila couldn't bring herself to care. Her body demanded his, and she was done with trying to fight it. She needed, craved, Preston and, by God, she would have him. Preston, make love to me. He swallowed hard, the sleek muscles of his throat working. Are you sure? His voice was low and husky. You're still not healed all the way. You need your rest, Anne. Lila reached up and placed her finger over his lips, stopping him. The only thing I need right now is you. Then she undid the belt of her robe and let it fall to the floor. A shiver ran up her spine as the fabric slid down her body, caressing her skin, and she felt Preston's eyes on. Make love to me, Preston. Please. That was all it took. She took his hand and led him down the hall to her bedroom, then closed the door behind them. After turning down the covers on her bed, Lila sat on the edge of the mattress and gestured for him to join her. Are you sure, sweetheart? He asked once more, his words coming out as a half growl, and stared down at her with blatant desire on his face. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. She opened her arms to him and smiled as he. Nothing for you, Lila. Now and always. Forever. Once it was over and they drifted back to earth, the sounds of the fire crackling merged with their panting breaths. Preston rolled onto his side, spooning her back against him. He wrapped the covers around them, his warm breath tickling the hair at the nape of her neck. "Okay, sweetheart," he asked, his voice low and tender. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" "No. I'm fine." She raised their joined hands and kissed his knuckles. "I'm wonderful, actually. I think that was just what the doctor ordered." "Really?" He laughed softly. "Because I was in the room when Dr. Basmati came in and I don't think I heard her mention having mind-blowing sex as a treatment plan even once." They both cracked up, his laughter rumbling through his chest and her back, filling her with such joy she thought her heart might break. And as the snow continued to fall and they each drifted off to sleep, Lila couldn't help but smile. Despite the attack, the holiday stuck in the cabin, and the fact that the future was uncertain, for right now, all was right with her little corner of the world. Chapter 22. Preston awoke before dawn the next morning, stretching and yawning in Lila's queen-sized bed. He winced slightly at the crick in his back, then tucked his arm around Lila's waist once more. She was still sleeping. It was hard to believe he was back beside her again. After years thinking he'd never find this kind of peace again, here he was, graced by heaven on earth once more. Snuggling down, he was just about to fall back to sleep when a strange scraping noise had him wide awake again. He knew better than to assume it was nothing. While Lila continued to snore softly beside him, Preston propped himself up on one elbow and listened intently. Maybe it was just the pine trees outside scraping against the side of the cabin. It had gotten windier since the night before. But, nope. There it was again, louder this time and coming from the direction of the living room. Damn. His thoughts immediately went to the asshole who'd tried to attack Lila in her hospital room. Doing his best not to wake her, he slid out of bed and tugged on his jeans from the night before. Thank God he'd had the presence of mind to go back out to the living room to grab his gun and holster during the night and bring them into the bedroom with them. He might have been a man sated on incredible sex, but he was still a SEAL at heart and SEALs were never caught unprepared. After zipping up his fly, he pulled out his Glock and checked the magazine before creeping silently toward the door. Giving one final glance over his shoulder at Lila sleeping on the bed, he eased out of the room and inched down the hallway toward the living room. Each step only confirmed for him that someone was in the cabin, someone who shouldn't be there. As he passed Parker's room, he stopped and glanced inside, heart in his throat as he thought about the open lock on the window and how he'd rather die himself than have anything happen to harm his precious son. He might not have known about Parker long, but now that he did, he'd do anything to protect the boy. Anything. Preston wanted to close Parker's door, but the sound would tip off whoever was in the living room. He reconsidered the gun in his hands. Firing it inside the confines of the cabin was a huge risk. The 9mm ammo was notorious for going through walls. He couldn't risk a bullet hitting Parker or Lila. With that in mind, so he slipped the gun into the back of his waistband and kept moving. The gun would be a last resort. One that he hopefully wouldn't need. By the time he reached the end of the hall, he felt like a live wire, bristling with adrenaline. His best bet was surprising the intruder, since he had no idea who it was or even if it was more than one person. If it was the same guy from the hospital, he was well trained in combat. Taking a deep breath, Preston flipped on the lights and rounded the corner into the living room. A loud curse sounded, followed by the intruder ramming into him hard to knock him down. But Preston wasn't going down alone. He grabbed hold of the other man, dragging him to the floor and landing several punishing blows to his assailant's head and torso. He wrestled the man beneath him and got a look at him. The guy wore black from head to toe, with a ski mask over his face, but he was the same dude from the hospital, based on his build and his skills. Just as Preston was reaching to yank the guy's mask off, the attacker doubled his fists and punched hard into Preston's ribs. A sickening crack reverberated through him. Sharp pain radiated through his right side. Still, he wouldn't give up, couldn't give up. He was Lila and Parker's best and only line of defense. Pushing aside the pain, Preston slammed his fist into the assailant's temple, stunning him for a second, just long enough to spot a tattoo on his wrist, a snarling skull with fangs. "What the hell is happening?" Lila yelled from the hallway. "Preston." Get Parker and lock yourself in your bedroom. Call the police, Preston yelled just before the intruder punched him in the throat, stealing his breath. He wheezed, momentarily losing his grip, allowing the guy to get to his feet and rush toward the front door. Preston scrambled up to race after the intruder, but he wasn't fast enough. His assailant ran through the open front door and out into the snow. Preston gave chase, but the guy jumped into a car idling at the curb and got away. The vehicle's red taillights glowed in the darkness, the back tires fishtailing on the ice and snow as the car sped off. Son of a bitch, Preston cursed. He held one hand to his side and headed back toward the cabin. The guy had picked the front lock again, from the looks of the fresh gouge marks in the wood. Back inside, Preston secured the door, then leaned back against the wall to catch his breath. Inhaling deeply with his injured, probably broken, ribs was like the ninth circle of hell, but he needed to make sure Lila and Parker were okay. He made his way to her bedroom and knocked on the door. "It's me," he said, and waited while she unlocked it to let him in. "Oh my God," she sobbed, throwing her arms around him and holding him tightly. "Are you okay?" Preston couldn't help his gasp of pain at her embrace. "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm more concerned about you and Parker. He never got to us." "Thanks to you," she said. "Parker barely even woke up." "You're hurt, though." "Yeah," he said, looking to where Parker was lying asleep on her bed, curled into a tiny ball on his side. Preston's heart tugged at the sight. "Guy got me hard in the ribs. Pretty sure a couple are cracked." Lila rushed to his side as he sat on the mattress. "Let me get dressed and I'll take you to the hospital." "No, no hospital," he shook his head. "I've been through this before. There's nothing they can do for me except tape me up. As long as you have a first aid kit with some sort of adhesive wrap, I can do that myself. Had enough practice out on the battlefield." "Are you sure?" Lila was kneeling beside him now. "I think maybe we should." "It's fine," he said. "Trust me." "Did you call the police?" She blinked up at him a few seconds, then shook her head, straightening. "No. I was so focused on getting Parker safe and listening for anyone trying to get in that I didn't have a chance to grab my phone. Then you were here, and the guy was gone. I'll call them now." "Wait," he said, grabbing her wrist as she started to move away. "Let me make another phone call first." Lila hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Okay." She was visibly shaken as she climbed up onto the bed beside Parker, her fingers trembling as she stroked his hair. Renewed determination flared white-hot inside him. He needed to know who he was dealing with. An image of that tattoo he'd spotted on his assailant's wrist flashed back into his head. He'd seen that mark once before, on a guy he'd met over in Afghanistan. If his hunch was correct, this clue might help narrow down the attacker's identity. He snatched his phone off the nightstand and hit the speed dial button for his CO. Green picked up on the third ring. "What's up?" "We had a break-in. I fought the intruder, but he got away," Preston said. He relayed what he could of the attack before getting to the purpose of his call. "Remember that Special Forces platoon that got those weird tattoos after the takedown in Syria?" "Yeah." "Why?" his CO asked. "The guy who attacked me tonight had one of those tattoos. I knew he was well trained, from when I crossed paths with him in the hospital, and now I know how. If he was Special Forces, then he's got the same skills as me." "Damn it," the captain sighed. "Okay. I'll do some checking on my end. Can you give me a physical description?" "I didn't see the guy's face, but he was about my height, bulky, about 230 pounds of solid muscle." "Let me see what I can find. I'll call you right back." After ending the call with his CO, Preston stood and went into the bathroom to grab the first aid kit. Sure enough, there was adhesive wrap and tape inside. He sat down on the bed again, careful not to disturb Parker, and laid out the stuff on the bedspread. "Here, let me help you," Lila said. "Tell me what I need to do." Preston raised his right arm, hissing at the pain, and stared at his side in the mirror. Red and purple bruises were already starting to form. "Wrap me up, honey." He held one end of the roll while she wrapped it around him. "Tight as you can. It hurts at first, but it will help in the long run. That's it. Good. To take his mind off the pain, he reached for the TV remote and flipped it on, turning the sound off so it wouldn't disturb Parker. A 24-hour news network was on, and from the closed captioning at the bottom of the screen, it appeared they were talking about the same story he'd heard about earlier. The manhunt was ongoing for the dude from the mob in Southern California. They showed the same grainy photo behind the anchor woman. Still could have been anyone, from what Preston could tell. Finally, Lila finished wrapping his torso up like a mummy, and Preston tore off a large piece of tape with his teeth and secured it all in place. Not exactly perfect, but fine for now. After he'd finished cleaning up the mess from the first aid kit and pulled on a sweatshirt over his bandages, his cell phone rang with a return call from his CO. "What did you find?" Preston asked, walking back down the hall to the living room so as not to disturb Parker. "Anything useful?" "Maybe. There are 2 guys who left that Special Forces unit right after the team got those tattoos. One was working as a consultant in DC until he went off the grid and moved to South America a few years back." "Huh. Might be him, I suppose, if he traveled back up here. Still doesn't give me a reason why he'd come after Lila and Parker though." Preston slumped down on the arm of the sofa and scowled. "What about the other one?" "He's a bit trickier. Name is Dominic Peretti. Something of a troublemaker in his unit. Bad temper and always getting into fights, with his teammates, with allies when they worked with different units, with locals, basically, with everyone. From what I could see in his records, he was reprimanded a couple of times and would have been kicked out of the unit if he hadn't chosen to leave when he did. A kind of quit or get fired situation." Green snorted. "Anyway, looking at his recruitment file, his past is shady as hell. You ever hear of the Capaldi crime family?" "Vaguely." Preston looked up as Lila walked into the room and he waved her over to sit next to him. "Why?" "This guy, Peretti, apparently started working for them as an enforcer after he left his special ops unit. Got picked up on a charge of extortion and battery a couple years ago and went to prison. Got out about a year ago and went right back to it, from what I can see," Green said. "If he's your guy, you best look out. He's bad news." "You got a picture of him?" Not that it would do any good, since Preston hadn't seen the guy's face, but maybe he'd be able to tell from the body type if this was the man he'd fought. Maybe show it to Lila too, see if she recognized him. "Yep. Sending it to your phone now." The device buzzed a second later with an incoming message. Preston put the call on speakerphone and lowered it, squinting down at the face on his screen. Typical mobster-looking guy, shaved head, dark eyes, menacing expression. Hard to say if that was his assailant or not though, since it was only a headshot. He was about to raise the phone back to his ear when Lila stopped him. "Who's that?" she whispered, staring down at the man on the screen. "His name's Dominic Peretti. Green thought he might have been the attacker this morning, but I don't know." Her face went ghostly white, and she raised a shaky hand to her mouth. "I know him." "What?" Preston sat up straight. "How?" "I mean, I don't really know him, but I saw him one day. He was at the pawn shop when I went in to pay off my loan to Sal." She looked from the phone to Preston then back again. "Why would he attack me though?" "No idea." Mind racing a mile a minute, Preston tried to put the clues together. "Are you sure you paid Sal off in full?" "Yep. I got a receipt and everything to be sure." "Did anything else happen that day when you went to the shop?" Preston winced as he pushed to his feet once more and began pacing. He thought better on his feet, even if it jarred his ribs. "Was there anyone else there that you remember?" "No, I don't think so," she frowned. "Wait. There was another man. He was there to see Sal. Seemed kind of important. That guy, Dom, was his bodyguard, I think. He introduced himself to me as Mr. Capaldi. He creeped me out. Kept staring at Parker. Told me his own son, Dante, died and Parker looked just like him." She shivered and Preston wanted to take her in his arms but couldn't. Not yet. Not until he had this figured out and knew how to keep her safe. Capaldi's the name of a big crime family in Southern California. Dominic Peretti works for them as an enforcer. Wouldn't be surprised if this Sal guy you paid off is in with them too. Why would the mob be after me? Lila asked, fear in her voice. I don't know. He exhaled slowly, right arm held tight to his side to dampen the pain from his ribs. There had to be more to the story, something he was missing. You get all that, Cap? He asked Green. Yep. Running a search on Capaldi now. Several seconds ticked by before he got back on the line. Says his 2-year-old son drowned when his wife drove her car off the side of a bridge after she figured out what kind of man she'd married. Kid was in the back seat. Police ruled it a murder-suicide. Looks like Capaldi went a bit nuts after that. Became more violent and vicious in his work for his cousin who was Don of the family. Even tried to kidnap a couple of kids over the years, saying they looked like his dead son. Ended up doing a stint in a private mental hospital once for his delusions. After a while, even the mafia got tired of his behavior and gave him a small sector in San Diego to run to keep him busy and out of the way. That must be how he knows Sal, Lila said. The pawn shop must be in his sector. Probably, Preston agreed. You said Capaldi creeped you out because he kept staring at Parker. Do you think maybe he was thinking about abducting him like those other kids? Maybe. She wrapped her arms around herself. There was this look in his eyes, cold and crazy. I'd have believed just about anything evil about him that day. If that's the case and Capaldi wanted your son for himself, then there's a good chance he'd have sent his enforcer to do his dirty work and get you out of the way. That would make the kid easy to snatch, Green said. Hang on a sec. The sound of typing echoed through the phone line. Looks like our boy Dom's gone AWOL on his parole officer too, which fits that idea. Realization dawned on Preston and his eyes widened. That's it. That's the missing piece. The other day, I saw a newspaper article about a manhunt for a missing ex-con who'd skipped out on his parole. I saw the same story again on the TV this morning. That has to be Dom. If he's on business for Capaldi, he won't stop until it's done. His special ops background fits with my assailant's skills too. It has to be him. Great. Now how are you going to catch him? His CO asked. Good question, Preston said, sighing. They needed to get this guy off the streets, but there was no way to know where he was at any given moment, or when he'd launch his next attack. The last thing Preston wanted to do was put Lila and Parker at risk again, but he couldn't think of any way to guarantee their safety. With Christmas around the corner, law enforcement probably wouldn't be much help either. Let me act as bait, Lila said, looking up at him. Hell. No. Preston said. Not going to happen. You got a better idea? The captain asked. Peretti is obviously after her and the kid. Using them will put a quick end to this. No, Preston closed his eyes and tilted his head back. I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to them. There has to be another way. There isn't. Lila got up and came over to him, taking his hand. Please. It's my life and Parker's on the line here and I want to do this. I don't want to live the rest of my life afraid. You asked me to trust you before. Now I'm asking you to trust me. Please, let me do this. For all of us. Listen to the lady, Green said. I need to go. Call me later and I'll help you work out a plan. Preston ended the call then scrubbed a hand over his face. He didn't want to make this choice, but there seemed to be no alternatives. And he would be there to protect them. He'd take a bullet for them. He'd die for them. Dominic Peretti would have to get through Preston to get to his family. Fine. But I'm in charge, he said. You promise to do exactly as I say or this ends now. Agreed. Lila reached up on tiptoes and pressed a sweet kiss to his lips. You won't regret this. But as he watched her walk back down the hallway toward her bedroom, Preston already did. Chapter 23. Are you sure this is going to work? Lila asked the next afternoon as Preston finished stuffing one of Parker's snowsuits with old clothes. I can clearly see that's not a real kid. It'll work. He zipped up the packed suit, then wrapped a blanket around the bottom half and cradled it against his chest, with the hood part resting over his shoulder. If Dom's watching this place like I think he is, then from 100 yards away this will fool him long enough to think I've taken Parker away with me. The thought of some strange guy spying on her through the windows gave her the willies, but she'd agreed to act as bait to catch the creep, and now it was time to make good on her word. Fine. You're sure my real son is safe? Preston had asked Tom to stop by the cabin an hour earlier. He hadn't explained the specifics, other than the need for Tom to keep his guard up and not let anyone near Parker, but he'd asked the lodge owner to smuggle the boy out of the cabin in a basket of sheets and towels. They'd treated it like a game, and Parker had been happy to play along. He was probably playing with Nancy at that moment, not a care in the world. Tom and Nancy will keep him safe at the lodge. Tom promised he'd keep his hunting rifle handy just in case. Preston leaned in and gave Lila a quick kiss before striding to the door, his heavy winter boots clunking loudly on the floor with each step and the nylon of his jacket swishing each time he moved. Okay. You know the plan? Lila nodded. She took a deep breath and waited until Preston opened the front door of the cabin and strode out onto the porch before rushing to the door after him and calling, "Don't forget to bring some chocolate back." He waved to her as he went to his SUV and buckled the dummy kid into the car seat. With one last glance at Lila, he climbed into the vehicle and drove off. She closed and locked the door behind him, then stood for a moment, rubbing her arms and feeling out of sorts, even though it was imperative she act normal. Not exactly the way she'd planned on spending her Christmas Eve day. Preston planned to circle the lodge, make sure Dom hadn't followed him, then park the SUV some distance away and sneak back to the cabin. He'd felt certain that Dom was watching from the front, so he'd instructed her to leave her bedroom window unlocked. It overlooked a wooded area at the rear of the cabin, which would allow him to climb through unnoticed. To keep busy until he returned, she cleaned the living room and kitchen. As she worked, she kept thinking about that day in the pawn shop. Her gut had told her something wasn't right with Capaldi and the way he'd watched her and Parker. But who would have thought that he'd target her like this? In retrospect, his plan was obvious. Sal had probably told Capaldi that she was a single mom with no one close to turn to. If she was out of the picture, it would be so easy to take Parker. His kidnapping might even have gone unreported. It was devilishly clever, but ice cold, too. And it might have worked, if Preston hadn't come back into their lives so unexpectedly. Her stomach churned when she thought about Dom stalking them all this time and how close he'd come to killed her that day on the chairlift. She shivered, then nearly shrieked as a hand touched her leg. "Hush," a low, familiar male voice said. "It's me. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." Lila turned slowly to kneel down next to Preston. He'd managed to get back to the cabin and climb through the window without her hearing a sound. "I don't want to be seen through any windows, so I'll be keeping low to the floor. You okay?" He tucked her hair behind her ear, then cupped her chin. "This will all work out. I promise. Law enforcement will get this guy, then you and Parker can enjoy the rest of your holiday here." She nodded, then gripped the front of his shirt as he kissed her sweetly. She wanted to hold him close and never let him go, but that wasn't part of the plan. Not today anyway. "I'm good. Keep out of sight so we can get this over with." Once she'd finished making her bed, she cleaned Parker's room too, then grabbed the romance novel she'd started reading in the hospital and took it to the living room along with a cup of tea and settled before the fire to read. 2 hours passed, but no Dom. The sun sank lower in the sky, but still no Dom. Finally, after nearly 4 hours and no sign of their stalker, Lila gave up. She set her book aside and walked down the short hallway to find Preston with his back against the wall near the door of her bedroom. It was a spot where he could see the front door without being seen himself. He winked at her, making her smile. "I'm still on guard." "No sign of our intruder," she said. "I guess maybe he saw through our hoax." "Maybe. It was a bit obvious, I suppose, but we had to try." Preston stood and walked across the room to check out the windows. "I'll run and get the SUV, then pick up Parker at the lodge and come back here for dinner. Or we could both go to the lodge and enjoy the Christmas Eve party." At his wary look, she grinned. Come on. I've been looking forward to it since I got here, and I doubt that even Dom would have the balls to attack me with all those people around. It's probably the safest place to be tonight. Preston seemed to consider that a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. You might be right. But I want you and Parker in my sight at all times, got it? This Dom was special ops, and I wouldn't put it past him to try some kind of covert crap to get what he wants, whether there are witnesses or not, especially since I'd guess Capaldi is paying him a tidy sum to handle all this for him. We can try this setup again in a few days. Thank you. Lila clapped her hands excitedly, then grabbed her coat and hat. After locking up the cabin, she and Preston walked hand in gloved hand up to the lodge, since he'd parked his SUV behind it somewhere. Light snow fell gently once more and the clouds above hid the stars, but Lila couldn't imagine anywhere she'd rather be than with Preston that night. By the time they reached the lodge, the party had already started. They walked inside and removed their coats and hats, marveling at all the beautiful Victorian-era themed decorations. From the lace and rose-covered trees to the antique, life-sized Father Christmas statue in the corner, it all seemed like fairy tale perfection to Lila. The past few years, she'd been struggling financially and had barely been able to afford a tiny fake tree and a few presents for Parker. This year, she'd gone all out, buying everything she'd thought he'd like and wrapping it all up to leave here at the lodge for Tom and Nancy to put out for him under the tree tonight. The air smelled of spices and pine, and a group of carolers dressed in period costumes were wandering about the dining room, serenading guests as they ate and mingled. A roaring fire blazed from the old stone fireplace against one wall. Still holding Preston's hand, she made her way through the crowd and over to where Tom was overseeing the festivities near the far wall. Tom raised his hand in greeting as they approached. There you are. Parker's doing fine. Nancy's with him upstairs, keeping an eye out, just like you asked. Thanks, Preston said. We appreciate it, don't we, honey? Right. She forced a smile she didn't quite feel. Even being away from her little boy for a few hours made her miss Parker something fierce. The kid was her whole life these days, and it hurt her heart to think of him stuck in a room upstairs away from the party, even if it was for his own safety. As if reading her mind, Tom leaned over and patted her arm. Don't worry, dear. Your son's in great hands. Last time I checked, he and Nancy were having a ball playing some puzzle game. That's good. And thank you for looking out for Parker. Anytime. Tom smiled. It's like having our own grandkids around this time of year. They live on the East Coast now, so they don't make it back quite as often as they used to. Nothing beats the joy of kids at Christmas. True. Preston kissed Lila's hand. Hungry? Looks like the buffet's open. Definitely, it all looks wonderful. Thanks again, Lila said, following Preston over to the food line. Her stomach growled and she realized that in all the intrigue earlier in the day, she'd never taken the time to eat. Everything was delicious as always, with the added touch of peppermint ice cream and chocolate Yule log cake for dessert. By the time she was finished, Lila felt full and more than a tad sleepy. There you are, Clara said, coming over to their table. I've been looking for you all night, but with all this chaos, I didn't see you. Where's Parker? Oh, he wasn't feeling well, Preston said, exchanging a glance with Lila. He's with a sitter right now. That's too bad. Clara sat down in an empty chair beside Lila. The twins are over with some of the other kids at the Christmas tree searching for any gifts with their names on them and doing their best to guess what's inside. We don't open our gifts until Christmas morning. That was always Matthew's rule, she said, her tone turning sad. The holidays are hard this year. I'm so sorry, Lila said, reaching over to take her friend's hand. I can't imagine what you must be going through. Being here helps. Clara sniffled and swiped the back of her free hand under her eyes. It's good for me and the kids to be around other people, all the fun and frivolity. Makes it a little less lonely. Come on, Lila said, pushing to her feet. I need to use the ladies' room. Preston started to stand as well, but she shook her head. No men allowed. Sorry. I think we can handle this trip on our own. He frowned and narrowed his gaze on her but stayed put. Fine. I'm keeping an eye out though. As she hooked arms with Clara and they walked away, the other woman leaned in and chuckled. Is he always that protective? Lila laughed. No, but we're at that stage where you don't want to let the other out of your sight. Ah, so sweet. Clara patted her hand. Young love. And especially after what the two of you went through to find each other again. What a miracle. Yeah. Lila held the bathroom door for Clara, then looked back to see Preston watching her closely. The connection between them pulled tight once more and her chest squeezed with tenderness. She turned and walked into the community bathroom behind Clara, and they each headed for a stall. Thankfully, they were the only ones in there at the moment. Before she could lock her stall, however, Clara gave a high-pitched squeak, then there was the sound of a body hitting the tile floor. Lila dashed back out. Clara, she called, her voice echoing through the empty room. No answer. Bending slightly, she peeked under the stall doors to look for Clara's feet, but they weren't there. That wasn't good. As she made her way down to the stall where her friend had gone, her pulse kicked higher. That strange tingle in her gut grew stronger too, the same tingle she'd had in the pawn shop that day. Intuition. Foreboding. Lila halted and glanced over into the mirror along the opposite wall, and that's when she spotted the shadow stalking toward her from behind. Screaming, Lila whirled around and backed up fast toward the opposite wall, spotting Clara's crumpled form stuffed beneath the vanity behind her in her peripheral vision. A trickle of blood ran down Clara's temple, but her eyes fluttered slightly. Adrenaline buzzing through Lila's system like angry hornets, adding to her sense of desperation. She had no weapons to fend him off except her own body. What do you want? She managed to get out, the words emerging shakier than she wanted. I want your kid. Once you're dead, it's going to be a lot easier to take him. He advanced closer, his bulky form looming over her like a phantom menace. He was dressed all in black again, though his face was uncovered tonight. Dom was just as ugly and intimidating as she remembered, like the bad guy in every mob movie. He got his big hands around her throat before she could dodge out of the way. Lila struggled against him, clawing at his fingers, his wrists, his arms, anywhere she could reach, but to no avail. He only pressed harder, compressing her windpipe until her vision began to darken around the edges as her oxygen supply dwindled. Images of Parker flashed through her head, of him being taken and raised by a mobster. But, no, Preston would never let that happen. Preston. As if conjured from her thoughts, the bathroom door slammed open, and his voice rang through the bathroom. Lila? Everything okay in there? Damn it. Dom growled, squeezing her neck tighter still. The pressure in Lila's head, coupled with her pounding pulse grew, nearly overwhelming her, and unconsciousness beckoned. She opened her mouth to call to Preston, to scream, but nothing came out except gasps and wheezes. Summoning what was left on her energy, Lila jammed her knee hard into Dom's crotch, eliciting a nice grunt of pain from him and a momentary loosening of his grip. Using what precious time, and air, she had, Lila twisted out of Dom's grasp. Preston charged forward, tackling Dom from the side and taking him down hard to the tile floor. The men wrestled while Lila sucked in a few much-needed breaths. She wanted to help Preston take out this asshole out, to save her son and the man she loved. She got one kick into Dom's side, but he was already fading under Preston's unrelenting punches. In another minute, Dom was face down on the floor unconscious while Preston stood over him breathing heavily. His hand rubbed down on his right side. Your ribs, she exclaimed. They're okay. Get Tom and call 911. She ran from the bathroom, ignoring the startled looks from the partygoers, and found Tom in the crowd. By the time she returned with him, Preston had used his belt to secure Dom's hands behind his back. He'd even looped one of Dom's legs through to make it impossible for the man to get loose. Preston was kneeling next to Clara, who was moaning softly but who seemed to be coming back around. The police are on their way, Tom said, taking stock of the scene. Let me call again and make sure EMS come, too. Poor Clara. Lila wetted a paper towel and wiped Clara's face with it. Her friend's eyes finally blinked open. The twins, she whispered. Someone. We'll make sure they're okay, Preston assured her. On it, Tom said, heading back out of the bathroom. I think this guy is on Santa's naughty list. Lila jerked her head toward Dom. She was still shaking as she struggled to regain her composure. Getting coal for sure, Clara muttered. For the foreseeable future. Preston's eyes were on Lila's face and traveled down to her neck, where the skin felt tight and bruised. He hurt you. He reached out a hand and gently stroked her throat. I should punch him again for that. He's already down. You saved me, us. It's what I do, he told her as uniformed officers entered the bathroom. She wasn't sure if he was referring to being a SEAL or his commitment to her and Parker. Maybe it was both. Chapter 24. The next morning Preston headed into town to the police station to talk to Detective Morrison. He was relieved that Lila and Parker were safe from Dom. More than relieved. Thrilled. He'd been less thrilled with the police response the night before. They'd taken Dom into custody, but the detective in charge of the case hadn't even shown up. Yeah, it was the holiday season, but that was no excuse when there had been a violent attack. So needless to say, he wasn't in the best mood when he arrived at the nondescript police building. In the lobby, he spotted Detective Morrison, a couple of uniform officers, and a guy in a suit clutching a briefcase. Detective, Preston said, walking over to Morrison. A gift card is fine. Excuse me? Morrison gave him a confused stare. In case you wanted to buy me something as thanks for doing your job for you, he said, letting his irritation show in his tone. At least that asshole is behind bars. For now, the guy in the suit said. He held out his hand to Preston, his perfect white smile and emotionless dark eyes giving him a strong resemblance to a shark. Oliver Tobias. District Attorney for this area. Right. Preston shook the guy's hand. A lawyer. He should have known. I hope you're not planning to let Dom go. If that was the case, Preston wasn't going to control his temper. He couldn't even imagine the terror that Lila would feel if Dom was released. No, Tobias said, setting his briefcase atop the reception desk and opening it to pull out a thick file. We're not going to let him go. But perhaps we will offer him a plea deal. Depends on how willing he is to cooperate with us to catch the bigger fish in his pond. Preston didn't like the sound of that. It would mean a shorter sentence for Dom, the man who had tried to kill Lila multiple times. Still, as the attorney laid out the paperwork from the file, Preston was undeniably intrigued by the information presented. We've been after the Capaldi crime family for years, the DA said. But haven't had an end to get the evidence we need to convict. Your capture of Dominic Peretti may be the break we need. How? Preston frowned. The guy's strong and well-trained, but he's muscle, nothing more. I don't think he's some mafia bigwig. No. But from what Detective Morrison has told me, Dom was hired personally by Anthony Capaldi. Granted, Anthony is not in the family's top leadership either, but he's been around a long time and knows a lot of secrets. If we can get Dom to flip on Anthony, maybe Anthony will flip on the big bosses to save his own skin. The rest should fall like dominoes after that. You think he'll just agree? Preston was skeptical, to say the least. He wasn't an expert on the mafia, but he'd seen the movies and TV shows and things never turned out well for snitches. I don't know. Me neither, Tobias said, flashing him that cold grin again. But I'm about to find out. I'm going in to talk with Dom now. You're welcome to watch from the next room, if you'd like. He followed Detective Morrison into a small, dark observation room adjacent to theirs and stood before the one-way mirror. Preston saw Dominic Peretti sitting alone at a bare metal table. The orange jumpsuit he was sporting did little for his appearance, but Preston didn't think the guy had ever looked better. In the corner of the room stood one of the uniformed officers from out front, and across the table from Peretti sat an empty chair. Dom had his hands clasped atop the table, the chain connecting his handcuffs clanging against the edge of the surface. About 30 seconds later, the DA entered, giving a nod of acknowledgement to the cop in the corner before taking a seat at the table. He didn't so much as glance at Dom, putting on a show of being totally relaxed. Preston had to give the DA bonus points for BS. Based on what he'd told Preston in the lobby, they wanted to bring the Capaldi family down badly, but right now Tobias could have been sitting at the beach for all the anxiety he showed. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Peretti," Tobias said at last. He'd slowly gotten out all of his files and papers and arranged them in neat stacks atop the table in front of him. When he did look up at Dom, his smile was chilly enough to cause frostbite. "I do hope this won't take long. I have holiday plans with my family later, so let's try to wrap this up quickly." Dom snorted and sat back, dropping his shackled hands into his lap. "Go to hell." The DA sighed and shook his head. "That's a very bah humbug sort of attitude on a day all about giving, Mr. Peretti. And here I was hoping you might give me a gift. Give yourself one too, while you're at it." Dom sneered and grabbed his crotch. "Got your gift right here." Tobias kept his gaze fixed on the papers he was shuffling. "Well, if you aren't feeling generous at the moment, then let's start by discussing the charges being leveled against you today." The DA's tone was as icy as the roads outside. "You've got a rap sheet a mile long. Everything from racketeering and theft to embezzling and assault. Quite a varied career you've built for yourself since your unfortunate departure from the military. Thank you for your service, by the way." At Dom's middle finger salute, the DA raised a brow. "Nice. Look, Mr. Peretti, I know you were hired by Anthony Capaldi to stalk Miss Holden and her child, and to harm her so the kid could be taken. The only thing I'm not sure about is why. You tell me about it and about everything else you know about Anthony Capaldi and his family, and I may be able to cut you a deal. Instead of 20 to 30 years in prison for repeated murder attempts, I could perhaps cut it down to 10 with the possibility of parole." "I ain't telling you anything. I ain't no rat," Dom said, shifting in his seat, the metal creaking under his bulk. "I want an attorney." The DA exhaled slowly and sat back in his chair, crossing his arms. "And I'd like to get all of this over with and get home to my kids on Christmas. I'd also like to sleep better at night knowing ruthless killers like the Capaldi family are off the streets. Now, I understand you don't want the family to think you've betrayed them. I get it. After all, the last guy who talked ended up in the Pacific with a bullet in the brain. But I'm afraid it's a bit late for that." The DA grinned and sat forward, all sleek predator now. "See, I may have accidentally mentioned to my friend at the newspaper that I was coming here today to speak with an informant about Anthony Capaldi. Granted, I didn't give your name, but under the circumstances, I don't think it will take them long to figure out who it is. Now ask yourself, Mr. Peretti, do you think you'd be safer spending the next decade behind bars in a maximum security prison in solitary confinement, or left to fend for yourself against one of the most powerful crime families on the West Coast, after they think you've betrayed them? Go ahead. Think about it. Take your time. I'll wait." The longer the time stretched out between them, the more uncomfortable Dom looked. Through the glass, Preston could see a sheen of sweat had broken out on the larger man's forehead and upper lip, and he kept fidgeting in his seat as he stared at the stacks of papers in front of the DA. Finally, glowering darkly, he said, "What do you want from me?" The DA blinked at him a long moment, then held up a digital recorder and put it in the center of the table. "Tell me what Anthony Capaldi hired you to do." A muscle ticked in Dom's cheek and his lips compressed to a thin white line as he stared back at the attorney across from him, as if weighing his options once more. Then he said, "I want your word, on tape, that your offer stands. 10 years. That's it." "Fine, Mr. Peretti," the DA said. "You tell me what you know about Anthony Capaldi and the rest of his family, and I'll uphold my offer of 10 years in prison. Provided you cooperate with us completely." Dom bared his teeth. "I'll tell you what I know. And you'll agree to help us catch Anthony Capaldi." "Wait a minute." Dom tried to stand up, but the uniformed officer moved closer with his hand on his weapon holstered at his waist. The larger man slumped back into his seat. "Catch him how? Tell me what his plans for you were, then we'll decide." After a muttered curse, Dom took a deep breath. He wanted the kid. Preston's heart dropped to his toes. Yeah, he'd already known that was the reason, but hearing Peretti state it so boldly made him want to throttle the guy. Miss Holden's son? The DA asked. Yeah. Dom shrugged. He said he wanted to replace his son. I wasn't gonna do it. I don't know anything about kids. Never been around M. But then he started throwing all this money at me and I changed my mind. Tobias looked up from the notes he was taking. How much? $1 million? More like $5 million. Way more money than I ever thought I'd see in this lifetime. I could retire on that and live on some island somewhere for eternity. Right. The DA glanced at the mirror that Preston was hiding behind, then continued scribbling on his paper. So, Anthony Capaldi offered you $5 million to kill Miss Holden and take her son? That's right. Well, I didn't necessarily have to kill her, but I could tell there was no way she was letting that kid go without a fight. Even if I got him away from her, she'd kick up a fuss, get everyone looking for him, so yeah. Getting away clean with the kid meant getting her out of the way for good. Anyway, it wasn't hard to track her. Follow her credit card trail. Got friends who can handle that for me. When I saw a reservation for the lodge, I knew that's where I'd make my move. Remote location, she'd be isolated. Easy pickings. I rented a room at the motel in town and staked out her cabin. He sat forward and rested his forearms on the table. I laid low for a couple days, watching her and the kid, learning their routine, figuring out how to take her out. Would have gotten it done too, except that asshole military boyfriend of hers moved in next door. A slow, satisfied grin spread over Preston's face, knowing he'd foiled this asshole's plans. That was quickly followed though, by the unsettling certainty that if he hadn't decided to head to the lodge on his break, things could have turned out so horribly different. He closed his eyes and said a silent prayer of thanks for luck or fate or whatever the hell had led him back to Lila and Parker and saved them all. With that guy around, I had to be cleverer. Did you sabotage the ice rink? The DA asked. Nah. That was just luck. I did try to push her off the ski lift though. Couldn't pass up that opportunity. She was alone. He sighed. Didn't work though. Went to the hospital afterward to try and finish the job, but her boyfriend showed up and caused a scene. Damn boyfriend. Okay then. The DA sat back. Does Anthony know you failed? He will, when you plaster that story all over the papers about how I've been talking to you. Dom smirked. Smooth move, dumbass. Tobias gave an unpleasant chuckle. But as of right now, he still thinks everything's going to plan? Dom shrugged in response. Good. Then we still have a couple of hours to work with before the news breaks. The DA pulled out his phone and left the room, then returned a few minutes later. Here's what we're going to do, Mr. Peretti. I phoned my contacts at the FBI. They've got a vested interest in taking down Anthony Capaldi and his family. So, you're going to call Mr. Capaldi and tell him you have Miss Holden's son. Set up a meeting to hand over the child. Then we're going to pick him up as well. I ain't doing that. I call him and get him caught, I'm a dead man, Dom said, his face mottled with red and his voice angry. Screw that. You don't make this call, you're a dead man anyway, Mr. Peretti, because I will personally make sure you get sent away for the rest of your life for your crimes, understand? The DA leaned closer, shooting visual daggers at Dom. I've got more than enough evidence to do it. Don't push me. Full cooperation or no deal. What's it going to be? A few tense minutes passed before Dom finally gave a curt nod. Fine. But that's it. One call. The DA took out Dom's cell phone from his briefcase, dialed Anthony Capaldi's number, then laid the device in the center of the table and hit speakerphone. The older man answered on the second ring. Yes? I got the kid, Dom said, swallowing hard. I'll meet you today and drop him off. I'll need time, Anthony Capaldi said. There are preparations to be made, Anne. The DA shook his head and Dom cringed. No. Today. I ain't no babysitter. Got no idea what to do with a kid. You either get him today or not at all. Fine. Where are you? Anthony said at last. Way up north. Dom squinted down at the piece of paper the DA pushed his way. I'll meet you halfway. There's a rest stop on Interstate 5, just outside Bakersfield. I'll be there at 2 with the kid. Don't be late. After ending the call, the DA stood and gathered his papers together. Good job, Mr. Peretti. With luck, by the end of today, you'll be safely ensconced in a jail cell and we'll have Anthony Capaldi in custody. Preston met the attorney in the hallway outside the interrogation room. You're not actually going to let him take the kid to Capaldi, right? I used a dummy earlier. I can bring it to you for him to take. And I want to be there when they make the exchange. I want to see for myself these guys get taken down. The DA smiled, then brushed past Preston on his way toward the lobby. Be back here in an hour. I can't guarantee the FBI will let you go on the sting, but that dummy might come in handy. Chapter 25. Did they lock him up? Lila asked when Preston called her a short time later. Please say yes. Honestly, she'd been a nervous wreck since he'd gone to the police station earlier this morning. She just wanted all of this to be over. Thank goodness Clara had brought the twins over after they'd had their own private Christmas celebration to keep Parker busy. The kids were now happily playing together in the living room with all their new toys. Clara was there too, taking it easy after the mild concussion Dom had caused at the party. Sorry, not yet, Preston said over the phone line. Stunned, she stepped into the hallway for some privacy. What do you mean not yet? The guy tried to choke me to death last night. He was going to kidnap Parker. The least they should be able to hold him on is assault. Oh, he'd going to be going away for a long time. He confessed to everything. Told the DA about his plans to take you out and kidnap Parker for Anthony Capaldi. All of it. Even though they'd worked out the basics of Dom's plan themselves, it still hurt her heart to hear it so plainly. Then why the hell is he still not behind bars? Because he got a plea deal. He's going to help law enforcement catch Capaldi too, in exchange for a shorter sentence. Preston exhaled slowly. I'm not thrilled he'll be out after 10 years, but you can be damned sure I'll be prepared for the minute he steps out of that cell. Wait, so now they want Anthony Capaldi too? She leaned back against the wall, trying to take all that in. Are they sure they have enough evidence for that? It's his word against Dom's, right? Yeah, but this DA's been building a case for a while now against the Capaldi crime family. This situation is the break he's been waiting for. Preston sighed. He's pretty certain that if they get Anthony Capaldi in for questioning, he'll tell them everything. So, yeah. I guess letting Dom enjoy his freedom a few hours longer is worth bringing down the entire lot of them, and knowing for sure that Anthony won't just hire someone else. A few hours? She glanced down the hall to make sure the others weren't listening. They're going after him today? On Christmas? Yep. Dom already made the phone call and set up the meeting. I'm heading there with Detective Morrison. I want to see this asshole captured with my own eyes. Lila slid down the wall to sit on the floor, her legs shaky. A week ago, she hadn't even known these people, and now the man she loved was going to be there when they were all taken down. You still there? He asked, his tone concerned. All right, baby? Yes, she said. I'm here. Just trying to wrap my head around it all. Be careful, okay? If those guys are mafia, they won't give up without a fight, and I don't want to lose you after I just found you again. You won't lose me, baby. The warmth in his voice chased away the chill inside her. And I'm only watching this time. No action for me. I'm a civilian for the time being. There was a pause as muffled voices sounded on the other end of the line. Sorry. I need to go. I'll be back at the cabin as soon as I can. Love you. Taken aback by the words, she hesitated even as every fiber of her being screamed for her to answer him in return. Finally, she managed to say, love you too, but it was too late. The line had already gone dead. She did love him. She had 3 years ago and did again now. And what else had he said? He'd be prepared for when Dom got out of prison in 10 years? Did that mean Preston planned to be around for her and Parker in a decade? Mommy. Parker yelled from the living room, interrupting her string of unanswered questions. Come see my spaceship. The next few hours passed in a blur as Lila went through the motions of entertaining her guests and playing with Parker, all while her concentration split between what was happening at the cabin and what might be happening where Preston was. By the time Clara and the twins headed home, the sun was starting to set, and Parker was taking a nap, worn out from all his holiday fun. Lila had started a pot of homemade chili earlier in the afternoon, mostly to keep herself busy, and she went back into the kitchen to check on it. The house smelled wonderful from the food, and instrumental Christmas carols were playing low from the stereo. The angle of the sunlight on the snow outside made it sparkle like diamonds, and the world seemed almost perfect. Almost. As soon as Preston got back home, everything would be awesome. She'd be able to say the words she hadn't to him on the phone. She'd just taken the lid off the pot to stir the chili when the scuffle of footsteps on the porch stopped her short. Her heart stumbled and blood rushed in her ears. She glanced out the window over the sink but didn't spot Preston's SUV in the driveway or parked near the curb. Adrenaline flooded her bloodstream as fear gripped her tight. She wasn't expecting anyone else. It was Christmas. Most people were spending the day with friends and loved ones. But if it wasn't Preston then? Oh God. What if the plan to capture Anthony Capaldi had gone south? What if Dom somehow let the guy know they were onto him and he'd headed here to finish what Dom had started? What if? She grabbed her phone from the counter, her fingers shaking as she turned it on to see if she'd missed a call from Preston. Nothing. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. The footsteps outside neared the door and she brought up the phone's keypad, punching in 911, then hovering over the call button as the front door of the cabin swung open. If it was Capaldi, she'd call the police, then run like hell straight for Parker's room. Lila? Preston said, walking in looking like a sexy lumberjack in his jeans and flannel, day-old scruff on his chin and a knit hat covering his dark curls. I'm home. In an instant, she dropped her phone and ran straight for him. Good thing his reflexes were on point as she flung her arms around his neck and wrapped her legs around his waist and kissed him for all she was worth. When she finally pulled away, they were both breathless and grinning. Thank God it's you. I was so worried, she said, nuzzling her nose into the side of his neck and inhaling his good Preston smell. I didn't see your car outside and I thought maybe it was Capaldi coming here to finish me off. No way. I would skin the man with my bare hands before I'd ever let him hurt you again. Preston buried his face in the top of her hair and kissed her head. No one will ever hurt you again while I'm around. And I parked down the road away, since a lot of other cabins have guests and there wasn't much room. Smart of you to check on that though. She shrugged, then hugged him tighter. Thanks. They kissed once more, then she slowly slid down the front of him to her feet. I made chili. Preston sniffed the air, then grinned. He secured the front door behind him, then took off his hat and coat and hung them on the hook by the door. My favorite. Where's Parker? Taking a nap. She took Preston's hand and led him back toward her bedroom at the end of the hall. The chili needs to cook a bit longer and I could use some quiet time myself. Quiet time, huh? He followed behind her, closing the door behind them. From what I remember, you weren't all that quiet last time. Well, I'll just have to control myself this time then. She winked and tugged off her green turtleneck sweater with the reindeer on the front, leaving her facing him in just her bra from the waist up. Did they catch Capaldi? They did. He removed his flannel shirt, then tugged the t-shirt beneath over his head, and she flinched seeing the bandages that covered his gorgeous torso. She's forgotten about his ribs. Did I hurt you when I jumped on you just now? Preston's soft chuckle warmed her. No, I'm good, sweetheart. You didn't hurt me. Her fingertips itched to trace over the bruises on his torso, but she forced herself to concentrate on what he was saying. You'll be happy to hear that both Capaldi and Dom are going away for a long, long time. From the way Capaldi fell apart once he was arrested, I'd bet he'll be telling them whatever they want to know soon enough. Oh, and they're bringing in your friend from the pawn shop too. Sal? Lila raised her gaze from his abs and the trail of dark hair that disappeared beneath his waistband, like a tantalizing mystery she couldn't wait to solve. I mean, he has horrible taste in clothes and his pawn shop is scuzzy as hell, but I didn't think he'd done anything illegal. If he did, they'll find out. Then Preston undid the button at the waist of his jeans and pulled them off, and she seemed to lose any capacity for rational thought. Preston Lawson was a sight to behold, injured or not. And he was hers. All hers. Best holiday present ever. Merry Christmas, honey. Merry Christmas, he said, stepping toward her and forcing her back until her knees hit the edge of the mattress and she tumbled backward onto the bed. God, Lila. You are so beautiful. I love you so much, he held him close, her lips at his temple. I love you too, Preston. Leapy and sated, she put her head on his chest over his heart and smiled. I can't think of a better way to end the holiday. Agreed. He kissed the top of her head, his fingers lazily stroking through her hair. Then his stomach growled loudly and they both laughed. Some of that chili might be nice too, though. Chapter 26. Early the next morning, Preston awoke to his phone buzzing on the nightstand. Carefully sliding out of bed so as not to wake Lila, he tugged on his jeans from the day before, then grabbed his phone and padded down the hall in his bare feet toward the living room. Along the way, he stopped to peek in Parker's room to make sure the kid was okay and found his son sound asleep beneath the covers, looking like the true angel of Christmas. Finding his family had been the best present ever. Now, if only he could hang on to them a bit longer, he'd be all set. Entering the living room, he grabbed the Afghan off the back of the sofa and wrapped it around his bare torso before plopping down on the couch and clicking on his phone. The minute the message popped up on his screen, his heart dropped. His CO. Damn it. He'd known this call was coming, had expected it for a week or more, but still. He'd hoped to spend a nice, relaxing day with Lila and Parker, have the holiday they should have had the day prior when he'd been wrapped up in the whole case with Dom's plea deal and Anthony's arrest. He'd even managed to squirrel away some gifts for his son and Lila. He'd hoped to watch them unwrap their presents today. Now, though, as he stared down at the brightly glowing screen of his phone, his gut told him the day wasn't going to go as he'd planned. Heart heavy, he hit the redial button and waited for his CO to pick up. What's happening there? Green asked without preamble. Preston filled him and then thanked him again for his help in putting it all together. Without the intel you gave me, these guys might still be on the loose. Glad to be of assistance, he said. And glad your family is safe because I need you back on base in Coronado. Right. He swallowed hard, squeezing his eyes shut as if that might block out the unwanted orders. When? 72 hours max. Our operatives on the ground in Syria have a line on one of the higher-ups on the leak you've been working to bring down. The captain exhaled slowly. I'm sorry to cut your holidays short, Preston, but we need you here. Preston raked a hand through his hair and slumped back against the cushions, his emotions rioting. Despite knowing his mission, despite his responsibilities, despite everything, he didn't want to go. But that didn't matter. He'd signed contracts, made vows, given his word to bring down these terrorists. He'd given up his life, his home, all that he was. He'd dedicated himself to bringing these killers in. His country demanded his return to action, and he was duty-bound to answer the call. The words cut like razors in his throat as he said them, doing his best not to get choked up. I don't suppose I'll see Lila and Parker again. Not if you value their lives or this mission. His CO's voice sounded brisk and efficient, the way Preston's should have. Look, son. I'm sorry. But this is what you signed on for. I know. He rested his head back against the sofa and stared up at the shadows on the ceiling. I just never imagined I'd find her again, or how hard it would be to walk away. He would though. To keep them safe, he'd do anything. An idea occurred, a long shot at best. If I bring the terrorists in, could I go back to being a regular SEAL? Have the clerical error corrected? Maybe. I'm already looking into it, Green said, surprising him. You are? He straightened, feeling wide awake now. How? Why? The minute you told me about discovering your son, I knew your time on this mission was coming to an end. The whole reason you were perfect for the job was because you didn't have any ties back home. Now that you've got a kid and a woman that you love, that changes your priorities. Or it should. If I was in your shoes, son, I'd be looking for ways to get out as well. So, I took the liberty of asking the higher-ups about it after our conversation about Dominic Peretti. I've not heard anything back yet, but I'll keep you posted. Thank you, sir. A rush of gratitude crashed through him at his CO's understanding. I'll be ready to go as ordered then. Good. I'll call you when I have your flight information, Green said. Until then, enjoy the time you have left with them. Finally, an order he didn't mind obeying. Will do, sir. Preston ended the call, then sat in the dark in the living room, going over everything in his head. All the days since he'd come to the lodge. All the time he'd spent with Lila and Parker. The laughter, the love, the joy. It would kill him to leave this all behind again, but he would. He had no choice. He walked over and clicked on the Christmas tree, then sat for a while staring at the sparkling lights and glittering ornaments. No matter how pretty they were, they'd never rival Lila's beauty. Each time he took a breath, he could still smell her sweet floral perfume. Each time he licked his lips, he swore he could still taste her there. And the warmth of the blanket around him was no match for the heat of her bare skin against his. Even if it all disappeared tomorrow, and given his orders, it would, he'd have those blessed memories for eternity. Lost in thought, time got away from him. The first rays of dawn were just streaming through the windows when a husky feminine voice said from the end of the hall. Are you coming back to bed? I miss you. A lump of sadness threatened to clog his throat, but he swallowed hard around it and turned to look at her over his shoulder. I miss you too. Come sit with me on the sofa and we can watch the sunrise together. She came over, wearing his t-shirt from the day before. It was huge on her, hanging nearly to her knees, but damn if he'd ever seen anything sexier. Lila snuggled in beside him under the blanket and he held her close, nuzzling his nose in her hair and savoring every second they had left together. What's wrong? She asked at last. You seem worried. No, he lied. He was worried. Worried about the future for her and Parker without him. Worried about how he would manage to go on alone. Just tired, I guess. She slipped her arms around his waist and held him, her hands brushing lightly over the bandages wrapped around his ribs. I'm glad the worst is over. The worst hadn't even started yet, but he didn't want to ruin their last day together. Eventually, he'd tell her that he was leaving again, but for now, he prayed for a miracle. Me too, he whispered against her hair. How do your ribs feel? Her hand stroked up his sides and he felt himself wanting to melt into her touch. Hardly noticed them. He took one of her hands, turning the palm up to press a kiss to it. What time does Parker get up? Mommy, a small voice said from down the hall. I'm hungry. Lila laughed quietly against the base of his throat, her warm breath stirring an entirely different kind of fire in his blood. Guess you've got your answer, huh? He kissed her deep and fast, then let her go to push to his feet. Best make my boy some breakfast, eh? You're going to cook? She gave him a skeptical stare. Yes, ma'am. He grinned and headed down the hall to scoop up Parker. First though, a bath for both of us. His son's delighted squeals echoed through the cabin. After getting cleaned up and dressed, Preston started mixing up pancakes while Lila and Parker played in the living room. He'd just put on a pan of bacon to go with them when his phone rang again. Stomach nosediving to his toes, he answered his phone with one hand, holding it between his cheek and shoulder as he flipped pancakes with the other. No doubt in his mind who it was. His CO. What did you hear back? The higher-ups say you can return to your mission, Green said. Or. Preston lived and died in those few seconds as he waited for his CO to continue. Finally, he couldn't take it any longer. Or. There's an open trainer position on the amphib base in Coronado. There's a lot of paperwork that would need to be redone and a bunch of red tape to get through to return you to the land of the living. It won't be easy, and I guarantee there'll be more than a few unpleasant hiccups along the way, but it's not impossible. It would also mean reverting back to your old last name. Dropping his voice low, Preston shut off the stove and turned away to avoid being overheard from the living room. What about the terrorists? Who's going to catch them? Contrary to what you might think, son, there are other people capable of handling things. His CO chuckled. Maybe not as good as you, but we get the job done. Anyway, it's up to you. You have until tomorrow morning to make your decision. Whatever you choose, make sure it's the right option for you. The call ended, and Preston stood staring out the window over the sink for a long moment. Part of him wanted to call the captain back and tell him to hell with his mission. He was staying with Lila and Parker and taking the trainer job. But the other part of him, the dutiful SEAL who'd never consider leaving a job incomplete, railed against shirking his duty. Lives could be lost in the transition from his leadership of the mission to a new head operative. But was it worth going overseas again if it risked the new life he'd found with Lila and Parker? A life filled with love and hope. A life he'd never dreamed he'd have. He was so wrapped up in his thoughts that he didn't hear Lila come up behind him in the kitchen. Who was that on the phone? She asked. Preston turned to find her frowning up at him, her expression concerned. Is it about Dom? What? No. He shook his head and turned the burners on the stove up again. It was nothing. Lila crossed her arms. From the way you're acting, it doesn't seem like nothing. Now it was his turn to frown. Can you set the table, please? Breakfast will be ready in a minute. She watched him closely for a moment, tapping her stocking toe against the hardwood floor. You're not telling me something. I can tell. I don't like secrets, Preston. He opened his mouth to respond, but she'd already turned away. As Preston finished up the pancakes and bacon and put them on plates to serve, he couldn't help thinking that he didn't like secrets either. Secrets caused nothing but pain and remorse, in his experience. Secrets had no place in his future, once he decided exactly what that future would be. Chapter 27. By the time they sat down for breakfast, Lila had lost any appetite she might have had and felt like a nervous wreck. Which was stupid. So stupid. She'd gone into this whole thing with Preston knowing he'd leave after the holidays. Even though he hadn't yet said that he was going, she knew that was what his phone call must have been about. He wasn't staying. He couldn't stay. No matter how much she wished he would. Daddy, bacon. Parker said, pointing at the plate at the center of the table. Lila reached over and grabbed a piece for him, then tucked his napkin into the collar of his superhero t-shirt to act as a makeshift bib. Do you like what Santa brought you? She asked Parker, hoping he wouldn't pick up on the tension now simmering between her and Preston. You got a lot of new toys to play with, huh? Yeah, Parker said around a bite of bacon. Bulldozer. She chuckled. Clara and the twins had bought him the toy as a gift and had tried to teach him to call it a bulldozer. He was getting closer, anyway. Preston sat down at the table beside Lila. They'd not said a word since her comment earlier about secrets, and the awkwardness between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. It felt like a slap in the face after the intimacy they'd shared the past couple of days, and she hated it. Even more so since Preston would most likely be gone soon and all she'd have left of him would be these memories. She should make the most of the time they had left, regardless of how her heart was breaking. Thanks for making breakfast, she said around a bite of food. These pancakes are awesome. He sighed and jabbed his fork into a piece of bacon. Mayo. Excuse me, she halted mid-bite. Mayonnaise. It's my secret ingredient, he said, sounding about as enthused as a kid on the naughty list. Makes them super fluffy. Super fluffy. Parker repeated from across the table, his chin sticky with syrup. Yay. Wow. I never would have guessed it. Lila swallowed, sticking to the safe, unimportant subject for fear she'd shatter into a million pieces if she brought up what she was really thinking about, namely him vanishing from their lives forever. You can't taste it. Preston gave a one-shoulder shrug, pushing his food around on his plate and frowning. Look, Lila. About that call I got. Her chest squeezed with stress, and she held up a hand. No. Don't tell me. Whatever it is, it's fine. Then a new idea occurred. Unless it's about Dom and Anthony. It's not them, is it? Because if they've escaped or been released on bail or something, then we need to. It's not that. As far as I know, they won't get out on the streets again for a long, long time. He sat back in his seat and pushed his half-eaten breakfast away. It was my CO, Lila. His statement, so simple, had tears stinging the backs of her eyes. Damn it. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't. She wasn't some silly young girl anymore, mooning over her first love. Now she was a grown woman, with a child of her own who depended on her. She couldn't fall to pieces again. So, she blinked hard and forced a smile she didn't feel. Let's talk about that after we're done eating, eh? She gave a pointed glance in Parker's direction, then looked back at Preston, who nodded. Lila finished her pancakes, but she could have been eating wood for all she tasted them. Finally, Parker ate his fill, then asked to be excused so he could go into the living room and play. After wiping his sticky face down with a wet dishcloth, she sent him on his merry way. After a deep breath, Lila straightened and turned to Preston once more. When do you leave? He exhaled slow. They wanted me back at the base in Coronado tomorrow. Heart aching, she nodded and stared down at the table. I see. That's fast. Yeah. But that's probably good, she continued, squaring her shoulders and doing her best to be brave. Best to end it quickly. I can handle things here at the cabin, and Parker won't even remember you after a few weeks, so yes. It's all good. Except it didn't feel good. In fact, it felt very, very bad. Awful. She blinked hard against the tears in her eyes and carried her plate over to the sink. She needed to hold it together a little longer, for Parker's sake. It was the holidays. Her little boy deserved nothing but laughter and fun and joy right now, not a mother who was broken by sadness and longing for the one man she loved and had to let go. Lila, please, Preston followed her to the sink. You didn't let me finish. That's because I know what you're going to say. She flipped on the water and rinsed her plate. You're leaving and we'll never see you again. Been there, done that, know the routine by now. Look, it hurts bad enough to say goodbye. Don't make it worse by making me talk about it endlessly. And yes, I know it's stupid for me to have fallen in love with you again, knowing you weren't going to stay, and I'm sorry, but... Preston reached in front of her and shut off the water, then took her wet hand in his and turned her to face him. Say that again. I'm sorry, but... No, the other part. He crouched slightly to put them at eye level. At her wit's end now, she snapped at him. Of course, I love you, dumb as it is. I've already told you that. He straightened and scowled. Why is loving me dumb? Because you're leaving. She swiped the back of her hand across her damp cheeks, unable to hold back her tears now. I knew that, knew I had to guard my heart so I wouldn't get hurt again, and I still fell. That's the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And I'm a lot of things, Preston Lawson or Fleischer, or whatever the hell you're calling yourself now, but I'm not crazy. I'm... Whatever she'd been about to say next was cut off by his kiss. At first she tried to push him away, but fighting her deep and abiding feelings for him was like trying to stop a tsunami. Soon, she was clutching the front of his t-shirt with one hand while she wrapped the other around the nape of his neck, wanting to hold him as close as possible for as long as possible. By the time he finally pulled back, they were both out of breath. Parker was singing to himself in the living room, oblivious to their make-out session, which was good. You're not crazy, Preston whispered against her forehead before kissing it. I might be though. As I was saying before, I talked to my CO. He said that originally, they wanted me back at the base in Coronado tomorrow to get ready for deployment, but I asked him if there was any way I could get out of it. He mentioned a possible trainer position as an alternative. Wait. The blood pounded loud in her ears and time seemed to slow as she looked up at him. What? I love you too, Lila. You and Parker. He took a deep breath. I never expected to find you again. Never expected to have a family of my own, yet here I am. It's a miracle. A Christmas miracle. And now that I've found you both, I never want to let you go again. What about your mission? She asked, not allowing herself to get too excited about it yet. What about the mole you're hunting? I've been thinking a lot about that. Thinking about what my CO said too. Which was? He said I'm not the only option out there. Someone else can take over this mission, see justice done. In the meantime, he's looking into having the records corrected to make me not dead. It's a long process and there can be complications and headaches with it. But the training position, it's not active duty. I wouldn't be a SEAL the way I have been. Oh. She lowered her head to rest it against his chest. Preston loved being a SEAL, almost as much as he loved her and Parker. Leaving that life behind would be incredibly hard for him. I'm sorry. He chuckled, the low sound rumbling through his chest to her ear, warming her from the inside out. No need to be sorry. I'm actually ready for that part of my life to be over. Honestly, I was ready the moment I saw you and Parker outside your cabin that first day. Since then, all I could think about was how to stay here, with you, and have you guys be my world. So? Lila looked up at him, not daring to believe what he was saying. Your mission? It can be someone else's now. I'm staying in San Diego while I brief whoever takes over for me. Then, once the red tape is dealt with, my CO will recommend me for the trainer's job at the Amphib base in Coronado. All I have to do is give him the word. I wanted to talk it over with you first, though. To make sure that's what you wanted too. We can take things slow and start with dating, if that makes you feel more. This time it was Lila who cut him off by kissing him, long and deep. She threw her arms around his neck and held him close. Her heart felt full to bursting with happiness. She never wanted to let him go and now she wouldn't have to. Yes, she said, pulling back to smile. Yes. To dating, to living together in San Diego, to whatever you want. I love you, Preston Lawson, and I always will. I'm yours, now and forever. Daddy. Parker called, running in from the living room to latch on to Preston's leg. Pick up. Laughing, Preston bent down and scooped Parker up in one arm while holding on to Lila with the other. The three of them stood hugging in the kitchen while Christmas carols played in the background, the tree twinkled brightly in the other room and snow fell lightly outside. Lila couldn't ever remember feeling more blessed in her life. Finally, she had all the people she loved together again, and it was going to be the best holiday ever. She kissed her little boy's head, then kissed Preston softly. I love you. He held both her and Parker closer and kissed them each on the head. And I love you guys, too. Now let's get these dishes cleaned up so we can go sledding again. Epilogue. Christmas, 1 year later. Honey, can you grab the rest of the groceries from the car, please, while I get Parker settled? Lila called from the hallway of the cabin. They were back at the lodge again this year. It seemed fitting, given this was the location that had brought them back together again at last. When she'd called to make the reservation, Tom and Nancy had been thrilled. They'd even set up the Christmas tree and decorations in the place to look exactly as they had the year prior, when she and Preston had been reunited. Got he said, tromping inside, his arms loaded with bags. The snow was coming down sideways with the wind and they were lucky to have arrived when they did. From what she'd heard on the radio driving up here, the roads up into the mountains were getting more treacherous by the hour and chances were good they'd be snowed in for the next couple of days. Lila wasn't bothered at all. They had all the supplies they needed, and she couldn't imagine two more perfect people to get cabin fever with. Where do you want this stuff? Preston asked, wiping the slush off his boots on the Santa rug by the door. Kitchen's fine for now. I'll go through them later and put it all away after I get Parker out of his snowsuit. The kid was 3 now and into everything. Lila didn't have time to go to the gym, and it was fine because she got more than enough exercise keeping up with Parker. As she followed Parker into his room and began peeling off his layers of outerwear, she couldn't stop smiling. Life was good. Preston loved his trainer position and she loved the fact that he had normal, danger-free hours and came home to her every night. They'd taken a good chunk of the money she'd gotten from the sale of her uncle's place and bought a house of their own in Imperial Beach. It was close to the base and the schools were good, for when Parker was ready to start. For right now, he was in preschool and loving it. "I want to go outside," Parker said, once she'd pulled off the knit hat and scarf covering his mouth. He gave his mother a stubborn stare. "Build a snowman." "No. Not right now. You were just out there. It's cold." With the wind gusting, temperatures had dropped significantly. She unzipped his bulky down snowsuit and wrangled his arms out of it. "Stay inside for now and play with your toys. Maybe Daddy can help you build that spaceship thing he bought." "Oh, yeah." Parker grinned. "I'm an alien." "You are?" She slid off his boots, then helped him get his legs out of the snowsuit before straightening and kissing him on the head. "You look like a cute little boy to me." "Yuck, Mommy." He wrinkled his nose and swatted her away. Going to school and being around the other kids had made him more independent, and while it hurt her heart a little bit that he was growing up so fast, she also couldn't have been happier to see him growing into himself. "Go find Daddy now." He took off out of the room and she shook her head, folding his stuff and putting it away before wandering back down the hall to find her two guys in the living room. Preston was starting a fire in the fireplace and Parker was chattering happily while opening up the building block set for the spaceship from his favorite sci-fi movie. Lila didn't think there was anything that could make things more perfect. Well, almost anything. She placed her hand over her abdomen and smiled, then walked to the kitchen to unpack and put away their supplies while Preston watched Parker. Once that was done, she grabbed the bag of wrapped gifts they'd brought and put them under the tree. It was Christmas Eve, after all, and they'd be heading to the lodge later to see all their old friends and make some new ones. She couldn't wait to see Tom and Nancy again. Clara and the twins too. When she'd called to make the reservation, Nancy had mentioned Clara had a new boyfriend this year, so Lila was excited to meet him too. Before they did all that, though, there was one gift she wanted to give Preston right now, in private. "Be right back," she said to the guys, who were engrossed in their project. Lila went to the master bedroom at the end of the hall and opened her suitcase to pull out a special item she'd brought just for this occasion, then headed back to the living room. With it hidden behind her back, she walked over to the end of the sofa and cleared her throat. "Guys, could I have your attention, please?" Preston looked over at her. "Yeah, baby." Parker kept working away on his project, until Preston nudged his arm and pointed to Lila. "What, Mommy?" "I've got something special for the tree this year, something I hope both of you will be excited about." "Is it an alien?" Parker gasped. Preston chuckled. "No. Not an alien." She grinned. "I didn't have time to wrap it, but here." Preston took the ornament she handed him and frowned. "It's nice. Thanks. You want me to put it on the tree?" Lila managed to contain her eye roll, barely, and shook her head. "No. I want you to read it." He squinted down at the glittering, filigreed gold and the scripted writing engraved on the front. "Baby's First Christmas 2021. The words hung in the air a moment before he looked up at her with shock. "Seriously? We're pregnant." She couldn't contain her joyous squeal this time. Preston stood and gathered her gently in his arms to kiss her soundly. "What's going on?" Parker asked, his expression confused. "Mommy?" She kissed Preston again, then took his hand and walked over to sit on the floor beside Parker. "Sweetheart, how would you like to have a baby brother or sister to play with?" The little boy nodded. "Yes, please." "Great, because Mommy's going to have a baby next year." She ruffled his hair. "Where is it now?" he asked, his eyes wide. "In here," Preston said, putting his hand atop Lila's stomach. "Wow." Parker tentatively reached over to touch his mother's abdomen. "Just like an alien." Lila laughed. "I guess so." She pulled Parker in and kissed him, then leaned up to kiss Preston once more. "Merry Christmas, honey." "Merry Christmas, baby." Preston smiled. I love you. Love you too, honey. Lila held Parker on her lap and snuggled into her husband's arms, content. The end. This was an audiobook created by Relay Publishing, who own exclusive copyright to the story in all territories and formats. For more information, please go to our website, www.relaypub.com. We hope you enjoyed.